Volume 5. Chapter 401, An Informative Battle. Chapter 401, An Informative Battle. The last time the two sparred, Lan Jue walked away with the man's harlequin silver. Now he knew the ins and outs of the barber's power well. He was very skilled in speed and force. A solid mastery of wind made the councilman even more dangerous. Considering the barber's age, his future looked bright. He'd said during their last confrontation that there were no 9th level 9th rank wind adepts yet. Of course Lan Jue disagreed. His brother was living proof that there was. Luckily for the jewelry master, the barber was still unaware of his sudden drop in power. He would be hesitant to try and test Lan Jue's limits directly. The barber waved his hands, and the air became thick with condensed air. They were visible only by a shimmer, but were sharp enough to cut through bone. The wind blades filled the air, then fired toward Lan Jue like a hail of arrows. There were different cultivation methods even among adepts of the same discipline. For example, the smallish guy from the driver battle was specialized in wind-accelerated speed. The specialty lacked direct attack force, which was why he turned to machinery to help. Strength and control together made him a capable foe. His decision was not a poor one, but there were consequences. A bionic was no longer entirely themselves. Their blood was part machine fluid. Breaking through to Paragon became far more difficult once an adept surrendered himself to the knife. In fact, in all the history of humanity, the Terminator was the only one to achieve this. Through some unknown method, he joined his body with machinery to break through the barrier to superhuman status. It had been reputedly as dangerous as it was mysterious. The barber did not possess the same comprehensive grasp of wind that the other man did. His strengths lied elsewhere. In the future, it was likely the Avenue denizen would far outstrip that northern contemporary. Every adept was faced with a choice: take the short path to power, or build on what you were given. The driver's opponent probably came to a barrier he couldn't breach, and elected for help to overcome it. Most adepts with adequate talent didn't choose to become bionics. That was not to say there weren't advantages to making the change. At the very least, machinery and science could make them stronger almost overnight. In the north they called it stratified refinement, and many low-order adepts chose this path. For most, they knew that advancement beyond a certain point was hopeless. The desire for strength was especially strong for these unfortunates. It was for most the best way, as the West's Fantasia Genetica was both expensive and uncertain. At worst, a failed surgery resulted in being maimed. The wind blades joined together in a veritable tidal wave that covered the entire arena. It was a move to prevent Lan Jue from fully employing his terrifying speed. He didn't have any illusions that he would beat the vastly stronger Lan Jue. His hope was that he'd be able to stick it out a little longer this time. He knew, or thought he knew, that Lan Jue was a 7th ranked adept, and you couldn't feasibly overcome that at his level. The sour look on his face was due to that realization. Dappled sunlight shimmered as the rain of wind blades covered the sky. Lan Jue was on the move. His advance wasn't quick, but steady. With a wave of his right hand there was a flash, and lightning condensed into his trademark spear. He thrust the weapon forward, then it blasted outward like a column of explosive energy. Every cutting slice of wind it encountered was dissolved. It carved a path directly toward the barber. The barber paused. He half expected Lan Jue to start with his overpowered forest of lightning, and had his next moves planned accordingly. Now the whole thing was scrapped. Lan Jue was taking a different approach. A close-quarters battle, eh? The barber was as touched as he was stunned. For someone so far above his skill level to elect for a close combat battle was clearly a way to give him face. This was more a friendly exchange than a competition. The remaining blades of wind came fluttering back to the barber's hands and fused into a spear of his own. The cyan-hued weapon was surrounded by the sound of buffeting winds, the sounds of his elemental gathering to strike. Die! He hollered, as the councilman lunged right for his adversary. The spear of wind became 10 roaring beams of light sharp enough to cut steel. It cut at Lan Jue and all the areas around him. It was an imposing scene to run headfirst into. With a grunt, Lan Jue tore his own spear through the air. Where it passed, a sizzling crescent of energy was cast outward. The barber's thrusts and Lan Jue's sweep collided. A blast of energy resulted, that nearly knocked them to the ground. It was important to remember that lightning was explosive, but it also had a tendency to spread. Wind, alternatively, had a powerful coverage and cutting force. Both were strong. At their level, much of these battles came down to mastery, control, and application. The intensity of their collision continued for a long moment, with thunderous roars and stabbing light punctuating their meeting. Meanwhile, the barber was focusing his concentration. He could feel himself becoming one with the tempestuous winds swirling all around. The fierceness of his earlier attacks was somehow softer, but no less frightening. Like a strong man behind a gentle face, these attacks could punch a hole through a man if they weren't careful. Lan Jue faced the change calm as a spring morning. His spear of lightning thrust out again and again, sometimes disappearing entirely from view. Like his opponent, Zeus was resonating with his lightning element. There were benefits to this, of course, such as a tremendous increase in his discipline's direct damage, but there was also an increasing element of uncertainty. Lightning and thunderbolt disciplines were inherently chaotic. One could never rely on them completely in the heat of battle. Speed versus versatility. Wind against lightning. The two competitors forget the tournament. They forgot time. There was only their encounters, clashing again and again. It was clearly the closest battle yet of this second round. Time. The buzzer called for an end to their exchange. The two of them separated, eyeing one another. Lan Jue's face was hidden behind the golden mask, though the barber was all smiles. "That was excellent," he exclaimed. "I surrender." He walked off the arena without another word, and without looking back. Though no one could see, a small smile crept into Lan Jue's features as he watched his countryman leave. Even though his abilities had dropped to second rank, it still wasn't very difficult to win victory over the barber. Aside from his two disciplines, he also had a wealth of experience and understanding that Barber simply didn't have yet. The Avenue representative had led the pace of the battle, but that was a result of Lan Jue's guidance. An Adept's first order of mastery came from understanding their own element and adroit use. Comprehension of one's truth allowed them to know their place in the universe they lived in. From there, one could begin to trace the path of protogenia. That's where the road to Paragon began. Lan Jue felt that if the barber spent time pondering their battle, the benefit to his journey would be significant. As for the barber, though he didn't say anything, it was clear the animosity from before was gone. Lan Jue allowed his spear of lightning to dim and eventually vanish, as he descended back to the other arena from overhead. He, too, was quiet, for although he did not learn so much as he suspected the barber did, it was the first time he'd had a serious fight since the reduction in his discipline. He was remembering a lot of the nuances to the rank he'd long since forgotten. The situations were very different, between now and when he'd achieved 9th level the first time. Now he had the comprehension of a peak-ranked adept, and that made the details of the rank clearer. Like watching a movie a second time, subsequent viewing revealed secrets you'd missed before. It would certainly come in handy during the process of recovering his strength. A strong foundation would make the breakthrough to Paragon easier. Their brief but illuminating exchange has been good, and he could feel the tendrils of second rank within his grasp. It had come to the end of the second round. The 1,700 challengers had been whittled down to half. Around 800 remained to test their mettle in the third round. Beginning from this point on, their tournament field would be undergoing some changes. The next leg of the competition was still elimination rounds, but the arenas were a sight larger. Fewer adepts would compete per batch to accommodate. The audience won by getting a better view of the action, whereas the adepts now had more space to really let their powers flourish. Lan Jue left the tournament grounds with the other competitors. Zhou Qianlin was waiting for him. In terms of means of communication, Qianlin and Lan Jue certainly were not lacking. Through their blood bond, and the soul collar stone, there was no need to call out. Once they were within a certain distance, they could sense precisely where the other was. "All right, let's head back," he greeted. He took her by the hand and turned to go. He was in somewhat of a rush, with the looming promise of a breakthrough on the horizon. What he didn't see was the pharmacist, standing a few feet away. Junior clutched her mother's hand and stared sightlessly into the crowd. Luckily, she didn't have her helmet on. Her mother had a look of disappointment behind her eyes. Then, as though remembering something, she gently shook her head. "Mommy, where's Daddy?" The little one turned her face up toward her mother. She answered with a smile. You could hear in someone's voice if they were smiling. "Daddy's busy, sweetheart. He'll come back when he's finished." "Do you think Daddy will be upset if I use the helmet Big Uncle gave her?" she asked, with a note of worry in her little voice. Now the pharmacist's face bore a full, warm smile. "Of course not, dear. The helmet Big Uncle gave you is even better than your old one. It won't hurt you as easily as the last one might. When Daddy hears about it, he'll be very happy. Adept." The helmet, brand new and top of the line, had been the Terminator's gift to little Junior. He'd had it tailor-made with nothing but the best technology the North had on offer. Of course, nothing but the best would be provided to the Paragon's request. Not only did it offer better quality, but it also was less likely to cause damage. When they got back to the hotel, Lan Jue turned to Zhou Qianlin. There was an inquisitive look in his eye. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 402, Hades Hospitality. Chapter 402, Hades Hospitality. Although Qianlin suspected something was going on, she didn't immediately ask about it. Her face reddened as she bit her lower lip. Part of Lan Jue's insistence was for her benefit. He could have broken through the barrier to rank 2 alone, but wanted Qianlin to experience it as well. Differences in how quickly 2 people climbed the ranks lie in how quickly they could strengthen their energy. Adepts beneath the rank of 9th level 9th rank could envelope 2 people. Although Lan Jue couldn't directly improve her discipline, he could help to strengthen her body. A strong temple was important for a strong discipline. The speed and strength of their combined powers was strong when they melded together, right to the peak of 9th level. He went rigid as the energy struck him like a flood, with shimmering electric purple light exuding from his pores. The pulses of energy evaporated his own clothing. This happened a total of 3 times before Lan Jue broke through completely to 2nd rank. Even though he and Qianlin were at the peak of 9th rank level when joined, he could still feel that their total power had increased somewhat since the last time. Their disciplines were more vivacious. It was important to remember that the peak of 9th level wasn't a point, so much as it was a plateau. When an adept's power reached a certain point, there they would remain until they discovered the path to Paragon. It was similar to the discrepancies in hand speed among god pilots. Any pilot with a hand speed over 40 was considered god-ranked, but they were practically children compared to god pilots with hand speeds in the 80s. Naturally, there were also differences among adepts when they got to such lofty heights of power. The vast majority of peak-level adepts remained there for their entire lives, never able to comprehend the secrets of protogenia. This was the strength of a solid foundation and unceasing cultivation. While the situation he was in wasn't ideal, Lan Jue didn't begrudge Bai's her actions. By now he understood the reasons, and understood that in the end it had been the clairvoyant's idea. He suspected that everything he'd experienced since encountering Bai's had been carefully arranged by the former Avenue leader. Even down to her taking their altruistic blood, and the change in powers it produced. Having to go over ranks you've passed before certainly seemed on the surface to be a monumental waste of time and effort. The advantages came later, when the adept reached his peak. With the benefit of a strong foundation, breaking through to Paragon would be much easier. It only went to show how precise and pervasive the clairvoyant had been. The deeper he went down the rabbit hole, the more he saw the old man's gentle touch. When it came to the clairvoyant, Lan Jue was thankful for the old man's guidance. BTU, he was also terrified. It felt like every step he took the clairvoyant was watching. Although he didn't know how powerful the old man was in a fight, but his powers of prediction and control alone made him terrifying even compared to someone like the Terminator. He remembered that his old teacher had been loath to speak of other paragons, but the clairvoyant was mentioned on more than one occasion. He even recalled notes of admiration in the crotchety man's voice. Everything was trending toward improvement. A year, that's how long it would take at his current pace to get back to where he was before the Bai's incident. He won't be back where he started, however, he'll be in a much stronger position for future growth, at the very least. In 3 years, he'd probably reach the peak of 9th level. This was a speed comparable to his brother's, though not quite as fast. The thought made him laugh. He wanted to be better than his brother, but of course it wouldn't be an overnight thing. He couldn't even remember how many times Lan Qing beat him when they were young. Zeta. The Dark Citadel's coterie had been set up in the Nice Hotel, a famous Western chain that spanned the Alliance. It wasn't as expansive as the Intercontinental where he stayed, but it had an old-world luxury charm. Lena sat in the hotel bathroom, sulking. Her hope had been to gain some attention during this tournament, to be noted. Her discipline wasn't overly strong yet, but she was a 3rd-rank 9th-level adept at 24 years old. The jump to 4th rank was very close as well. Among the denizens of the Dark Citadel, she showed the most promise. Most importantly, it was all natural. She hadn't used any genetic potions or bionic installations to get where she was. It hadn't only been Dracula watching her performance. With her tremendous talent, Satan was watching, too. He was, after all, on the lookout for a successor. He'd praised her on more than one occasion, and even gifted her several items to help with her cultivation. But who could have imagined? Only the 2nd round, and she runs into that hateful playboy. Her loss had been as bitter as it had been unexpected. That was not to say she didn't know a fair amount about Zhu Chang and the contentious relationship his family had with Satan's. The Lord of the Underworld and the Prince of Devils had always been at odds, regardless of who held the title. It was an interesting balance of power, where no one side could completely destroy the other. Both were paragon-level talents, perennial leaders of the world of darkness. So, their struggle continued through the generations. Ever since the interstellar migration of humanity, the darker side of the Adept world had been growing strained. Darkness simply wasn't the prevalent force. This was not just shown by the presence of the pontiff and his people, but the structures of government as well. If Satan never had any plans to subjugate the West to his bidding, the path would be long and nearly impossible. The result affected certain groups more than others. Vampires, for instance, could only drink the blood of animals and not humans. This contention, however, was what the world of darkness believed was necessary to obtain strength. Even inheritors needed to prove themselves, and this was why neither Hades nor Satan would ever be wiped from memory. Satan's plan was to strengthen his lead and expel his enemies, not obliterate them. Bastard! Lena raised her hand as though to hit something, but let her arm drop a moment later. Thinking about her loss was difficult, especially how it happened. The wretch had even dared to chain her down. When she'd been released, she couldn't help but take that cheap shot. She had to restrain herself from trying to tear him limb from limb. Ding dong! The doorbell interrupted her angry internal discourse. "Who is it?" she asked impatiently. "Room service," a voice from outside explained. Lena rose and, with a frown, pulled open the door to her room. "I didn't order any room service." She saw the man with the tray, but his face was covered by it. The tray's contents were also concealed by the large metal cover. People are iron, and iron becomes steel. You can only do that if you eat, even when you lose. Otherwise it'll start to affect your growth. The man allowed the tray to drop, revealing his grinning face. At first, Lena didn't know how to respond, but then her anger swelled. It was the man from the tournament. He closed the gap between them, brandishing the tray. A blast of hot air struck her as the cover was removed. As an adept of some power, her reaction time was good. She took a step back, almost instinctually, as the hot air caressed her face. It wasn't until after her initial defensive reaction that she smelled the mouth-watering fragrance. Zhou Qianlin sauntered into her room and closed the door with the tip of his foot. "Get out of here! Who said you could come in?" Lena was starting to get her senses back, but not before the guy had brazenly sauntered into her room. Zhou Qianlin, with helpless expression, placed the tray down on a nearby end table. The contents were revealed to be a salad and a couple steaks. 2 T-bone steaks, medium, with Angus steak sauce and a Caesar salad. "All right, and this?" With a theatrical wave of his hand, Zhou Qianlin produced a bottle of champagne and 2 fluted glasses seemingly from nowhere. He set them up beside the tray. "I know you're upset because of your loss today. For me at least, good food is the best comfort. If it's that important to you, I'll report to the judges and surrender. You'll be able to take my spot and continue up the ladder." "What do you think?" Zhou Qianlin asked with a smile. "Who needs your charity?" she spat. Her words didn't match her emotions, though, as the anger she felt was slowly beginning to subside. Red-haired young man pulled out a chair for her to sit, in an old-world gentlemanly style. "You should eat, the food it's starting to get cold. We can talk while we eat, alright? If at any point you don't want to continue, I'll get up and leave." The savory sense of the steak had already filled the apartment. He was right, in her anger, Lena had forgotten lunch. It hadn't bothered her before, but the food was here in front of her now and her stomach had begun to grumble in response. With a cold sniff, she plopped down onto the chair. Zhou Qianlin elegantly moved to the side of the table, where he effortlessly popped open the bottle of champagne. Pop! The cork flew free from the bottle, but instead of tearing through the air, Zhou Qianlin caught it in his fist. Holding the bottle by its bottom, he filled the 2 glasses. The happy fizz of the alcohol dispelled some of the chilly atmosphere. "I have a friend who tells me that champagne is the only drink appropriate for singers," Zhou Qianlin began. "He says it's filled with the sound of music. There's something about it that immediately puts people in a better mood, and helps them forget their troubles." As he spoke, Zhou Qianlin handed one of the slender glasses to Lena. He smiled disarmingly, and tapped the crystal glass to hers. Ting! Came the pleasant sound. Zhou Qianlin took a small sip, then put the glass back down on the table. He gathered up a napkin and silverware from the tray, then handed them to Lena before getting his own. "It's my pleasure to dine with such a beautiful woman, thank you," he said. Lena replied by sipping her champagne, then tearing into the steak without another word. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 403, How could you be so shameless? Chapter 403, How could you be so shameless? Zhou Qianlin served her as a gentleman might. Lena Lee continued to hold her hold. Sumptuous steaks were a treat for vampires. There was blood, but not a lot. Adepts in general had mighty appetites, and T-bone steaks were a fine remedy. Due to the universal appeal of T-bone steaks, Chu Chang did not sit idly by. He was never one to waste. The bottle of champagne quickly vanished between the two of them. Lena's eyes had brightened, though Chu Chang couldn't tell if it was the alcohol or the food. Her pale face now had a healthy pink glow, making her stunning beauty even more apparent. Hey! It was the first word she'd spoken since they started eating. Chu Chang gave her what he fancied was his most charming smile. He looked at her questioningly. She looked back at him with her head canted to the side, an odd expression on her face. I want to ask you something. Please, he said, I'm an open book. Genuine curiosity played on her pretty features as she leaned closer across the table. She fixed his eyes with her own. I really want to know how you could be so shameless. The young gentleman's face froze, but for a tick at the corner of his mouth. You're, direct. I'm, at a loss for words. She frowned at him admonishingly. Loss for words. You have fewer scruples than a thieving leper one. Don't be coy, I know your game. Chu Chang's face relaxed into a lopsided grin. He looked at her with a raised brow. Fine, you're right. I am shameless. But tell me, how much is pride worth per pound, HM? I have a good friend, Lan Jue. He said, a man who does not feed his pride is invincible. This is true in pursuing women, you must be shameless. Either you succeed or you don't, so to me there's always a 50-50 shot. And for a woman as amazing as you, the chance to live that life is worth my pride. Tell you what, give me a chance. We'll just chat, straight up. What do you think? Zeta. Lan Jue, having just broken through to the next rank, sneezed suddenly. Tui furrowed his brow, and rubbed his nose. Zeta. Lena's gave him a flat stare. Who knows how many women you fed that line to? None of it is going to work on me. You playboys are slime, I can't think of anyone I hate more. I could see you were trash from the moment I laid eyes on you. You're a pig 3, now get out. As she spoke, she got up and waved him toward the door like a fly. Chu Chang looked to her clean plate, then to her frigid expression. With helpless expression he rose to his feet. Though his face bore a forlorn expression, he said nothing. He set about carefully piling the dirty dishes and napkins back onto the tray and even wiped the table down. He set the lid back on the tray, took it up, and finally walked to the door. As he passed her, Chu Chang offered a slight nod. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. With that said, he walked around Lena and left without looking back. A sudden and inexplicable chill raced through her as she watched him leave. This cheeky shit, she thought. Shouldn't he be a sticky sleaze like all the others? Instead he left without any fuss. Almost as though he really didn't have any ill intent. Those steaks had been delicious. And juicy. After she shut the door, Lena realized the anger that had burned at her was gone. Zeta. The last 2 days of competitions was the most watched stream in all the great alliances. Each round, each match left an impression on the audience. After the fights were finished, analysts looked over the fights and hand-picked which ones to rebroadcast. Several were already emerging as classics, with views in the millions almost right away. Surprisingly, Lan Jue's fight with the barber was not the most viewed, but in fact was Chu Chang's. In terms of valuable content for Adepts, the Lan Jue's fight was full of excellent footage. The common viewer, however, sought drama. A fight between a man and a woman never failed to draw eyes, especially when the woman looked like Lena. The drama of her hidden appearance, then Chu Chang forcing her to reveal her gorgeous frame and figure, it was so perfectly watchable as to be almost scripted. Chu Chang was also a draw, representing the North and the Great Conclave. As he'd been unfortunately reminded by his run-in with the robot earlier, there was no shortage of screens trained on him. It didn't take long for the sweeping banners of their faces to be plastered all over the web. There were conversations about other fighters, pictures as well, and they rose and fell in popularity too. With so much to see, the adoration of the crowd was fickle and hard-earned. However, when the tournament organizers took this opportunity to have the crowd pick their favorite losers, Lena was one. The other was the barber, who unfortunately fell second to the vampire heiress. She was a true femme fatale. Lena was stunned by the news. To lose so badly, but be voted back in by the people was completely outside of her expectations. It was a very pleasant surprise. The loathing she felt for Chu Chang eased, just a little bit. The competition entered its third day. The original 3,000-plus competitors had since been whittled down to a little over 800. Lan Jue found the waiting area considerably less stuffy. Meanwhile, the tournament field was changing once again. 100 arenas were reduced to 50, and their breadth increased in kind. All the shields were reset to adjust for the changes. Lan Jue needed no time to recover or adjust for breaking through to second rank since he'd done so already. He'd spent his night playing with Juner until she fell asleep, then returned to Qianlin and continued their cultivation. A few snobbish adepts wandered the waiting area loudly boasting, but most competitors concealed their excitement behind a calm face. Most were quite pleased with themselves, having already earned fine rewards. For each round they climbed, things would only get more extravagant. Lan Jue stood by himself in a corner, silently hoping his luck would change before they drew opponents. His last two encounters were far more difficult than they should have been if one considered the odds. But even if he did run into someone his own strength, he always had an ace up his sleeve. Lan Jue was no longer escaping attention either. So far, his fight with the barber was the second most watched recording in the net. Expert commenters were lauding it as very educational. Many already begun to suspect the masked man was the divine monarch, Zeus. A great deal of Zeus' fame was due to Thor. He was a famed pilot, but no one had ever seen him in contest as an adept alone, without his storied mecha. It was for this reason his fight was second only to the crowd-pleasing Chu Cheng battle. There were others, of course, who had already captured the imaginations of the crowd, though they were not yet so flashy. Among them were powerful as a thunderbolt pharmacist, the seemingly invincible Constantine, and the strikingly beautiful Serial. The decision to restrict competitors to 40 or below proved inspired. These young figures quickly became heroes in the eyes of the audience, and especially for the youth. It seemed evident the experience of these games would resonate in the lives of generations to come. The viewer numbers continued to climb as the tournament continued. So far, they still hadn't reached the vaulted heights enjoyed by the Star Alliance and Divine Monarch fight. It was important to remember that these were still the preliminaries. When it came time for the finals, things would be drastically different. Lan Jue was told all about the Terminator and Juner. He found it quite funny. The enormous man, feared for his power, was a giant teddy bear to a little blind girl. And calling him uncle, like those two were anywhere near the same generation? Hilarious. Hilarious, but only very quietly. Making his mirth known to the Terminator would be asking for a very complete and painful demise. Selection has begun. Once more, the tournament system began assigning opponents. 800 faces appeared in the sky over the arenas and began to arrange themselves in pairs. Silent prayers filled the hearts of the adepts. Now that they were coming closer to the semifinals, they knew most of the weaker competitors had already been eliminated. Chances were the person they faced next would be a true challenge, nothing less than 8th rank. Lan Jue watched calmly from his corner. He didn't want to face a powerhouse, but if he did, then so be it. He didn't mind much leaving the ranking lower than expected. He'd come mostly just to participate, hoping for no higher than the semifinals. Already it was proving to have a very positive effect on his cultivation. As if to spite him, Lan Jue saw his opponent. Now with so few competitors, the portraits above were much larger. Such strange luck he had. When things went well they went great, but when things went bad, well, you fought Lina. He couldn't believe it. He'd watched the fight between Chu Cheng and Lina, and it was quite illuminating. Although Chu Cheng had won, he'd had to show some real muscle to do it. Lina was a 3rd rank, but her dual disciplines made her a double threat. 1. In Chinese, having a thick face means one is shameless, the idea being that you have so much face that you can afford to lose it by doing shameless things. The original text reads, "Guys like you have a face thicker than the Citadel's walls." It's cute. 2. I mentioned it elsewhere, but the stigma is that if someone is talking about you behind your back, it makes you sneeze. 3. She actually uses the word rascal, which uses my Chinese last name as part of it, heh. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 404, Zeus vs. Lina. Chapter 404, Zeus vs. Lina. Lan Jue was in trouble. Even returning to 2nd rank wasn't going to assure him of anything against Lina. Winning this fight would not be an easy thing. His opponents were getting stronger one after the other. At this rate he'll be fighting Constantine next. He felt like he wanted to cry but couldn't shed a tear. Well, if this was to be the way, then this was the way. At some point Chu Cheng had slithered near unnoticed. He didn't fear speaking openly with Lan Jue. Most people, especially in the north, knew that Chu Cheng was Hades of the Divine Monarchs. That's some stellar luck there, brother. You've got my woman. He clapped a hand onto Lan Jue's shoulder. Your woman already, eh? He gave Chu Chang a skeptical look behind the mask. The red-haired scoundrel chuckled. Hey, I learned from the best, am I right? Victory was easily won. Now I'm telling you, if you hurt her I will write you off for the rest of our lives. That woman is your future sister-in-law. Lan Jue snorted. Do you think if my sisters-in-law and I linked hands we could make a circle all the way around the field? I had no idea Big Brother was so popular with the ladies, Chu Chang cooed. Lan Jue looked like he wanted to vomit. How could you be so shameless? Chu Chang gave an irritated sniff. Lena asked me the same thing yesterday. What's the point? Pride isn't something a woman can hold, something to comfort her. Look at Big Brother. Anyway, you better be careful. Don't hurt her. Hell, then how about you ask her to go easy on me, Lan Jue lamented. Chu Chang looked like he was choking. And you aren't shameless? A divine monarch, even I have trouble trouncing sometimes, and you're asking for protection from a woman? No courage, man. I'm ashamed to call you brother. Ugh, Chu Chang squared his shoulders. Now get ready, you're early, right? Indeed. Lan Jue and Lena were in with the first batch. Their time in the spotlight was nearing. Chu Chang's face split into a sinister smile as he watched his brother-in-arms leave for the arenas. He wasn't an idiot, he knew Lan Jue's discipline had taken a hit. How much, he wasn't sure, but he'd seen Lan Jue's last fight. He looked like a match for Lena. Kick some ass, girl. Spank the crap out of this guy. Chu Chang had no trouble cheering for his compatriot's opponent when she was a beautiful vampire princess. Lan Jue and Lena stepped into opposite sides of the arena at the same moment. Dracula's heiress was not covered in the thick black coat from the day before. Today, her full figure was on display with a form-fitting catsuit. Her dark red hair fluttered at her back, flailing like tendrils of fire behind her cold face. Her sharp eyes were pinned to him, like a predator eyeing its prey. Lan Jue gave her the slightest nod of acknowledgement. In appearances, no one of the divine monarchs could come close to Hua Li's famed good looks. Lan Chang and Lan Jue looked similar, as brothers do, though the elder sibling had a much less hospitable face. He was like a robot, programmed to be as grim as a paranoid android, and that meant the exciting element of chaos wasn't part of his charm. Lan Jue had the grace of a gentleman, with fine looks and temperament. He wasn't as handsome as Hua Li, but his heroic facade earned some heated looks. Chu Chang and his brothers had their differences, but he wasn't counted any less. In terms of looks he was considered right there with Lan Jue and Lan Cheng. His appeal came in uncertainty and juxtaposition. Although he was a descendant of Hades, he was a fiery and manly youth. That was, until he employed the Hades power, which was gloomy and cold. He was the proverbial wild card. Lena Li couldn't see the small smile behind Lan Jue's mask, but she returned his greeting with a nod of her own. 3, 2, 1. Begin! The familiar buzzer rang, and another round of fights began. Once more Lena was the first to react. This time, however, she didn't choose the high ground. Instead she raced along the ground at incredible speed, appearing a short distance from Lan Jue in the blink of an eye. She waved her hands through the air. Time seemed to stutter, and cracks appeared in reality all around Lan Jue. He couldn't afford to be careless against someone so close to his own power. Like him, she also had two disciplines, so it was not an advantage he could depend on. He still had the advantage of experience, though, both in combat and in discipline mastery. Dazzling flashes of purple preceded the flashes of lightning that tore through the air around Lan Jue. It was a forest of terrible lightning that consumed everything in 10 meters around him. A forest of lightning, on a small scale. Lightning's explosive power was hard to contest, and under the thunderous assault Lena's advance failed. She skidded to a stop when she saw her interdimensional tears dissolving away. The vampire princess reacted. It was clear she had absorbed the lessons of her last fight with Chu Chang, for once again her shadow blade appeared and she joined with it. In the face of his forest of lightning she did not flee, but as the weapon of shadow pierced right into its center. A hazy aura of black was the only thing protecting her from the chaotic storm. Where the blade went, a trail of darkness followed, and in its inky wake time rippled like water. Before long an odd and unsettling bubble had begun to form around her. Like a surgical strike, the shadow blade pierced straight through, right toward Lan Jue. What the? So aggressive. Lan Jue hadn't expected her to pull out such a strong counterattack right away. In the time it took for his face to fall into a scowl, he had retreated to give himself some room. Almost instinctually, his hands sprang up and bolts of lightning congealed between them. Lan Jue leaned to the side and brought up the newly formed spear of lightning to deflect the shadow blade away. Out in the bleachers, Qianlin carefully watched the battle from a good seat. She had been surprised to discover Lina Lu would be Lan Jue's next opponent. It was fortuitous, because the two of them had discussed her fight with Chu Cheng the day before. They carefully analyzed her style, disciplines and weaknesses. Who would have thought he'd have such sour luck? Yet here she was, a powerhouse, but not invincible. Qianlin wrung her hands as she watched. This was the first time she was really feeling regret. She blamed herself for Lan Jue's drop from 7th to 2nd rank. If he were at his true level of power, this woman would be no problem. But now... Bang! Sparks flew and the black blade and shimmering spear met. Lina had him on the defensive, and was mitigating her power. Lan Jue, meanwhile, was simply trying to maintain. She had the upper hand. He stumbled back with a gasp. The spear in his hand had dimmed, and was growing darker still as a strange, infectious darkness consumed it. Both of their weapons were the result of condensed discipline power. His weakness allowed her power to infect his own, another indication of his poor prognosis. The front of his spear turned black and fell away. Lina hung in the air for half a moment before plunging back toward her foe. The air filled with the thick scent of blood, a distraction that occurred just as the shadow blade vanished from view. Lan Jue felt his back tighten, in the same moment that impossibly sharp blade of shadow appeared behind him. For a split second the audience saw two Linas, one in front of her opponent, and one behind. They came at Lan Jue from two angles, cutting a deadly cross with him in the middle. Chu Cheng wasn't among the first batch of contestants, so he carefully watched the battle from the sidelines. He winced as he watched the scene unfold. Ferocious, he muttered appreciably. Despite the violence of her assault, the strike would not land. She cut right through him like paper, before his image shimmered and vanished. An electric clone, to get him out of that tight spot. He appeared away from her pincer trap, safely across the field. Spots of golden light grew in his palms, then exploded toward the two Lina images. The two vampire princesses melded into one, and the shadow blade slowly pushed itself out from inside her. Ba bang! Two deafening peals of thunder caused the arena's force shield to shudder. It was Lina's time to be on the back foot, because she had overestimated her abilities. She thought she could dodge, but obviously could not. The result was a bolt of lightning right to the gut that swallowed her up in a blast of electric light. She felt all the energy inside her scatter, like a panicking crowd. She'd used an interdimensional shield to protect her from the blast at the last minute, but it still had an effect. She was quickly losing her lead. Dodging the blasts individually was not a problem for Lina. Lan Jue's genius was in positioning. He'd used the blast to isolate her means of approach, so that she had no choice. She could dodge, but that would give Lan Jue the space and time he needed to press the attack. She went for the most direct approach, and suffered for it. Lan Jue blasted forth a third ray of electricity. This one looked thicker and more robust than the first pair. He then leaped to the side, rushing for the far end of their arena and putting more distance between himself and the vampire. Well, are you a man or aren't you? What are you running from? Lina hollered after him. The offended Lan Jue sobbed inwardly at the injustice. She certainly shared Chu Cheng's biting commentary. Although Lan Jue bemoaned the curse, he was not still. His electric spear was back and strong as ever. He turned to face her, and instantly his persona changed. The calm, almost gentle aura he emitted was gone, replaced with a berserker rage. The roiling bolts around him flashes and began to shimmering with golden light. His majestic appearance was so strong as to cause Lina to stop in her tracks. She dodged his third blast, but did not approach further. This aura! Disgusting! Lina's eyes narrowed in loathing as she stared at her foe. Lightning, especially Yan lightning, was a manifestation of upright Qi. It was anathema to the evils of the darker disciplines. Unfortunately for Lina, that was precisely what category her powers fell into. In that way, his discipline was already a restraining force on hers. Lina, though, was also possessed of expansive combat experience. She knew that the fight would be more difficult against someone whose discipline counters hers. She also knew how to react. 1. That's the real English name for it in TCM. Zheng Qi, or true/upright Qi, is what the body uses to combat exogenous pathogens. It is composed of both yin and yang, though it is a more yang-focused function. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 405, Experience Prevails. Chapter 405, Experience Prevails. The dark aura dispersed like a fog before hurricane winds. The shadow blade in her hand also changed, becoming a thin silvery rapier. The whole of her actually seemed transcendental, sort of separate. The oppressive thread of her aura was missing. Darkness turning to dimensional discipline. A knowing smirk spread across Lan Jue's face, hidden by the mask. Things were turning out just like he'd hoped. He thrust forward with his spear, but slow enough to make the motion obvious. Shimmering electric light converged on the tip of his spear. It was taken from all around, gathered from out of thin air. When enough of it had come together, a massive dragon of writhing lightning exploded toward the vampire princess. The golden lightning serpent seemed to roar as it burned through the air. Even just the pulse of energy released by the strike felt staggering powerful. The air around him warped and shimmered. The figure of Lan Jue vanished as it was consumed by the lightning dragon. Lan Jue was very familiar with dimensional disciplines, thanks in part to his time with the wine master. The difference in power between the Paragon and Dracula's heir was too wide to calculate, which allowed Lan Jue to unravel some of her peculiarities. Any bit of information was valuable in such a fight. Lina had begun the fight with joining her two disciplines together, resulting in a finely honed offense for him to contend with. Luckily for him, the process took time, and she was just beginning to understand how the two fit together. In this way, Lan Jue was much further ahead than she was. He was starting to come up with a plan. Lina began to furiously wave her rapier. Each swing came with a tearing whistle that pierced the air. 100,000 tiny tears appears around her as the blade split reality in its wake. The lightning dragon smashed into her hazy shield, resulting in a teeth-rattling explosion. In the midst of that fiery abyss, she could see him. Lan Jue's outline was visible against the fires and electric light, but was moving before she could react. He was airborne again, but only until he changed into a bolt of golden lightning. With a crack of thunder, he launched himself directly at Lina. Boom! Lina staggered backward a few steps, and Lan Jue reeled backward. His retreat shifted effortlessly back into a charge. He needed no time before racing right back toward his foe. He's so fast. Lina was fast, too, but found herself struggling. Although she was able to ward off his attacks as they came, each one wore her down by degrees. She was starting to fall behind. Chu Cheng, watching from the sidelines, smirking in spite of himself. Audacious, he said in appreciation. Lan Jue's strategy was simple and direct: play his strengths against her weaknesses. Despite Lan Jue's drop in actual power, he still had the benefit of knowledge. His mastery of the lightning and thunderbolt dual disciplines was well beyond other adepts of this rank. This included Lina and her shadow dimensional disciplines. When considering just pairing, shadow and dimensional powers were stronger than lightning and thunderbolt. However, all of them were the peak of pure elemental power. But this revealed another problem. The disciplines were too strong. Individually they were prosperous and worked alone. There was no correlation between her two powers, which made finding a way to merge them effectively a difficult and lengthy process, maybe even impossible. Lina wasn't there yet. This wasn't a joining of her powers she used now, instead they operated in unison. In this regard, Lan Jue was leaps and bounds ahead of Dracula's daughter. Lightning and thunder were natural allies, making their merger much easier. Along with his experience, it gave him an edge. The strategy he was using now required his two disciplines to be joined. Lightning's speed and thunder's explosive power, together called Thunderbolt. This had been the driver's tactic as well. Lightning first, accompanied by thunder. Together there was impact force, explosiveness, and kinetic lethality. The three traits made Thunderbolt a destructive force that was hard to match. Lina was experiencing the totality of what that meant just that moment. In a rush, she'd allowed her control to slip and her interdimensional powers took over. There was no chance of merging them now. Under constant assault from Lan Jue's speed of light attack, she retreated, step by step. Every second drained her, and took away any chance of fighting back. Lightning was the fastest human-based discipline there was. That was underscored by the unending, torrential rush of Lan Jue's attack. Spectators saw the arena become enveloped in golden light. Lan Jue was gone, but the dramatic figure of Lina was caught against the column of golden lightning. She valiantly swiped and slashed, but was still retreating. It looked as though she were nearing the borders of their ring. "You want a fight?" Lina roared and bit her tongue, filling her mouth with blood. She spat, leaving a vibrant red streak against the silver light of her sword. Instantly, the weapon burst into crimson fire. She bore her burning weapon high overhead, and the tournament field was suddenly flooded with an aura of defiant strength. With the whole of her powers behind her, Lina pushed back. The world around them became a nightmarish world of blood red. Horrific, ripping waves of energy were so strong they warped reality around them. Through the bloody haze, an arcing boomerang of intermingled shadow-dimensional power screamed his way. It aimed to cut directly through the golden ray, but the ray changed, ever so slightly. Its trajectory shifted just a few centimeters, enough to allow a single, slender bolt to slither past. Lena was exhausted. Her last-ditch effort had failed. Her grim face was starkly lit by golden light as Lan Jue's attacks overwhelmed her. The ring was consumed by a booming explosion. Winner, 315. Lan Jue stood on the field, his clothes sticky with sweat. If only she knew. If Lena hadn't had gone off half-cocked like she did, there was a good chance she could have won. It would have even left a mark. That final blast of power was lethal. The ancient power of blood joined with discipline. She didn't want to win, she wanted to kill him. If that had landed, even years of bed rest wouldn't have seen a full recovery. Determination was putting it lightly. Lena lay on the floor, drained. His parting gift had been that final bolt of lightning, which leached away what remained of her exhausted discipline. She got to her feet, but just barely. She fixed Lan Jue with a murderous glare, then on shaky legs, turned and left. Lan Jue rubbed his mask. Damn, what did I do to earn that kind of hatred? If looks could kill. What he didn't know was the emotional state Chu Cheng had put her in. She was confused, angry, embarrassed. This masked man couldn't know how hard it was for her to show up today and compete. He definitely didn't know her secret desire to face Chu Cheng again. Her dreams of redeeming herself by humiliating Chu Cheng were dashed by this stranger. He'd stolen revenge from her. Lan Jue had no idea. Chu Cheng, though, had an inkling. Hade's descendant trotted after Lena. It was fine, he assured himself, since his fight wasn't until later. He couldn't give up an opportunity like this. Lena, are you alright? He swept around her to block her path. None of your business. Lena slapped his hand away and walked on. It wasn't hard for Chu Cheng to see the bright red streak of blood on her pale face. He wanted to say something, but she didn't give him the opportunity. He could only follow. They proceeded to the exit of the arena, where Lena slipped out through a gate. Chu Cheng attempted to follow, but was blocked by a robot attendant. Competitors who leave the arena grounds will forfeit their match. Chu Cheng froze in his tracks. Lena looked back just long enough to shoot him a glare full of loathing before stomping off. A few steps later she heard something from behind her. I forfeit. Linda suddenly felt like her body was very light, although a gust of wind could blow her away. There was a yelp of surprise, then a pair of strong arms were holding her up by her waist. She looked over to see Chu Cheng's concerned and handsome face looking down at her. Did he really forfeit? Her wide eyes searched his for a minute before she blurted out, Idiot. What are you thinking, giving up? You represent the Northern Alliance. You're as thick as alpaca manure. It was for you, Chu Cheng answered. He smiled then said, I guess being thick is worth it. The North has a bunch of other strong adepts to take my place, they don't need me. You're hurt, let me take you home. The tournament doesn't matter. With that, he took a long step across the boundaries of the sports arena. Lena felt complicated. She just watched the man give up his chance at fabulous riches, and at his power maybe even the top spot. He really didn't want all of that? As they walked on, Chu Cheng began to relay a story. Yesterday, after I left, I thought a lot about what you said. And you were right. I'm a shameless playboy. I've been with many women, and I've enjoyed every moment. When I was with them I was happy, I loved them. When I was young I always yearned for that perfect, beautiful thing. I would accept nothing but the most beautiful woman. I tricked myself into thinking it was charity. But as time went on I began to notice things. When the infatuation and excitement would invariably go, I could see that a beautiful face didn't always mean a beautiful soul. I was lost, but gradually I began to understand what I really wanted. Now I won't deny my love for beauty hasn't diminished, that exists in the hearts of all men. Still there needed to be more. I needed to see the goodness of them, the beauty of their heart and not just their bodies. Only that kind of woman could I ever love forever. I've experienced a lot, seen it all. Maybe tomorrow you'll leave and I'll never see you again. Maybe we'll get married in a whirlwind ceremony. Either way, that's tomorrow. It starts now, if you give me a chance. Let me get to know you, because I need someone to cause trouble with long term. My playboy days are over. But, I'm in the West, she stuttered, and you're in the North. Then there is the little matter of our family's mutual hatred. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 406, Spoiled Goods. Chapter 406, Spoiled Goods. Chu Cheng laughed in surprise. Before I'd have no way to answer your concern. Now, though, this isn't a problem. You're right, I am a descendant of the Hades bloodline. However, my uncle had already broken through to Paragon. Eventually we'll have someone to contend with Satan himself. If I get Paragon, then the Prince of Devils will not be leading the Dark Citadel for long. Your family has always followed strength, so our enmity isn't with you, it's with Satan and not his brood. There exists no conflict between our dark families, and I hope that if we should wrestle control from Satan, then Dracula will follow the Dark Citadel as he always has. Xu Chang was certainly chasing a dream, whether it was what he said or simply to spend time with Lena was hard to say. Inwardly he chuckled, he may have lost the tournament, but it wasn't for nothing. Lena sniffed. Anyway, I'm not interested in spoiled goods. Spoiled? Spoiled goods? Xu Qian looked at her with wide eyes. You're calling me defective? She smirked at him. Although she was clearly hurt and tired, the smile still bore a vibrant, devilish charm. By your own admission, you've had many women. How could something so thoroughly used not be broken down? I come from a noble house, and have no interest in poor quality. Let me go, I'll walk myself home. Xu Chang's heart lurched. His heartfelt and protracted speech had been for nothing. It was like a slap to the face, this chick let it go in one ear and out the other. Not everything he'd said was a lie. In fact, a good chunk of it was totally genuine. It didn't have the desired effect, though. Never mind. Even if you aren't interested, the least I could do is send you home. Xu Chang sighed. Then can you take your hands off my ass? She snarled back. I don't want to have to chop it off. Habit. It's a habit, my bad. I'm sorry. The unfortunate truth was it really was his habit. The ultimate goal of putting his arms around a woman, presumably. No wonder she wouldn't give him a chance. Righteous words, sure, but idle hands. Xu Chang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reeled back like he was shocked. She wouldn't have to worry about cutting her ass off if he cut these devil hands off first. Xu Chang walked with her to the entrance of the nice hotel one. He looked at her, full of sincerity. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. I promise I never had any ill intentions. I hope that the next time we meet, I'll have bested Satan and gained control of the Dark Citadel. Maybe even we're still unattached, we could give it another shot. Goodbye. With that said, Xu Chang began the lonely walk back. He might have been an amorous youth, but he didn't mean any harm. The lady had clearly expressed her disinterest, and he wouldn't press her. In this regard, he kept to a very strict moral code. Hey! Lena's sharp voice challenged from behind. Xu Chang stopped, and half turned to look back at her. She looked at him for a moment. I'm hungry, and I need to have these wounds looked at. Go get me something. There wasn't any command in her voice, more like one would address an old acquaintance. Xu Chang's eyes lit up. In his experience, half the battle was getting past the door. Only because you gave up the tournament for me, she quickly added. That's the only reason you get to hang around, right, so don't get any ideas. Xu Chang pressed his right hand to his breast and delivered a very gallant bow. It's my honor, he said with a smile. Zeta. Lan Jue saw Xu Chang chase Lena out of the arena as he left the field. He saw his friend step out and forfeit with his own eyes. He caught Chu Dong's expression out of the corner of his eye. No doubt he knew what his son was up to. Lan Jue wanted to help his friend, but that was out of the question. He was done, but the pharmacist was still here. She waved at him as he left the ring. Lan Jue made his way over to where she stood, stopping a few feet away. There was nothing preventing contestants from watching other fighters from the sidelines. What up? Lan Jue asked. Frowning, the pharmacist asked, what's going on with your discipline? Yesterday I thought that business with the barber was on purpose, but from what I saw today I can't help but suspect something. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had such a hard time. No big deal, Lan Jue assured. I did drop a few ranks, but we'll talk more about it later. It was important to remember that he was Zeus here. It wouldn't do for the famous ex-mercenary and divine monarch to be seen speaking at length with an Avenue woman. The pharmacist recognized this as well, and said nothing further. On the VIP platform, the Terminator held Junior, and they both watched the fights from their overhead vantage. He explained events to her as they unfolded. To have a paragon as a personal narrator was a blessing little Junior couldn't even begin to appreciate. That was an interesting fight, that one. The masked man is very smart, and has great control over his power. He wasn't as strong as the girl, but his use of discipline was shrewd and ruthless. He never gave her a chance to catch her breath. At the end she managed that final gasp, but it was her relative inexperience that lost her the fight. Junior thoughtfully nodded her head as though carefully considering the giant man's words. The Terminator continued through a bemused grin. After all that, all you have to say is Tell me, Junior, you've seen 3 days of the tournament. Who do you think will win? Let me think, she muttered. She shut her eyes tight and pondered. The Terminator couldn't keep the ghost of pity from showing on his face, just for a moment. What was the difference if she had her eyes opened or closed? A moment later, however, his pity turned to shock. Junior was different as well. As she closed her eyes, a small but distinct pulse of energy arose. It burst outward like a ripple on a lake. In its wake was a strange field of energy that looked almost like a paragon's domain. For this little girl, with no perceivable discipline, to reveal such a power was inconceivable. Domains were pure protogenia, so how was it possible this child could do it? The little pocket dimension vanished as quick as it had come. Her eyes popped open, but she looked drawn. Hard to guess, but they were familiar, maybe mommy or daddy. That's gonna be the winner. Junior tittered as she looked out over the field. One, unrelated to the story, but China has a funny habit of being very on the nose with their naming sometimes. The nice hotel is a real place, I think, but it's not out of place in China. In my town we had a chain of pizza joints called Best Pizza. Much to my amusement, it was later bought out by another franchise, OK Pizza. The quality of the pizza remained poor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 407, Junior's Discipline. Chapter 407, Junior's Discipline. The gourmet was just as taken aback by Junior's sudden change. The others were unaware, her brief power had been weak enough so that only he and the Terminator in the first row could see it. Just like the Northern Paragon, the gourmet's expression was strange. It matched the peculiar thought that tickled at his mind. In a sweet voice, the Terminator spoke to the little girl. Junior, can you see what's going to happen? If you really think hard, can you know what's in the future? Junior canted her head in thought. I guess so. But I can't tell if it's real or not. I didn't used to, but it started ever since I started Weapon Daddy's helmet. Since I could see what was happening outside, maybe I could start seeing what was going to happen. The gourmet looked at the Terminator, his eyes sharp and full of unspoken meaning. Junior, perhaps sensing something, snickered girlishly. You don't need to be scared, Uncle Gourmet. Big Uncle wouldn't hurt me, he's a good man. The Terminator heaved a sigh at her words before handing the child back to the gourmet. He shook his head with a rueful chuckle. The Avenue will be the Avenue, I suppose. As leader of the conclave, the last thing I want is for Skyfire to have another eye of tomorrow, but from a human perspective there is no better news. Especially since, he trailed off. The two old paragons had exchanged only a couple words with the young girl, but it was clear to them her discipline had awakened. She was an adept with an amazing and rarely encountered gift of prediction, just like the clairvoyant. More importantly, Junior was only 5 or 6. For her discipline to awaken so early meant it was destined to be strong. With the Avenue's help, it was certainly not unthinkable that little Junior would grow to become another clairvoyant. This was precisely the reason why the gourmet was nervous. They were in Northern territory against an enemy they maintained a cold war with. The Terminator was staggeringly powerful, and on home turf, there would be little chance the gourmet could protect Junior if the big man really wanted to hurt her. It was an irrational fear, though, as he well knew. The Terminator wouldn't hurt a small child, by virtue of his reputation alone. The gourmet was still agitated as he embraced Junior. There was a lot to consider. An awakened discipline meant years of careful training and great expense of time and resources. However, things might be different for the young seer, since the clairvoyant was still alive in his state of suspension. With his help and guidance, it could save her untold amounts of effort. The clairvoyant would be passing soon as well, and would need to find a new owner for the powerful astrum he bore. That was getting ahead of the situation, though. An astrum had to resonate with an adept's discipline before it could be used properly. If that turned out to be true, though, then this little girl's future was limitless. This instantly made her priceless to the Avenue. The gourmet struggled with the desire to bring her back to Skyfire immediately. For every day they delayed, the clairvoyant could pass and all that potential wasted. The loss would be catastrophic. The vanguard could no longer pay attention to the splendid display of discipline below. All of his thoughts were now on the small girl in his arms. Junior somehow knew. She looked at the gourmet, then to the Terminator. Her lips were pursed in admonition. What's wrong with you two? You're acting weird. The Terminator smiled at her. It's because of what we saw you do. You can relax, Gourmet, we wouldn't dare do anything to the little one. When you leave, I'll have a small contingent of ships lead you safely from the system. We'll make sure Juna remains safe and happy. Humanity needs unity now, not conflict. The Gourmet allowed himself a relieved sigh. Thank you, Your Majesty. The action continued below. The pharmacist was part of the day's second batch, so it was her turn to enter the arena. Her opponent was no slouch, this time. He was tall and stocky, and where he stood reality seemed to warp around him. He was like a black hole that drew in all, and it felt like things were collapsing around them. Absorption discipline, she muttered. Her foe gave her a thumbs up. Good eyes. They call me the one who eats the sky. I'm looking forward to an illuminating fight. The one who eats the stars? That's certainly a mouthful. Clearly we aren't afraid to boast. The pharmacist's face was cold and hard. She'd learned from Lan Jue that the Star Alliance team had been led by the clairvoyant. This man's name offended her. I suppose we'll see if it's a boast or not in a second, the man arrogantly replied. 3, 2, 1. Begin. The pharmacist thrust out a hand, and a beam of golden light fired out. In this way she'd begun the same way as her last two fights. It was an attack like a blitzkrieg, full of force and grandeur. It made the whole arena shake. The Star Eater knew his opponent before they'd started, as all the competitors did. Knew, however, was used loosely. What he did not know, nor anyone for that matter, was what her discipline actually was. The anxiety ate at him, and it made refining tactics difficult. What he lacked in knowledge he made up for in self-confidence. His power had spiked ever since breaking through to 9th level first rank. His discipline was also uncommon, which threw a lot of his foes off. He spread his hands, and between them a small black hole was birthed. The pharmacist's screaming ray of light was swallowed right into it and disappeared. The one who eats the sky grinned at the pharmacist, and then he shoved his hands out with a grunt. At his action the hole grew, and with it the vacuum force that surrounded it. The pharmacist seemed mostly unfazed by the counter, except to curl her mouth down in a disdainful frown. She brought her hand up in a sweeping motion, and from within the black hole a light twinkled. Impossible as that was, the light grew until the hole split cleanly in two. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 408, The Future of Skyfire Avenue. Chapter 408, The Future of Skyfire Avenue. The dramatically named He Who Eats the Stars had sharp enough eyes to see what the pharmacist had done. It had been a sort of dagger, dark gold, and about 7 inches long. 7 jewels were affixed to it, and they each glimmered with a strange light. The brightest was the first one, and with the dagger moving so quickly it almost looked like nothing more than a streak of light. Right now, it was stopped in place about an inch from his nose. The air around him sizzled and 100,000 tiny daggers shimmered almost invisible in the air around him. He couldn't move, he could hardly breathe. Any wrong move and those daggers could fall. He took gasping breaths, and in a quavering voice said, I concede. The pharmacist lifted her hand, and the golden dagger obediently returned to her grasp. She walked away from the arena without a word. Another pair of eyes were carefully studying the fight. Constantine watched from the sidelines, quiet. As representative for the Pontiff's citadel he'd been given an important task, win champion for the glory of the Pontiff. The recent losses suffered by his compatriots lately was far too bitter, both in cost and reputation. The infiltration by Zhou Di's apprentice had undermined their authority terribly. It was just the people of the Holy City who were grumbling, but skeptical tones were coming from the Western government as well. Right now, the most important thing was to recover their standing among the adept population. If he were able to come out with the crown, not only would the Pontiff look better but the earlier problems would quickly be forgotten. This was why his master made him come. He even let him bring the Spear of Fate. He knew his objective. There weren't very many who could stand up to Constantine, as far as he could tell. But the pharmacist was one of them, probably the strongest of them. He remembered the pharmacist from when they met on the avenue. She had left quite the impression. She looked so young, but commanded incredible power. The likely reason for that was evident by her abilities. She used skills passed down from former era China, skills that were most famously used by the second strongest paragon alive, Celestial Master Qian. Celestial Master Qian was the oldest known paragon, he'd drawn breath for hundreds of years. Whether he was still alive was a matter of debate, but if he was, that made him over 400. Zhou Di was considered strongest, but he and Celestial Master Qian had never really fought to see who was strongest. The reality was that no one really knew just how strong he was. Many still thought that he was never second to begin with. It was customary to remove a paragon's name from the lists if they hadn't been heard from in over 100 years. The cutoff was drawing near for Celestial Master Qian. If he didn't show himself within the next 3 years, then his name would be stricken from record. Constantine was even more sure of his estimations once he saw the dagger. The flying daggers, was that not a skill old-time cultivators mastered? The story went that during a time of great prosperity for these hermits, their numbers swelled so high they could have swept across the world and taken it for their own. They were the strongest living beings on the planet. Zhu Di was said to come from former era China, too. The taiji skills he employed were likewise remnants from that time. If he was right, then this was going to be a tricky fight. He wasn't scared of her, especially not with the Spear of Fate. If the two of them ended up on the same field, it would be a toss-up who came out the victor, from what he could see. They'd have to see when they got there. He did have to be careful, though. His people were already in trouble with one of Zhu Di's disciples. He wouldn't want to provoke one of Celestial Master Qian's. That would prove messy. The pontiff was strong, but even he couldn't win a war on a dozen fronts. The most important thing for him was to find a way to deal with the situation, otherwise the pontiff would never know peace. But not now. Now he had a job to do. The thoughts that troubled him passed away as he focused on the present. The first thing was to make the citadel's name mean something again. The pharmacist walked away without any word or action. There was no honor in boasting over the defeat of a first-rank contender. Like any other fight, she made her way back up to the VIP viewing platform to retrieve Juner. When she saw her daughter in the gourmet's arms, instead of with the Terminator like the last few days, she knew something wasn't right. Her eyes hardened. The gourmet, seeing the look in her eye, immediately shook his head to warn her off. "Nothing's wrong," the motion said, "relax." And she did as she walked to the gourmet's side and took her little one back. "Thank you so much, Your Majesties, for looking after her." She bowed politely to the two paragons. The Terminator smiled at her. "You have quite the extraordinary daughter." "Huh?" She didn't understand. Perhaps he was joking? "You're too kind, Your Majesty." The gourmet rose to his feet. "I'll explain later," he said. "Your Majesty, we'll be heading back first." He shot the pharmacist a dire look, then motioned for them to go. He followed behind protectively. The gourmet had a lot on his plate, and found it difficult to think of much else. Juner predictive powers were very important for the Avenue, and word had to be sent back right away. A reliable method had to be sought to bring the little one safely back. He also had to let the clairvoyant know he would tell them what to do about her future lineage. The Terminator didn't stop them, or make any effort to complicate things. If he were in their position, he would do the same thing. The reason the gourmet hadn't left upon immediately discovering her abilities was because the pharmacist was still fighting. Now that her day was done, they had work to do. Behind them, Lucifer and Metatron watched. They hadn't seen what happened, but they knew something was going on. What would make the gourmet take Juner back all of a sudden? What would make them so quick to leave? It was incredibly disrespectful to their host, the Terminator. However, the Paragon didn't seem bothered by it. Curiouser and curiouser, they thought, could the East and North be this close? By the time the three Avenue denizens left the sports arena, Lan Jue was waiting for them. He had already changed his clothes and removed his mask. Qianlin remained inside to watch the fights, so as not to confuse or trouble Juner. It was very good for her to watch these powerful adepts compete, since she just started to study combat herself. Upon seeing the gourmet accompanying them, Lan Jue also had an inkling that something had happened. He didn't say anything at first, and greeted them warmly. "You're so great, Daddy." Juner swung her arms wide as Lan Jue picked her up, then draped them around his neck. He smiled and bounced her a little on his waist. "So are you. What brings you out here, gourmet? It seems wrong to leave so early. Did the Terminator go as well?" The gourmet looked at him and shook his head. "Not here." His suspicions were confirmed. The gourmet's discreet bearing meant something had indeed happened. He didn't press the Paragon any further as they returned to the hotel. The gourmet's station was enough to demand the presidential suite, which they now inhabited. They filed in, and he shut the door behind them. His eyes became a boundless gray, and in that instant the whole room was submerged in a murky aura. Everything was muted, colors and sounds, nether isolation. Anyone passing by from outside would get the distinct sense of death hanging over the room. Lan Jue's face was grave. "It's this serious?" The gourmet nodded adamantly. "It concerns the future of Skyfire Avenue. Junor knew it, too. She was calm on the outside, and sat quietly on the sofa. Her eyes said something troubled her, however. The pharmacist was less reticent to speak. What in the world is all of this about, Gourmet? Why are you and the Terminator acting so strange? This caused the infernal vanguard to sigh. You should thank your lucky stars Junor and the Terminator got on so well. All of this has to do with her. Unless we both were wrong, and I don't think we are, then Junor's discipline has awakened. Awakened? Both the pharmacist and Lan Jue were stunned at the revelation, and pleased. Both their faces bore smiles of delight. An awakened discipline at 5 years old meant she would be very strong. The pharmacist immediately went to her daughter and gave her a hug. But that can't be the reason for such a big reaction from the two of you. There isn't any discipline that would make you so skittish, that. The Gourmet fixed her with his gaze. What if it was a prophetic discipline? Lan Jue's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The pharmacist looked at him with her mouth hanging wide open. Prophetic? So, like the clairvoyance? What? The pharmacist trailed off. Now she understood why the Terminator and the Gourmet were acting so strange. Truly prophetic beings were very rare in the realm of humanity. Exceedingly rare, but possible. The ones that did appear were usually half-prescient, like those who could commune with the spirit world. Fully prophetic abilities never really awakened before the age of 20. Junor wasn't even 6. If this was a full prophetic discipline awakening within her, it was completely unprecedented. By comparison, the clairvoyant had been 10 when his discipline awoke. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 409, Extreme Focus. Chapter 409, Extreme Focus. Junor was as much a part of the Avenue as any counselor. The clairvoyant had founded the organization, so it was an undisputed fact that diviners were a hot commodity there. The strong were rarely awash with friends, but the Avenue was in a particularly sour state. Though they had their 5 paragons, they knew that things would get much more difficult for them once the clairvoyant passed. That's why it was so important to get her back. For someone with powers similar to the clairvoyance, maybe even stronger than the clairvoyance, was phenomenal, especially now. In 20 years, those powers would develop to great heights within Junor. If they were lucky enough to have the clairvoyant train her, then it was almost assured the Avenue would have another clairvoyant leading them into the future. More than that, she would lead humanity into prosperity. No wonder the Terminator's face looked so strange. That's why you were holding Junor yourself. The pharmacist's own face changed as understanding of the gravity dawned on her. She had never thought something like this would happen, and it took her entirely by surprise. She desperately wished Junor's awakening had happened on Skyfire where it was safe. Right now they were surrounded by foreign adepts with aspirations of their own. If word of the little one's powers got out, the journey home would be fraught with lethal dangers. Lan Jue's first reaction was to get on his communicator. The Gourmet was punching a number into his own at the same time. Mika, Lan Jue said to his wrist, get the girls and take Zeus 1 to Luo City, as fast as you can go. Lan Jue had first wanted to have Shosho accompany the Gourmet to the tournament, but later changed his mind. Qianlin's presence and their ability to meld meant he didn't need her. Now he was calling all of his Amazons, an act which showed just how grave he saw the situation. Wine Master. The Gourmet spoke in another corner, huddled over his communicator. We've run into a situation. Don't worry, it's a good thing. Find a way to let the clairvoyant know that Junor divination disciplines have awakened. It would be best if you told him yourself. The trouble is that out here, I'm not sure I could protect her adequately. The other side of the line was silent for what felt like a full minute. After a time the Cosmigus voice answered. Alright, as fast as I can. Do not leave Luo if you can help it. Anyone who means you ill is far less likely to act under conclave and government supervision. Wait for me to get there, then we'll figure out what to do. Participate in the tournament as normal but protect that little girl with your life. I'll go tell the clairvoyant now. Very good. The Gourmet cut the connection. A tense atmosphere hung over the room. Junor, the focus of this storm, sat upon the couch with a small smile. The Gourmet then went to her and kneeled. How do you feel, Junor? Do you feel like you're safe? Behind the words was a deeper question. The Gourmet knew that diviners were keener than anyone, and their read on a situation was invaluable, especially when it concerned themselves. And although Junor was only 5, this was not a hindrance. In fact, it may be helpful. Visions were never common sense, they came as feelings or ideas. A child was more connected to this, and at a time when their latent energies were richest it made these sensations clearer. Jun'er's pretty face beamed at her uncle. Of course I'm safe, uncle. Mommy and daddy are here. They'll get me home. Her genuine words brought a smile to the somber old man's face. You're a good girl. We'll all go home together in a few days when the tournament is over. Thanks, Uncle Gourmet. Jun'er tittered sweetly. The pharmacist took up her daughter and hugged her tight. A light flashed through her eyes, but it wasn't fear. It was a dark, dangerous light. At least the Terminator didn't seem keen on doing anything, the gourmet offered. Right now he's the only one outside of us here who knows. Metatron and Lucifer suspect something's going on, but they don't know what. All we have to do is keep up appearances until the tournament is over. Then the wine master will come. Lan Jue quietly replied. But we can't afford to let down our defenses, even for a moment. This concerns the fate of all adepts, so I'm sure the Terminator will discuss it with his people, even if he doesn't share the news with outsiders. Eventually that information is going to get out. We have to remain cautious and vigilant. The Infernal Vanguard nodded. I'll keep a tracer of Jun'er. If anything should happen, I could be there in an instant. It might be uncomfortable, but I need you to move her in with the barber and beautician. You can look after her together. I don't want to do that, Jun'er complained from the couch. I want to stay with mommy and daddy. The gourmet looked from the little girl to her parents. Both of their faces had begun to turn red. It's okay, sweetie, you don't need to worry. I'll be right here to protect you. I'll just forfeit the tournament and stay back to look after her, it's fine. That won't work, the gourmet said with a wave of his hand. For us, our strength is front and center in minds of the galaxy's adepts. We have to keep up appearances. You, though, can get in the dark places with your face hidden. With me Jun'er will be safe, unless the Terminator and the Cosmogus come into conflict. The crotchety old man was right, we just have to stay here and ride it out. No one would dare openly accost us here. No battleships, no angry paragons, and nothing to worry about. Even if the Pontiff and Satan hear about it, they won't have time to react. News needs time to spread and the winemaster is already on his way. Lan Jue nodded thoughtfully. It sounds good. Should we bring Jun'er to the tournament tomorrow? The older man nodded. We can't show them anything's wrong. I'll look after her, and the Terminator would never let a little girl get hurt. The arena is the safest place to be right now. Lan Jue looked at the pharmacist, and she nodded her approval. With their conference concluded, Lan Jue led the pharmacist and Jun'er back to their room. Mommy, Daddy, am I causing trouble? Jun'er quietly asked. Seated on their hotel room's couch, Lan Jue gave the little girl a sad smile, pulled her up onto his knee. That's impossible. Jun'er is the best little girl in the whole universe. You're the opposite of trouble, little one. One day you're going to do great things. You'll be even greater than your mommy and daddy. She tittered and wriggled on his knee. Then I'll be able to take care of you and mommy, right? He nodded emphatically in response. That's right. You don't need to worry about anything at all, sweetheart. Mommy and daddy will protect you. We'd never let anything bad happen to you. The only way they're getting to you is over our dead bodies. His tone was soft, soothing, but what Junie couldn't see in his eyes was clear as day to the pharmacist. He wasn't just talking, this was a solemn promise. It was only there for a second, but it definitely left an impression. A moment later his eyes were warm and comforting. Alright, well that's enough of that. You don't need to worry either. With so many of us here even the Western military wouldn't dare. The pharmacist's estimations were calm, something which impressed Lan Jue. So should we talk about your thing? She asked. My thing? Lan Jue asked. He suddenly remembered, though, that she'd asked about his loss of power before. It's nothing, he assured her. A strange and very rare ability reduced by discipline to the first rank. I've already started to climb back to where I was. Guessing by the trend so far, I should be back to normal in a year. The pharmacist's hand shot out to feel his pulse without a word. Lan Jue did not react or pull away because he trusted her, and Jun'er was still on his knee. Her hands were strong and coursed with power. With the slightest pinch to his wrist to read his pulse, his whole body began to feel numb. The strangely sharp powers of the pharmacist entered him through her fingertips, and spread everywhere until no aspect of his health was hidden from her. After about a minute she let his hand go. Her brows were scrunched in consideration. I didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. Your blood and chi are exuberant, better than an ordinary man's, in fact better than most 7th ranks. Your meridians are flexible and healthy, and your discipline is vibrant. It reveals an exceptionally strong foundation. All this being the case, how in the world could your discipline have collapsed so dramatically? Did you do it on purpose to redo your cultivation? Redo cultivation? Lan Jue was curious. Are there really adepts who choose to do that? She answered with a nod. It's rare, but not unheard of. Some adepts feel that their discipline may grow too fast. It becomes difficult to control and influences their abilities. It's a secret art that only those who trained in the styles of ancient China possess, someone like me. It's usually of great benefit for those who are finding it hard to break through the bottleneck. This gives them one chance to stabilize their protogenic realm enough to break through to pull paragon status. But from what I can remember from your earlier displays, you didn't need it. Your discipline was stable, clearly carefully trained. Your talent is powerful, and better still there are two aspects. You even have an idea of protogenia with your ascension. You were practically a golden child. You already had a 60 or 70% chance of success. You have more talent than anyone I've ever met. To go back and do it again when you're already so far ahead makes no sense, it's almost crazy. But I guess I admire your nerve. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 410, The 4 Degrees of Paragon. Chapter 410, The 4 Degrees of Paragon. In Lan Jue's estimation, the pharmacist's power was only matched by her tragic story. Through all of this, though, she persevered. More than that, she saw the situation with clarity and calm. Lan Jue's face spread into a sheepish smile. It wasn't intentional, the result of a change to my discipline. I suppose telling you about it won't hurt anything, but... Over the next several minutes he recounting Qianlin's run-eye with buys, all the way to the god of wine antics on the burrows. He included the clairvoyance plans, as well as the method they would use to recover his discipline. He also explained their ability to merge and summon one another. The pharmacist grew ever more curious and surprised as he explained. Well, that explains it, the clairvoyance touch as always. I can confirm that your situation is similar to the process I described. Qianlin has turned out to be a costly compatriot, but you're the one profiting most from another's expense. The Queen of Heaven powers are incredibly rare, and it's even rarer to see the mystic raiment in use. One of its limited uses was to make sure you lived. As for your reduction in rank, I don't think that was the intention but a result. There's only one reason that might have happened, and that's likely that the impurities were being removed from your discipline. Rank 1 was where landed with nothing but pure talent, and this foundation will help your cultivation going forward. This was the first Lan Jue was hearing about this, and with surprise in his voice asked, Really? I haven't felt like the intensity of my powers are any stronger. That's simple, she explained. Think about it. Your discipline dropped dramatically, of course everything feels weak. But don't be impatient, you'll feel it clearly once your discipline returns to its former strength. No adept has a naturally pure discipline. In fact, becoming a paragon is one process by which an adept purifies it and leaves the vital essences behind. Once these impurities are removed, the adept is able to sense even the slightest changes in the universe around them. That moment when they break through to paragon is the moment of their ultimate success, when that purge and union are complete. Another way to look at it is how it will affect your journey. You'll probably find it easier to reach paragon since your talent has already been tempered. Your bottleneck will be less severe as well, but the benefits don't stop there. Now with your talent in a more stable state, and once your destiny is realized as a paragon, and your protogenic mastery solidifies, you'll be much further along than others. Your level of comprehension will be better than most paragons when they started. Lan Jue nodded. It sounds like you know the world of paragons very well. I know a little, she confessed. You probably already know that paragons are separated into 4 degrees, similar to adept levels. The difference in power between paragons from one degree to another is a vast gulf, even though it's hard to tell when even the lowest degree paragon can obliterate a starship. The gourmet said that if the Terminator wanted to do something there wouldn't be anything he could do to stop him. Each of these stages have been given a name to describe them. First degree is called the realm of protogenia, the second is reflection of heaven and earth, third is nirvana, and fourth degree is named the boundless. Each one is a reality in and of itself. 1. Although he was one of Jude's disciples, the great master had never explained this to them. At the time they weren't anywhere near their bottleneck, the information was useless at the time. The pharmacist was rectifying the holes in his knowledge, which he appreciated. Now at least he knew what to call them. She went on. Of the 10 paragons, it's suspected only Jude has achieved the infinite, or maybe the upper reaches of nirvana. My own teacher, Celestial Master Qian, is unlikely to break through nirvana. If he did, he'd live for at least another 200 years. As for the clairvoyant, he had the talent and power to reach the infinite, but he expended a great deal of energy in guiding humanity and the cost kept him from advancing. Next beneath them are those who've reached second degree, the reflection of heaven and earth. The Terminator and his partner the Apocrean belong to this realm. The rest are at various places in first degree. The Pontiff and Satan, for instance, are at the border with second degree. The Wine Master and the Keeper are in the upper reaches. The rest, like the Gourmet, are still at the beginning of their journey in understanding protogenia. The goal of first rank is to make one's domain stable. Lan Jue felt like the door to a whole new realm of understanding had opened. The most important revelation, however, was confirmation that the pharmacist was a disciple of the Celestial Master. So you mean to say the Celestial Master is still alive? He couldn't help but ask. The pharmacist was still young, so the master couldn't have been gone for any more than 10 years. However, the pharmacist answered with a shake of her head. I don't know. I'm not actually a direct disciple. When I was still an infant, I came into possession of a jade pendant. Somehow Master had imbued it with his consciousness, to pass his knowledge on to another. From that I learned his cultivation methods, and the eternal wisdom of the Tao. This knowledge helped bring me to where I am now, even influenced the kind of person I am. But I have never actually met him. A bitter smile crossed her features as she explained. She spoke about him like she would her husband. She heaved a somber sigh, and held Junior close to her chest as she went on. The pendant went on to reveal that the old master left for another realm, the secrets of the infinite. He would say that the one who achieved the infinite would be capable of communing with the universe. They would be an integral, irremovable part of reality. To me, this means that even though Zhu Di is the strongest paragon in combat prowess, it doesn't necessarily mean he will achieve the infinite. Lan Jue shook his head. I had no idea about any of this. And since you're being forthcoming, it's only fair that I do the same. I am a disciple of Zhu Di. We called him grandfather, he raised us when we were young. The pharmacist smiled. I know. I've known it for a while. At the Hall of Supreme Harmony, when he encountered the Sanguine Adept. That was when she learned of his abilities. The two looked at one another in silence for a moment. They could feel the barriers between them falling away as their secrets were revealed. He smiled back. Thank you for telling me so much. I understand a little better what I need to do. All of it was to tell you how good your prospects look. With your talent, your foundation, and the state your discipline is in, things are looking very good, the pharmacist claimed. The mystic raiment and purification have prepared you better than perhaps anyone for what's to come. So long as you keep cultivating, you will achieve paragon. From what I can see, third degree is a high possibility. Fourth degree, I don't know. Perhaps no one does. Lan Jue was starting to glimpse the great lengths and tremendous cost the clairvoyant had expended. It was thanks to the old diviner that he had such a future. I won't let anyone down. I hope that day comes soon, he said. Junior, who had been silent for a long while, finally spoke up. Yes. So you can protect mommy and me. Lan Jue laughed, deep and genuine. He took little Junior from her mother's embrace and gave her a peck on the cheek. That's for sure. I'll do anything and everything to protect my little Junior. The pharmacist felt a flood of warmth and appreciation fill her. You must remember not to use any unnatural methods to increase your talent. I was considering a pill that would return your discipline to normal, but from the looks of things you won't need it. All of these outside methods are inherently impure, so they'll render all of this pointless. Do it the right way, step by step, and you'll realize this potency. NGH, Lan Jue grunted in determination. The pharmacist had given him confidence today. He stayed to eat lunch with Junior, and eventually coaxed her into falling asleep. He then returned to his own room, where he was surprised to find Su Xiaosu waiting. You're back, master, Su Xiaosu called out as he entered. She shot to her feet and bowed. Lan Jue chuckled nervously. Cut it out, it's weird. Do you feel better? Su Xiaosu smiled at him. Luckily Master was able to grab that gem. I'm about 80% back to normal. I'll have to spend time nourishing my core before I'll be back to full power. I'll get there. 80% is pretty good, let's not be hasty. For her that meant Su Xiaosu was back to about 9th level 5th rank, pretty damn strong. I've been thinking a lot these last few days, she confessed. I think there's something I need to tell you, but you have to promise not to react hastily. Her wrinkled brow and nervous expression set Lan Jue on edge. About the dungeon? Su Xiaosu only nodded. 1. I'll try to describe it according to my understanding. First degree is entering into the world of protogenia, not a part but a denizen. Second degree is when the adept becomes a reflection of protogenia, they aren't immersed in it but they begin to understand its nature. Third degree, nirvana, is when the adept becomes one with the universe of protogenia. Finally, fourth degree, the infinite, is unknown and unknowable because no one's gotten there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 411, Secret of the Pontiff's Citadel. Chapter 411, Secret of the Pontiff's Citadel. The Pontiff's Citadel certainly looks righteous on the outside, even led by a paragon represented by the Holy See, but there's a lot of filth underneath that glittering veneer. It's one of the reasons I left. Ever in search of greater influence, the Pontiff's men will often go out among their flock and choose young children. They tell their family that their sons and daughters will be raised by the church, but that's not the whole truth. Eventually what was really happening started to get out, so they passed them off as bishops. Do you know why the West has genetic potions and the North experiments with machinery? All of that is because we can't compete with the East without it. Adepts are needed in every level of government and military now, and you can't grow strong without them. So to increase their influence and strength, the Pontiff's Citadel passed down a special decree to the Inquisition, a new task, to collect orphans. Under the guise of adoption, the Inquisition would bring them back for training. It starts with a genetic test. The West has experimented with acquired talent for many years. They have more experience and infrastructure for it than anyone else. Whether or not you get your discipline from birth or have one created for you, it has to agree with your genetic makeup, as I'm sure you know. So they test them, to know what their disciplines will be once the process is complete, and likely how strong they will become. They can even tell more or less the age the powers will awaken. Through this process about 80% of the children are filtered out and given to an orphanage. You can see, then, why they want to keep that quiet. Many of the clergy who remain and work in the Citadel started as orphans, but, her face darkened. Those kids who get thrown away are the lucky ones. That 20% who pass their test stay, and live a miserable existence. They stop being children, and become experiments. Faith is one of the biggest differences between the West and the North. Here they have a wide range of ideologies that are followed, but in the West people follow the pontiff, with a smaller group believing in Satan. The Dark Citadel is marginally better in their process. They choose their most fervent followers and subject them to doses of the Fantasia Genetica. They always seem to have enough willing subjects. The North is even more systematic. There are many who choose the path of the convert to gain more power, and the North accommodates. If their tests are passed, the new convert will see their strength spike dramatically. If they fail, they can eventually recover their talent like you are. The Pontiff's Citadel is especially lacking in this area. Their faith is based on love, but these genetic experiments are not. They're dangerous, and the faithful would never accept them. They can't even request it of zealots, because it runs so counter to what they claim to believe. It would shake the faith of their followers, the faith their power is built on. Still they have to progress, to ensure that the balance of power between themselves and the Dark Citadel remains at least even. How else do you think they keep coming up with such gifts? Followers, all curiously with light-based talents. They're pumped the next generation with enough drugs to turn them into super soldiers. Crueler than anything the other organizations can dream up. Lan Jue knew where she was going with this and interrupted. So all those people in the cages were the pontiff's experiments, or they were about to be. And you? She cut him off with a pained smirk. That's right. I was one myself. Of that 20% that get chosen, only 10% make it to the end of these trials. The rest die in the process. Once you graduate through the program, they brainwash you into their religion and make you forget everything of who you used to be. I'd forgotten myself, but I remembered it all when they dragged me back there. My memory got clearer with each rank and power I lost. It was like watching a terrible movie you couldn't look away from. Every agonizing moment came back. I've been struggling with this since we left the Citadel. But I'm a little better now. Lan Jue's face was an ashen gray as he listened. Qianlin, who had been listening silently, was red with indignation. How could they do that? To children? Those poor orphans have already suffered terribly, and then, she couldn't even find the words to express her wrong that felt, and curses weren't her style. Her chest rose and fell with every angry breath. Xiaosu just smirked. Now you know how wicked our benevolent pontiff really is. They put the scary-looking Dark Citadel to shame. Master, if you really don't want me with you, then I'll go. I'll find somewhere to hide and recover, and I won't bring you any more trouble. The trouble she mentioned was real. The Pontiff Citadel may not know she has all of this information, but she was a former asset and has seen the dungeon. Her continued existence was a terrible risk. Lan Jue waved a hand almost in irritation. You're coming back with me. You think I'm scared of a little trouble? Figuring out what to do with this information will take time. Relax, before long that torture chamber will be rubble. This was very important news, and much bigger than he could handle on his own. What still puzzled him was how they reacted when they thought he was a disciple of Zhou Di. That had saved him up to his discovery of Xiaosu. At that point their fear became the rest of the galaxy finding out what they were really up to. Xiaosu immediately interjected. Master, I said not to be hasty. By now they've broken it all down. There would be nothing left to incriminate them. Lan Jue nodded his capitulation. You can take it easy, I won't do anything rash. No decision will be made until we get back to Skyfire Avenue. He couldn't stop the Pontiff's despicable actions, but that didn't mean there weren't others who could. What they were doing was worse than monstrous, and if their true face were revealed they would have hell to pay. Lan Jue felt strange, like the air around him sizzled. There was a strange hum perhaps only he could hear, of the arrow of compassion resonating with his discipline. It set him on edge. What was the saying? The darkest shadows reside behind the brightest light. The former mercenary was already forming a plan, but now was not the time to act. He showed Xiaosu out when they had finished, and turned back to the clearly upset Qianlin. If we want to stop this travesty, then the first thing we'll need is power. Ready? Let's do it. Beside his fights and looking after Junior, Lan Jue spent as much of his spare time as possible cultivating his discipline with Zhou Qianlin. These games were stimulating, and the pressure helped improve their training. After 3 days and 3 rounds of elimination, less than 400 combatants remained in the tournament lists. At this point, there were no lucky standouts left, all the rest of these fighters were strong and hardened. Statistically, no one they would meet from this point on would be below 8th rank. Like the last round, there was a resurrection vote to see who would live on into the next round. As the vote went on, information began to trickle out. The handsome and gentlemanly Chu Chang has given up his place in the running to save the beautiful Lina Li. Lina was defeated in battle against a lightning-based adept some suspect to be the divine monarch Zeus. Wounded, having lost by the skin of her teeth, Lina Li was met by Chu Chang, who valiantly gave up his chances at glory to help her tend her wounds. They have since become good friends, a true Romeo and Juliet tale. The reports came out with recordings of Lan Jue's fight with the vampire princess. Towering images of Chu Chang leading the bleeding Lina from the arena was plastered on every screen. The news catapulted their fight to the most watched fight of the 3rd round. This time, though, the doughty hero saves the battered heroine from the villain. It was an underdog's tale that captured the hearts of most viewers. Zeus faced quite a lot of criticism for her villainous deeds on the net, while Chu Chang earned a second chance at the crown. Why not Lina? Because she'd lost twice, and the chance was no longer available. If a fighter lost their resurrection match, then they were finished. If they didn't do it that way, then the people would simply keep voting back their favorite people. Imagine if someone like Poseidon were to participate. The rabid fans would have been surprised to discover all 3 of these heroic souls together, eating like friends and normal people. Lan Jue was quite surprised and not a little impressed with Chu Chang when he showed up with Lina. He had skills, he had to admit. Not 2 days and Lina was out with him. The man was on another level. Chu Chang was clad in a blood-red suit today with a clean white shirt beneath. It was an aesthetic vampires could really appreciate. A white handkerchief peeked from the hem of his pocket and a black tie slithered down his chest. All in all, he was the picture of classical charm. Those of a particular bloodline always thought of themselves as nobility. How noble they were was a badge of honor, a sign of quality. Part of this was making sure that one's outward appearance displayed that. Lina Li showed off her own superiority with a long purple night dress. Her face was pale, but otherwise she looked in fine shape. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 412, The Nightclub. Chapter 412, The Nightclub. Lan Jue and Zhou Qianlin rose to their feet as the other couple entered. Qianlin was fetching in a simple white gown. The pelagic pearl twinkled prettily at her wrist, and on her neck the soul collar gem glowed with its own light. There wasn't much to the outfit, but that was to her benefit and allowed her natural beauty to shine. Lina was sure she was quite pretty, but Qianlin's beauty was something almost supernatural. Her hair was raven black, framing crystal blue eyes. Her skin was a flawless cream. She could easily be mistaken for a sculpted masterpiece. Lina, even being a woman, enjoyed looking at her. Qianlin greeted the vampire princess with a warm smile and a nod. Lina was not so dismissive to women as she was to men, so she answered with a friendly smile of her own. There was an air of haughtiness around her, but it wasn't disdain. Here, let me introduce you. Chu Chang stepped forward and signaled Lan Jue with his hand. This is my very close friend, Lan Jue, and his girlfriend Zhou Qianlin. Che Chang swung his eyes back to Lina, and they could see the tenderness in them. It was like he was looking upon some delicate treasure. This is Lina Li. She's from the West. Lan Jue smiled. He was suddenly reminded of the conversation he had with Chu Chang before they'd arrived. His old friend threatened to have him hung if he showed up dressed nicer than he. Tonight Chu Chang had to appear the hero. That was why, today, Lan Jue had chosen to come in a pair of white ninth pants too, with a long-sleeve blue sweater and blue leather pants. Refreshing and simple. Hello, I'm honored to meet you. He extended his hand to shake in the Eastern fashion. In the West they often preferred to kiss hands. Her eyes grew sharp. The same Lan Jue that's always giving you those bad ideas? She asked. Chu Chang was unpleasantly surprised by her open challenge. He'd hoped she would keep that little fib quiet. Lan Jue, certainly confused, looked questioningly at Chu Chang. The apologetic smirk on his friend's face said it all, and all he could do was nod. I guess that's me. Her brows furrowed. And where have we met before? You seem familiar. I don't think we've ever met, he said, absently rubbing his nose. Qianlin and I are just here on vacation to see the tournament. I've never been out this way before. Lina didn't press it. Instead she offered a smile. I'm happy to meet you as well. I know your friend here exaggerates terribly. You didn't even try to defend yourself when I called you out. I can tell you're a good friend, and a better man than this guy. She jabbed a thumb toward Chu Chang. Under attack, Chu Chang's eyes went wide. Don't fall for it, Lina, this guy and his false halo. All I'm going to say, Lan Jue quietly interrupted, is that the eyes of the masses are sharp. Don't give me any shit, she said, fixing Chu Chang with a hard stare. I know your type. You'd take a knife for a friend but put two in a woman. I knew you were no good the second I set eyes on you. Chu Chang sputtered stupidly at her, blindsided by the situation. Lan Jue couldn't help himself, he shot Lina a big thumbs up. At long last Chang makes a good decision. My deepest respect, Lina. You have a discerning eye. The vampire covered her mouth and stifled a laugh. She shot the beaten Chu Chang a sideways glance, full of mirth at his expense. A cruel look came over his companion's face. I thought we were brothers? You know, just mess around a little bit? Don't make me start letting things slip. Lina interrupted again. What? That he's Zeus? Jewelry master of Skyfire Avenue? Or what about his lightning and thunderbolt disciplines? Oh, or maybe that he's the one that beat me this afternoon. You know? Chu Chang looked at her slack-jawed. She cast him a dismissive sideways glance. You men are such smug bastards. Always underestimating the intelligence of women. Most people guessed you were Zeus already, and you think I wouldn't do a little digging into who beat me? Chu Chang sighed. I'm sorry, you're absolutely right. Lan Jue, I'm starting to understand why you never take advantage of these powerful women following you around. I just can't compete with ladies this smart. I pine for the ones with big tits and no brains. Having regrets? Lina cooed, fixing him with a smoldering look. Go on then, now's your chance. Chu Chang huffed in irritation. You think you can just own me, woman? We live in a nation of laws. All right, you too, Lan Jue scolded. Save the flirtatious banter for when you go home. The waits have been waiting, let's order. Lina was instantly all graceful smiles. Chu Chang put his acting talent to work, also suddenly the charming gentleman. Northern food was defined by its lavish cuisine. Huge steaks were a common sight dinner, or plates of giant oysters. These were paired with bottles of red or white wine and a hefty salad. That was traditional fare up here. The meal was amusing. Chu Chang and Lina would occasionally trade barbs or bicker over some comment. Their war of words kept things fresh and entertaining. Lan Jue and Qianlin exchanged bemused glances, and ate quietly as the others bickered. Despite the sharp exchanges and long diatribes, though, they all finished at the same time. Let's go. Lina rose to her feet and stretched, causing her dress to outline her fine figure. What are you doing? Chu Chang asked, looking at her. We're off to a club for round 2. She said matter-of-factly. You guys have fun, Lan Jue quickly said. We won't be going out. Lena rolled her eyes at him. I figured you for the boring type. How often do you come up to the north, huh? If you only think about the tournament, then it's a waste of a trip. Northern bars are quite a lot of fun, but we need more than just two. Come on, let's go. She had wandered over to Qianlin's side by now and pulled her to her feet. Lan Jue slowly drew his eyes to Chu Chang. You're into slave drivers now then, yes? Some kind of masochism thing? He could almost see his friend's face tick. I'm starting to have second thoughts. It's like I threw myself into the net on this one. But come on, a little fun never hurt anyone. It's good to relax from time to time. Luo had a district set aside for entertainment. The streets were lined with bars and rooms with red lights. No one lived here, so the party just kept going. Under Lena's direction, they went to the biggest nightclub they could find. The sun had gone to sleep by now, and the nightlife was beginning to kick up. The bar was already beginning to fill with revelers. Giant speakers thumped raucous house music that was loud enough to wake the dead. Sturdy gentlemen tasked with maintaining order stood at various parts of the club, while women in scanty bikinis milled around serving drinks. They were surrounded by the sounds of celebration, with cigarettes and wine and pulse-pounding music. All of it swirled together into that unique nightclub atmosphere. As they pressed further inside with Lena in the lead, the scene unfolded before them in strobe flashes and laser light. Clearly it was not Lena's first time here. She spoke few words with a bouncer, and a moment later a scantily clad woman led them to the second floor. This upper level was marginally quieter than the ruckus below. It was still a party atmosphere, but there were significantly fewer people. Arched booths were set against a glass wall that gave patrons a chance to look over the chaos below. Lan Jue didn't have much love for this sort of place, but at least he found the second floor more palatable. It didn't have the pressing crowds of the club below. Hey! Lena called to Lan Jue. You guys order drinks. She yanked Chu Chang out of his seat and gave him a commanding look. We're gonna go dance. He could only sigh. All right. He removed his coat and placed it on the cushions before following her to the dance floor. When they were out of earshot, Qianlin leaned in close. You don't like these places, do you? Should we stay for a while then go? Lan Jue laughed. No, it's fine. I just prefer something quieter. Since we're here, let's enjoy it. Lena was right, too. We're always cultivating, and you just finished that rough training. We need to relax a little. Despite its flaws, these places really know how to get you excited. If you want to dance, I'll go with you. She timidly waved her hand. I can't dance, and there's so many people. I'm happy just watching. Look, they're down there. Their booth was suspended directly over the dance floor 3 below, giving them an unobstructed view of the writhing masses. It was oddly shaped, with a dais in the center hosting a couple alluring dancers. They could see Lena pulling Chu Chang along behind her onto the floor. She had already begun to sway and move with the rhythm of the music. Certainly not one to be bent by rules, she pushed to the dais and let out a scream so loud even the music couldn't completely drown it out. Just as eyes were drawn to her, she leaped up onto the dais. There were unspoken rules to these places, one of them being that the platforms were off limits for normal guests. If you had the balls to jump on one, you better dance better than their professionals, otherwise you'd be booed out of the place. 1. It's important to note that in Chinese, girlfriend and friend who is a girl can use the same characters. 2. I've never heard of ninth pants, but I guess these are them? If that's noble style, well. 3. They call it a dance pool. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 413, The Dance Battle. Chapter 413, The Dance Battle. The moment Lena leaped onto the dais in her form-fitting purple dress, all eyes were on her. Almost right away a pair of colored lights swung over to her. The DJ certainly had an eye for entertainment. The dancers were professionals. They needed to be, since the establishment was among the most famous in the north. It was indeed a rare sight for anyone to have the gall to jump up on stage when their competition was these beautiful women. Today, however, someone had the courage to do just that. Everyone looked at the brave woman, and her enthusiasm brought the energy of the club to a fever pitch. She was like a woman possessed. As the music thumbed and the tempo rose, she shot her right hand in the air. Her purple dress melted away like water, revealing a leather cat outfit beneath. The top only just barely covered her chest, leaving her shoulders exposed. Hot pants concealed her charms below. The pallor of her skin clashed dramatically with the shiny black clothing. Screams and whistles cheered her on as she flailed her head of fiery red hair. She jabbed a finger at the DJ, and he immediately responded with a change of pace. The steady thud gave way to an explosive cacophony of heavy metal music. She swung her arms out, and the dancers on either side were forced to back off. Lena planted her foot on the dance floor, then swung herself around in a circle. Policy at the club stated that dancers would have money deducted if they were shown up by the customers won. These ladies weren't having any of that, so they danced all the harder to try and show her up. When she started spinning, though, they knew they didn't have a chance. She looked like a ballerina, a stunning princess spinning effortlessly on the tip of her toes. All throughout her arms swam through the air in fouette turns too. It was a feast for the eyes of every patron there. This style of dance wasn't typically paired with this sort of headbanging rhythm, but the turns were so fast and so violent that she was actually keeping up with the screaming beat. Then, when the beat dropped, she stopped the spin and dropped right to the ground. She kept herself aloft on one hand while her legs swung around in a wide, windmilling Thomas Flare 3. They were perfect, quick, and rhythmic. Her long legs swung through the air over and over again, and each swing caught the beat of the music. Her legs were a blur that reached 3 meters high at the apex. Her form wasn't as clean as the dancers, but she made up for it in raw energy and good looks. The fervent rush that poured from her in waves made the dancers look like timid wallflowers. The energy in the club rose with each spin, each thump of the bass. The appreciative cries didn't let up. Young men and women got caught up in the moment and began to writhe around the base of the dais with their new heroine. Her image vanished and came back, frozen in the half-second that the blinking light caught her alluring form. Each half-second interval saw her in another tantalizing twirl, spin or dip. It almost made her look like magic, some sort of playful interdimensional sprite there for their entertainment. She was their queen of party. Chu Chang stood beneath her shadow at the base of the platform. His looked up with eyes full of awe and desire. He was himself a fun-loving person, and this madwoman kicked it up to a whole new level. His eyes veritable blazed in the flashing lights. He didn't dance with the others around him, and in fact created a small empty space around him with the radiating force of his discipline. No one dared draw near within a 3 meters radius while Chu Chang watched. He would clap from time to time, or nod his head, completely absorbed in the scene. The music stopped, and as silence hung over the ground the lights on Lena intensified. She stopped, and pointed her finger to a spot below the platform. With a turn of her hand the finger curled in, beckoning her target forward. A single spotlight pierced the dim club interior, blanketing Chu Chang. She pointed to the spot in front of her on the dais. Her lips were turned into a scornful frown, an expression that said she doubted he had the guts. His response was to burst into bemused laughter. The cries of the spectators grew louder as they realized what was happening. A dance battle. This was the most exciting thing that could happen in a night of clubbing as far as the patrons were concerned. They had seen how skilled she was on the floor, and now they were curious to see who she felt had the chance to upstage her. In their second floor booth, Qianlin and Lan Jue watched the exchange. "She dances so beautifully," Qianlin exclaimed. Lan Jue smiled. "Why don't you go show her how it's done? I'll go down with you and make sure no one gets near." She vehemently shook her head. "I'll appreciate from here, thank you. I wouldn't dare show off my modest skills." "But what's going on? It looks like Chu Chang is going to get up on that platform too, Adept." "It's a dance battle," he explained. "She isn't convinced about Chu Chang yet, so she's testing him this way." Qianlin bit her lip. "Can Chu Chang dance?" He grinned at the two of them down below. "They call him the Prince of Luo nightlife for a reason. Being a playboy like him is not an easy lifestyle to maintain. He needs a wide array of abilities. A woman is a multifaceted thing, and he needs to shine on all surfaces. He told me once in a rare display of honesty, that when he does settle down it'll be with a woman who likes him for him. All the rest of this is just for show." Lena's chest heaved as she caught her breath. She wasn't completely recovered from the beating she'd received at Lan Jue's hand. The extra exertion didn't help. She had to rely on her discipline in the end for her big finale. Chu Chang's long legs brought him up onto the platform. He faced Lena with a smirk on his face, but he was the one out of place. In his suit, button-down shirt, and vest he looked like he'd gotten lost. Silence prevailed as the two faced each other. Chu Chang took a step forward, his footsteps ringing in the stillness. "A dance battle?" She looked at him, cold as ice. "Win and you take me home tonight." Chu Chang laughed, and his mannerism was like a fox on the prowl. He lifted a hand to slowly loosen his tie. He yanked it off, a sharp snap in the air quickly following as the fabric whipped away. He then gently laid it around Lena's neck. He then removed the vest and opened the top 3 buttons of his shirt, revealing the line of his pectoral muscles. He took a few steps back, extending the distance between himself and his challenger. Then, his boisterous voice shattered the calm. "You told me today that I was a playboy." I was. But if you'd done your homework, then you know that being a playboy isn't just about money. That's not a playboy, just a glutton, and that's not me. My aim is to be the ultimate man. Whatever vice or pleasure you can think of, I've done it. I'm about to prove to you that you will never meet another guy like me." As he spoke, he placed his right hand against his chest and spread his legs. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. A rhythmic drumbeat like the beating of a heart shuddered through the crowd. Chu Cheng's hand tapped against his chest to the beat, like it was his own heart making the noise. All lights extinguished but the single spotlight over his head. Now this dance platform belonged to him. Each bone-shuddering thud from the giant speakers saw Chu Cheng's face change a little, like he was falling into a trance. His face was bittersweet, as though looking on the face of a loved one. A single, gentle, tungsten light illuminated Lena Li. She looked like she'd stepped out of a dream. Chu Cheng launched himself forward suddenly with 2 long strides. His arms swung open like he wanted to grab her in a hug. She frowned, taken by surprise. But he stopped half a meter away as the sounds of graceful music rose around them. He began to rock to the music. Lena's dance had been raw emotion, violent and loud. Chu Cheng's, by comparison, was more refined. It didn't have the explosiveness of heavy metal, but the notes made the listeners move almost without thinking. This wasn't just a dance. This was a story. Lan Jue didn't lean over to watch the dance, he'd seen Chu Cheng's mating wiggle too many times to count. Thankfully his communicator rang, giving him an excuse not to watch. Using his discipline to help reduce some of the din around him, he answered the call. "Hey Ailey, what's up man?" For he greeted. "Chu Cheng's a right bastard." Hua Li's voice answered on the other end. "You know you're the villain of the whole internet now, by the way?" He helplessly sighed. He hadn't been following the controversy over the forums. Hua Li told him all about it, interspersing a healthy dose of humiliating laughter. Lan Jue joined him. "This guy, he'd sell one of us into slavery if it earned him a night with a pretty girl." Hua Li cackled. "Chu Cheng will be Chu Cheng, right? Where are you at? Let's get together and give him shit." "I came with that fool to the crescent moon," Lan Jue muttered. "He left me up here so he could get a shot at Lena." "Wait a while and we'll go find you." Hua Li's voice raised an octave. You're there? I'm right around the corner, I'll be there in a second." Chu Cheng is a snake, luring the poor girl into his lair. Looks like this one's already another notch on his belt. Lan Jue laughed. "Not this time. The lamb lead the wolf to its own den. Except the lamb is actually a lioness. He's strutting around like a peacock right now, you might catch the end if you hurry." Qianlin had been quietly listening the whole time. She spoke up suddenly. "Chu Cheng's den, HM? But she's the one that brought us here. 1. It is common practice in China to deduct money from someone's paycheck if they don't do something. Unfortunately, these deductions are completely unregulated, so they could decide to withhold entire paychecks and the workers can't do anything about it. Because of the largely unskilled workforce in my former line of work, the ladies were sadly very underpaid, and often had to suffer managerial corruption or other severely unfair practices, and because they were easily replaceable there wasn't anything they could do about it. My wife once didn't get paid for almost 3 months. 2. This, but really fast. 3. This I believe. 4. What's up man? Is the go-to greeting for Chinese English speakers who want to sound cool. English is funny as China because they have one set phrase that they use 90% of the time. How are you? Is followed almost exclusively by I'm fine, thank you, ut. It's like a knee-jerk reaction that I spent a great deal of time correcting in my classrooms. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 414, Compensation. Chapter 414, Compensation. Lan Jue gave her a conspiratorial look. You didn't see him hiding behind me when we came in? He was hiding his face, he didn't want anyone to recognize him. Lena may have brought him here, but Chu Cheng's in his home court. He was just playing innocent to lure her into his trap. Why do you think everything was so quiet, so well orchestrated when he got up on stage? Everyone knows him here, even the boss is his close friend. Qianlin's face reddened. It looks like Lena was right, she said quietly. He's a less than reputable guy. Lan Jue laughed. And me? He and I have been close friends for years, and several of those questionable skills I've learned myself. There were times he and I painted the town. I guess that makes me just as disreputable. It's not the same, Qianlin is sure. You aren't as bad as he is. He looked back at her with a brow raised in surprise. How's that? Her face broke into a suspiciously sweet smile. No reason. I guess I just have faith. Heh, that makes one of us, Lan Jue said helplessly. I was a young, full of piss and vinegar once. I partied irresponsibly like my friend does. I was a playboy, too, in several senses of the word, not nearly so nice as you may think. Qianlin's face fell. It sure sounds like you're trying to talk me out of hanging around you. Not at all, he assured hastily. Just sharing a bit of my past. She was immediately all smiles, as much an actor as Chu Chang. That's enough of that. I don't believe any of it. If you were a womanizer, then why haven't you done anything with your Amazons? They are all beautiful girls who certainly wouldn't say no. I've seen the way they look at you. To me, this is proof that you're a good man. The situation we found ourselves in when we first met shows you like women, so that's not it. The scars you bear for my sister have never healed, and no playboy could have that much passion for a single woman. Whatever you did in the past isn't important, because I can see you for who you are now. I've thought a lot about it, and I think I know what I should do. She moved closer to him and laid her head on his shoulder. Lan Jue dramatically knocked the heel of his hand against his forehead. All right, yes, fine, you got me. But the most detestable thing is to see that cake, but be unable to eat it. Qianlin laughed. I guess we'd better work hard at cultivation. Oh, look at Chu Chang. He really can dance. The Hades descendant was just getting to the meat of his dance as floodlights picked him out from the darkness. It was a story of sorts, like a young man courting a girl on campus for the first time. It was a story expressed through his flailing limbs and swaying hips. Boy meets girl, boy falls in love, and the chase begins. Through hardships and trials he wins the girl's affection, however her family encounters tragedy. Never once does the boy leave her side. He spun his yarn beneath the lights, underscored by the moving music. Lena was a prop in his show, a show that would give Huali a run for his money. Every motion was a word, every step a sentence. At first, Lena reacted to him with scorn. Who danced like this at a nightclub? However, as the story unfolded, and as the whole place seemed to come around him to tell the tale, she realized she was no match for Chu Chang. He was a professional, and she was an amateur who knew how to use her discipline for effect. This fictional girl's family survived whatever calamity had befallen them, but the boy began to succumb to exhaustion. Chu Chang seemed to slowly buckle while keeping to the rhythm. Each chord was a death knell as he theatrically collapsed to the ground. The control he had over his body confessed years of training for this sort of thing. Although he had slowly succumbed to collapse, his eyes never left hers. They were full of forgiveness, love, but most of all despair. Though Lena knew this was just all for show, she couldn't keep the moisture from welling up in the corner of her eyes. Chu Chang shot to his feet, his face suddenly devoid of that sad expression. An easy smile took its place as he bowed in gentlemanly fashion toward Lena. But before she could even react, his head dropped down to his stomach. The sudden unexpected change caused Lena to scream in terror. Aha! The crowd erupted in a fit of laughter, and Chu Chang's head inexplicably rolled back into place. Realization dawned on the vampire princess, and she realized his clothing must have had some sort of wire or hook. The illusion was created when he squatted and the clothing remained in place. Oh, you're really going to die, now. She indignantly punched him in the chest. Brother Chang! Brother Chang! Brother Chang! Cries of adulation surrounded them. Only an idiot would be unable to see, now, that Chu Chang was a cherished member of this establishment. Lena was no idiot. She turned in a huff to leave, but Chu Chang shot out a hand to grab her. He pulled her close, and the two of them began to rise off of the platform toward the second floor. You made a bargain, Chu Chang softly said into her ear. Tonight, you belong to me. Lena craned her head back to look at him. Traces of red had begun to creep into her cheeks. They eventually returned to their private booth looking over the dance floor. With one arm wrapped around Lena, Chu Chang waved at his fans below. Another round of fervent claps and cheers replied. The playboy turns his face to Lan Jue, who was also clapping in appreciation. He feigned modesty, saying, "Listen to them laugh at how terribly I did." He shot his friend an enigmatic grin. All hail the Prince of Nightlife. Quite the show, sir. Quite the show. With a gasp, Chu Chang waggled a finger. You mustn't besmirch my good name, Jue. Lan Jue sniffed derisively and lifted the communicator on his wrist for emphasis. A projected array of some of the less-than-kind commentary about Zeus appeared before him. Suddenly the wild youth's countenance changed. This has nothing to do with me. Alright, fine, yes. I spread the rumors, but you're wearing a mask. It doesn't matter. Oh damn, you have no idea how much shit I was in at home. I'm out because Pops would probably fry me to a crisp if I went back. Lan Jue allowed the projection to dissipate, then took a sip from his champagne glass. There's always a price when punting off the blame, Chang. I wonder what the Prince of Nightlife is willing to pay. The table before them was arrayed with a spread of fruit and a bottle of pink Dom Perignon. This was Chu Chang's domain, so of course none of this came at any cost to them. Sincerity lit up his friend's face. Name it. So long as it's in my power to provide. A 1966 Cohiba cigar, Louis XIII brandy, though I guess Hennessy would do in a pinch. A 1929 Cognac Tesseron would be ideal, and perhaps a 1990 Champagne Krug? Deliver that and we're even, in the appropriate interspatial containment apparatus, of course. Each biting word saw Chu Chang's face darken. This is robbery. I've never taken a thing that wasn't owed, Lan Jue said. If you don't want to pay the price, then that's your prerogative. I'm sure there are no small number of journalists who might like to learn more about us. That I am that Zeus. That you are that Hades. Perhaps we conspired together to deceive this poor girl. I mean, according to everyone I'm already a bad guy, so screw it I guess. Ruthless, Chu Chang breathed through a depressed frown. How did you even know I got the Tesseron? Are you spying on me? Lan Jue's eyes nearly popped out of his head. You do? Oi. Do what? Finders keepers? A voice sounded nearby, someone trying to make their voice as low as possible. Lan Jue turned behind and laughed as he saw the culprit. It was his accomplice. Hua Li looked like he often did when out in public. He was wrapped up in more layers than Carnival Clown, with a hat, glasses and a mask to match his tracksuit. It was a very sort of hip-hop style. He plopped down in a seat beside Lan Jue. So what do you really have, eh? A bottle of 1929 Cognac Tesseron, he answered with a smirk. He said he'd be happy to share it with us. Chang's really quite generous. Excellent. I do prefer a nice glass of brandy. Hua Li rubbed his hands together. So break it out, big guy. Might as well drink here, right? I haven't been in your realm for a while, I see it's still a good time. Two damn bandits, Chu Chang complained. Hua Li blinked at him. Oh, bandits? Take a look at yourself there, buddy. You slander your brother and gripe over a bottle of liquor to settle it. You're a shameless bastard. The playboy swung an angry glare Hua Li's way. You're the shit that sold me out. Hua Li shot back with a wide grin. What ya gonna do about it? Chu Chang was in his face almost right away. What am I gonna do about it? Maybe I'll just take off these sunglasses and this hat, huh? Oh my god, people, look who's here. Hua Li almost crumpled in on himself. Let's not be hasty. Yeah. You didn't think of this when you sold me down the river, did you? Chu Chang accused. Again, university is the first time a man is allowed to begin any sort of courtship process. Parents and teachers actively watch for signs of affection before this, high school included, and squash that shit with an iron fist. I've had students complain to me about having to sit in parent-teacher conferences because they told a girl they liked them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 415, Dance of the Three Monarchs. Chapter 415, Dance of the Three Monarchs. Hua Li huffed, then produced 2 pipes from his clothing and gave one to each of his friends. The trials of the good always go unsung. Here you are threatening me and all I want is to lift my brothers up. They were odd aluminum pipes that are half yellow and half black with small white dots. The sight of them immediate put a smile on their faces. It's all good, reparations have been made. Getting your hands on a 1966 is pretty incredible. You're the one who gave Lan Jue the one from before, right? Why is it you never treat me so well? You? Hua Li scoffed. It would amount to reckless waste. Lan Jue is a man of taste, you'd probably use it to pick up chicks. I don't believe we've been introduced, Lena interrupted. She looked expectantly at Chu Chang. He looked back as he answered. Ah, yes. This is another brother of ours, Hua Li. Since you know Lan Jue so well, do you want to take a crack at him? A moment later he shot an accusatory finger at Huali, and don't take off your mask. Ah. You're Poseidon? He underestimated Lina, who immediately sussed out Huali's identity after the Lan Jue hint. Suddenly excited, she barreled onward. Can I get an autograph? Xu Cheng's face fell. This wasn't the reaction he'd hoped for. This is why handsome guys have no friends, he complained. Huali, I love you brother, but sometimes I want to pinch your face off. Stop coming around here, alright? This happens every time. I never get to have fun when you're around. Huali pulled a pen from his pocket as though he'd done it a million times, plucking a napkin off of the table. He scribbled his name and handed it to Lina. If you want that cigar, you're gonna have to deal with it. Don't forget the cognac, Lan Jue warned. If you try and sweep it under the rug, you won't like my reaction. Xu Cheng's voice turned bitter. You guys are mean as hell. I'll send someone to deliver it. But we can't just drink it, let's stir some stuff up. We never get to hang out. Hua Li deflated. Dance? I dance so much I want to puke. So what? Xu Cheng challenged. Here we are, three brothers together again. Have you forgotten the trouble we used to get into? When did you get so old, Ali? Huali dragged his eyes to Lan Jue, who shrugged indifferently. If he wants to dance, then why not? Just be careful not to encroach on His Majesty's domain, I guess. This earned a chuckle from Xu Cheng. I like a little competition. You're in for a treat, Lina. You get to see what it means when the three of us start raging. Waiter! Call the DJ over, and tell the Red Rat to come by as well. A few moments later, a middle-aged man in a suit came bowing and scraping. Master Chu, what can I do for you? Xu Cheng looked pained. Go fetch the 1929 Tesseron from the house. Ah, the injustices I suffer. Go. Sir. The Red Rat shuffled away without another word. He knew precisely of what his master spoke, and what it cost. However, now that the master was entertaining friends, it was important to give him face. No hesitation would be tolerated. They would have a treasure to drink while they enjoyed the night, that was certain. The young and talented DJ appeared in the spot Xu Cheng's man vacated. Brother Cheng. What's up? You still plan to keep this party bus rollin'? It was clear the DJ and Xu Cheng had a familiar relationship. How else could his earlier dance have been so well choreographed? Xu Cheng approached and whispered a few sentences into the young man's ear. The younger man offered a knowing nod, then left without a word. Qianlin looked toward Lan Jue with a curious expression. Are you going to dance? Lan Jue plucked the 1966 Cohiba cigar from its tube. Carefully, he snipped a bit off the end, and lit the other end with a lighter. I can try, I suppose. It's been a long time. We're all having a good time, so why not? Hua Li smiled. I think it must be more than 7 years since we've last got together to cause some trouble. A sentimental look crossed Lan Jue's face. Sounds about right. That was when he first met Hera. There was no more need for him to go out trawling the clubs after that. Now Hera's spitting image sat right next to him, but even though she looked the same, everything was different. He wasn't at all like the man he'd been 7 years ago. Lan Jue plucked the cigar from his mouth, and as if on cue, a low buzz rumbled from the dance floor below. It was followed by the DJ's voice, altered by computer to sound like an android. His rousing voice called out to the crowd. Today is your lucky day, people. Our very own dance god of Crescent Club, Chu Cheng, is gonna show us all how it's done again. But this time he'd brought along a couple buddies who were just as badass on the dance floor. I can promise you guys are not gonna forget what you witnessed tonight. We're calling it the Flight of the Monarchs. Clunk! All the lights shut off, plunging the club into darkness with the DJ's final word. The three monarchs rose to their feet. There was a sharp snap, and a ball of fire was born. It roiled like a small angry star in Xu Cheng's palm. The sudden light drew every eye. Brother Cheng! Brother Cheng! Brother Cheng! With a wave of his hand, the ball of flame raced out to hang over the crowd. Xu Cheng himself rose into the air and followed. Just as he reached the ball's location, it exploded, reforming in a great phoenix that hung over Xu Cheng's shoulders. Squeals and screams ensued. Even if they didn't know Xu Cheng, this would solidify him as a legend. The screeching phoenix descended toward the dance floor. Behind it there appeared another light, this one blue. An orb of water like a planet orbited overhead, and as they watched, the crust slowly solidified into a dazzling mother of pearl. Hua Li soared through the air and settled upon the orb, allowing it to bring him slowly to the dance floor as well. The flashy gentleman occupied either side of the platform. Red versus blue. The glimmering lights clashed and set the stage ablaze with color. Though no further illumination was needed, beams of light covered both, matching their respective element. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. Boom! A crack of thunder took everyone by surprise, and a golden bolt of lightning struck the platform dead center. All three colors blazed bright as a supernova. The massive speakers exploded with electrifying rock music. Three figures flashed gold, red and blue upon the stage as they broke into synchronized dance. 1. The three men all danced the same steps, but with vastly different feeling. The thudding music and dramatic light set the atmosphere of the club ablaze. The excitement was almost oppressive. Lena was no stranger to the spotlight as she'd shown. She even used her discipline to spice things up as they did. However, she could only stare with disbelief at what she was watching. Compared to them, she was like a child. These guys. Zhou Qianlin wasn't any better. Her face was a picturesque expression of embarrassment and excitation. She stood next to Lena at the banister near their booth and, just like the crowd below, shouted their approval. It was a unique experience for Qianlin, the first time she'd visited a place like this. It was a true shock to see Lan Jue's wild side. Chu Chang writhed like a demon, lit all around by columns of fire. Hua Li flitted through a mist of twinkling water like a sprite. Only Lan Jue's moves were a marriage of strength and beauty. Every thrust of an arm and swing of a leg brought a contrail of sparks in its wake. The three auras of their disciplined battles incessantly around them. Each clash elicited a violent firework display which would dissolve only to be reborn again. It was similar to what Lena had done, just dialed up to 1,000. Eventually the raging flood of music subsided, and with it the lights around the three men. Once more the floor was cast into darkness, but where before there was silence, the screams now threatened to bring the roof down. The DJ hadn't been lying, they wouldn't be forgetting this night for a long time to come. When the lights came back on, the dance floor was empty. Chu Chang, Hua Li and Lan Jue stood by the railing on the second floor with glasses of champagne raised to the spectators below. The crowd went wild. A big grin was plastered on Chu Chang's face. It's been a long time since I've had this much fun. I gotta say, this makes me happy. Come on Hua Li, take that mask off, aren't you suffocating? Hua Li bumped his friend's glass with his own. Say something useful from time to time, would you? Qianlin shook her head and laughed. Who knew you were such a party animal? Lan Jue winced just as Chu Chang burst into loud guffaws. No doubt, party animal is right. When he was younger it was like taking a beast out on the town. Shut the hell up. Lan Jue was ashamed to irritation, as his face betrayed. Hua Li didn't react, only turned his head away and pretended like he couldn't hear anything. Champagne is a drink for celebrations, and it put people in the party mood because the carbon dioxide brought the alcohol right to the head. In a place like this, champagne was the drink of choice. It took the five of them no time to put down several bottles. By the time the Tesseron arrived they were well into the drink. When Hua Li expressed only tepid interest, Lan Jue decided to put it away for another time. Just as Chu Chang was about to beg for a sip or two, the DJ's excited calls came from below. 1. TJSS describes it as synchronized dance full of manliness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 416, Brother Chang. Brother Chang. Chapter 416, Brother Chang. Brother Chang. It's coming up on the witching hour, ladies and gentlemen. At some point 3 young women in leather miniskirts had come on stage. As the dance music resumed they swayed with the hypnotizing rhythm. Qianlin gave Lan Jue a curious and uncertain look. The witching hour? Lan Jue chortled and shot a glance Chu Chang's way. It's about time to call it, I think. It's late and we have fights tomorrow. I heard that. We 3 respectable gentlemen would never be involved in something so base as the witching hour. It was a fine phrase, but from Chu Chang's mouth this took on a very different flavor. Lena looked from one to the other in curiosity. What's so special about midnight here? Chu Chang almost tripped over his own tongue to answer. Nothing. Nothing. We should go. He grabbed at Lena's hand to pull her toward the exit. A flash of light caught their attention and pulled the girls' eyes to the stage. There they saw the 3 women had removed their outer garments and were clad solely in leather bikinis. They swung their dresses over their heads to the excited cheers of the spectators below. Lena, a veteran of establishments like these, suddenly understood the premise behind the witching hour. Her eyes popped out of her head. Strippers? What sort of place is this? It's art. Chu Chang fumblingly explained. Ladies and gentlemen. The DJ's dramatic voice boomed through the club. Let me know. Who do you think our lovely ladies should enlist to help them hold their clothes? Brother Chang. Brother Chang. Brother Chang. The thundering dance music was changing now to slinkier tunes, things more suitable to the idea of the witching hour. Chu Chang's face froze. The look in Lena's eyes was one of piercing ridicule. I guess so. Such lovely bedroom art. She punctuated the sentence by turning and stomping off. Lena. Chu Chang ran after her. That was before. Look, let me explain. Hua Li and Lan Jue exchanged a knowing look. The feigned entertainer sighed. How many times have we watched drama like this? It's the same every time. I guess you can't teach a dog not to eat shit. The boy's gotta learn to change his nature. Lan Jue just shrugged. It's a difficult life he lives. Who knows if this relationship of theirs will last the week. But this time he's pretty passionate. This is a vampire princess here, not your run-of-the-mill girl. That's a whole new level of challenge and excitement that money can't buy. I hope A-chan realizes how special the opportunity is, though. Hua Li chuckled. Shit, who cares? The longer he remains occupied with her, clear or not, the less time he's spending as a scourge to the young flowers of our species. Ugh, men. Qianlin looked at Lan Jue, appalled. Time to go. Lan Jue's tone was brisk and energetic. Chu Chang had chased Lena out of the club in time to see her stop a taxi. He couldn't let her go, victory was so close. He rushed toward the car and jumped in right beside her. What are you doing? Go have fun with your dancing girls. She spat. He chuckled apologetically. Please, those girls have nothing on you. I said that was all in the past, right? You're the girl in my heart now, there isn't any room for anyone else. Screw off. This bullshit won't work on me. She viciously slapped away the arm he tried to snake around her waist. His sheepish expression grew bleaker still. It was your idea to come out and have a good time, but you're still unhappy. I didn't even want to come back to this place. His words eased some of the tension in her face. After all, he was right, wasn't he? It had been her idea and her choice of location. The taxi driver chose this moment to cut in. Brother Chang? Which hotel am I bringing you to tonight? Got your hands on a spicy one tonight. Chu Chang's face scrunched tight like he'd been punched in the gut. Lena stared at him with wide, hard eyes. A loud smack rang through the interior of the cab and Lena left with Chu Chang rubbing his face. He cast a hateful glare toward the driver. Did I say too much? The dim-witted man asked. The corners of Chu Chang's mouth twitched. Do you think you could possibly just live life as a mute? This is karma or something, some sort of dark retribution. Just take me home. It was time to retreat and lick his wounds, pursuing her any further would only make things worse. In his experience he knew any chance of a happy night of cuddling was practically zero. This was the danger of a life lived in dark alleys and smoky clubs. Sometimes you run into vengeful ghosts, and your night turns out just like this. Thank goodness for small victories, though. No news of their altercation would get out since no one had been there to see it. He maintained his image as the great knight, and the masked man was the villain. So it was that when Chu Chang showed his face the crowds cheered and hailed. For Lan Jue, though, he received nothing but boos. The two young men stood side by side. Chu Chang was loving the attention, so saw no need to hide himself away in the Adept resting areas. I should choke the life out of you, Lan Jue muttered with a tired anger. The originator of his misery chuckled. Take it easy, man. It is what it is, right now it's best to just go with the flow. We're in the same boat anyway, you know Lena ran off somewhere and probably isn't coming back. Oh please. Get the hell away from me, you stink like hormones. Don't put me anywhere near your boat. I'm not even in your ocean. For you this whole thing is warranted. I'm just suffering for your sins. Lan Jue whined. Fine, alright, it's my fault. If we happen to run into each other on the field I'll let you win, alright? How about that, we're even. Chu Chang hastily buried the issue. As if on cue, the sorting process began. The sound like flicking playing cards filled the air as pictures soared overhead. After 3 rounds the challenger pool had been whittled down to over 400. Elimination rounds were to proceed that would reduce this number by half again. But whether or not they moved on now, everyone present was a winner in regards to the richness of the rewards they'd earned. The pictures in the sky above swiftly organized themselves into pairs precisely as had been done the 3 days prior. At this point Lan Jue had stopped holding up hope for some luck, especially considering his match history so far. That was why when he saw his opponent he was pleasantly surprised, at least it wasn't a friend of his. More than those of his avenue or acquaintances, there were also the true powerhouse enemies like Constantine that he was really afraid of running into. In a case like that he'd be forced to pull out all his tricks, and even then the chances of victory would be slim. The pharmacist was also in that category, and running into her would be an even more bitter tragedy. Even for Skyfire Avenue standards she was stunningly strong. Also, how could he possibly fight her when Junior was watching in the audience? At that point he'd have no other option other than to forfeit. He thanked his lucky stars that wasn't this time. His opponent was number 122. If he were bold enough to ask for better luck, then it was possible this unknown opponent could be one of the few remaining 8th ranks. The tournament was moving along well. 5 rounds would see it complete and they were 3 in. The enormous press of adepts had dwindled to a select few, but that didn't diminish the energy. With every new day the fights became more splendid. To highlight and capitalize on this, the very fight was extended from 30 minutes to 60. Contestants were given a full hour to give everything in them for victory. Lan Jue was with the second batch today. Chu Chang was with the first, and he drew the short straw today. His adversary was Serial, Archangel of the Moon. Damn, look at this hottie. Chu Chang, clearly, wasn't aware of his bad luck. This is one of the few good ones. Don't hurt her. Lan Jue implored. Don't tell me there's something between you two? Chu Chang couldn't keep the curiosity from his face. He answered with a shake of his head. Not in the least. She helped me once, and of all that mess in the Pontiff's Citadel she's one of the few that leaves me with a good impression. Fine, whatever. Look, the vampire princess didn't work out, so how about an angel as my next one, eh? What do you say? NGH, and what if those two ever met? Ooh baby, that's a fun image. Darkness on the left and purity on the right, different temperaments, different styles, the thought makes my mouth water. Chu Chang was getting carried away, but the look he saw in his friends, I caught the words in his throat. It was pity. How could he not be praising him for his vivid imagination? Smack! Something hit Chu Chang so hard he went reeling. He spun around with a curse on his lips that died the instant he saw who was him. Those angry eyes were cast down meekly. Dad, you're a judge. You can't go around slapping people. He cowered obsequiously before the ice-cold glare of Chu Dong. Chu Chang's father said nothing. He only slowly lifted his finger and pointed it directly at his face. There were no words, but the look he gave his son promised there would be literal hell to pay. A man like this kept his promises. Chu Chang looked like a terrified child. What did I even do to deserve this? That really hurt, Dad, ow. Help me see if there's a bump. Karma's a bitch. Lan Jue bloated. You're a skirt-chasing bum. Consider this a reckoning. If I were your dad I'd beat the shit out of you so you don't bring disgrace to the family. I'm not your friend anymore. Chu Chang shrilly exclaimed. Lan Jue's spine straightened in righteous indignation. Excellent, get right on that. I won't bother with you or your baggage anymore. And let me tell you something else. You better pray she beats you senseless, because if I meet you in the next round, Uncle, hey. Where are you running so fast? A few seconds later Chu Chang was rudely deposited on his side of the assigned arena. His impassive opponent, Serial, stared at him from the other end. She displayed no mirth at his misfortune, not offered disparaging words. She was all silent determination. 3, 2, 1. Begin. The sharp buzzer sounded, and the 4th round of the Great Adept Tournament began. 1. This is the literal translation. I've never read anything more poetic. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 417, The Dark Mage. Chapter 417, The Dark Mage. Serial's face changed a little when she saw her opponent for the first time. She didn't look happy. Of course the Pontiff's men had dossiers on members of the Great Conclave, and Chu Chang was no exception. She knew who he represented and had watched his fights. Serial had faith in her abilities, but she also knew her limits. This would be a difficult fight. In another arena not far away, another person Lan Jue was familiar with was preparing for battle. The coffee master was clad today in white trousers, a white shirt and coffee-colored trouser straps. His opponent was an ominous-looking old man who looked to be 50 or 60 years old. The rules were quite strict about age restrictions, but even then the coffee master wasn't sure this man didn't cheat his way in. He bore a dark scepter in his hands that was capped by a midnight blue gemstone. A faint light surrounded it. The instant the buzzer sounded, the craggy old fighter lifted that scepter into the air. He called out a litany in a strange and monstrous voice. It was like nails scraping the inside of one's skull, and the words resonated over and over. Each poisoned syllable saw an orb of blackish-green energy belch from the stave and race toward the coffee master. Dark magic. The coffee master picked out his opponent's powers right away. The story was that adepts with supernatural powers like this sold their souls to powerful demons in exchange. In fact, even the Dark Citadel was reticent to deal with these sorts. They felt their foray into necromancy was filthy. The revelation also explained his strange appearance. For these adepts' powers were earned through sacrifice of both their body and soul. The ultimate goal was immortality in the form of an immortal lich. Contemporary knowledge recognized liches as their term for paragons. If any existed at all, however, they kept themselves well hidden. The moment a lich revealed itself, every one of the remaining paragons would make it their mission to hunt them down. Liches were the embodiment of destruction and death. Anywhere they went, they left a trail of desolation. Pestilence, disease, and all other manner of curses were inevitable when they appeared. So it was that the presence of a lich became a problem for all humanity. This one wasn't a lich, likely still a ways from it based on cursory judgment. However, he was a representative of the Dark Citadel. It meant he was quite powerful indeed. The coffee master couldn't afford to be careless. His first reaction was to launch himself into the air and tear like a missile toward his foe. Graceful and elegant off the field, once the fight started, the coffee master was like a wild animal. However, one of the black-green orbs caught him en route. Immediately he could feel the strength leaching out of him. Curse of weakness. The attacks of these mages afflicted one's spirit, stemming from black occult powers. The coffee master had a fair amount of battle experience, but his real expertise lay in mecha combat. It was widely accepted that when it came to one-on-one disciplined battles, only the accountant was worse than the coffee master. The fact that he'd made it here to the 4th round spoke volumes to his luck, especially considering his lower rank in 9th level. It looked like all that luck was about to run out. The coffee master bit firmly down on his tongue. The pain sharpened his mind enough for him to descend and land at his feet. When he straightened, his body had begun to swell. His shirt ripped, his pants tore, and the skin beneath was thick with corded muscle. On the VIP platform, the gourmet watched with a slight frown. Must he always go straight for this madness? The gourmet silently chided. The coffee master, of course, was not mad. His discipline was called berserker. Its function was to rapidly and tremendously increase his musculature. So, even though the coffee master wasn't as strong in a duel as other fighters, you would be hard-pressed to find someone who could take more punishment. The violent change dispelled the weakening curse. In the blink of an eye, the coffee master was a few steps in front of the mage with his enormous meaty fist flailing through the air. The elderly necromancer never moved. His dark eyes like vipers simply watched him come. He moved the scepter, just the slightest bit. A dark light sprang up around the wild Avenue Adept before we went running off to the side. He'd completely lost control of his body. Curse of Confusion. It was a high-order necromancy ability, specifically suited in combat against a close-ranged fighter like the coffee master. Wordlessly he cursed his situation. He didn't know how to proceed. His discipline instantly shot all aspects of his physicality into the stratosphere. Strength, endurance, energy, everything was greatly empowered. At the 9th level he was even stronger than most mech suits. Of course, for everything there was a counter. For one such as him who relied on close combat and strength, a mage steeped in battlefield control was a true nightmare. The coffee master knew enough to know when he was in trouble. This would be payback for his former good luck. Statistics demanded that he would come across a true challenge eventually. The confusion curse forced him to race far from his target. All the while the old man stood unmoving from his spot. The incantation ceaselessly filled the air with unsettling calls. As the audience held their ears and watched, a pale purple aura pulsed wildly out from his scepter. A single beam of toxic light shot out from the necromancer's gem toward the coffee master. The light itself appeared unremarkable, but it was often the innocuous that were most dangerous. The audience couldn't feel the soul-devouring energy hidden in the depths of that light, but the all-pervasive sense of dread that swallowed them up stopped the breath in their throats. Death Ray. The strongest and most terrible necromantic curse. The coffee master, under the effects of the curse, couldn't avoid the inevitable. The beam struck, and where it landed a rippling violet light spread out. He collapsed upon himself, like a corpse. The body lurched. It shook and rocked, and a disgusting rip sounded around the arena. The coffee master pulled himself out from underneath layers of dead muscle with gasping breaths. I concede. The mage was clearly stunned at this last-minute revelation. The coffee master had saved himself by hardening and shedding a shield of muscle. Having won victory, he ceased his dark curses. As for the coffee master, he cast a hard glare toward his foe, then stepped out of the arena. This was a competition and not a life or death struggle. He only came here do well enough to save face, and he had. The rewards he would be bringing home were also a nice parting gift. Their fight had been fast. By contrast, the fight between Zhou Qianlin and the Angel of the Moon was just getting started. Fierce columns of fire belched within the arena, although Zhou Qianlin himself appeared especially calm. Roaring flares of pitch-black flame continuously raced toward Serial. The young woman had always been beautiful, but with her wings spread wide and bathed in holy light, she was a vision of heart-aching purity. The light was silvery and ethereal, giving illumination to the origin of her name. Overhead its source was spied to be a crescent moon suspended in the air a few meters above her head. The beautiful light had a purpose, to strengthen her coming onslaught. Like the other seraphs, Serial's weapon was the congealed energy of holy light. Its piercing white light beamed outward to cut the flaming attacks away. The holy light shone fiercely against the hellish fires of Zhou Qianlin's assault. This was a battle of dogma, diametrically opposed beliefs. On the outside it looked as though they were neck and neck. Neither could break the stalemate. However, keener observers and especially Serial understood the tactic. Consume energy. Zhou Qianlin was 7th degree, and herself 6th, a difference of a single rank. Still she couldn't sustain against the full strength of Zhou Qianling's offense. The tack he took now was a guarded opening move. His violent and expansive display seemed silly in a battle of staying power, but the idea was to leave nowhere for Serial to turn. She didn't puzzle out his other objective, however, which was one he'd cooked up after Lan Jue's warning. Let her stay a while and win with dignity. But how could this pity be something Serial could approve of? A glimmering crescent moon emerged between her eyebrows. Her 6 majesty wings beat in unison to send her soaring back several meters. The space she vacated was immediately consumed in hellfire, which burned and roared after her like a hellish serpent. She brought the blazing sword high overhead, a ringing prayer simultaneously cast from her lips. Her melodious prayer rang through the arena like a church choir. The rousing devotion set the holy light around her ablaze, and her great pulses of energy beat back the waves of black fire. The moon suspended overhead grew and grew until it was a full moon. The white light blazed with the power of a sun and flooded her with intensity, so fierce in fact that the white burned away to shimmering silver. Under the sudden and sensational increase in power, Zhou Qianling's hellfire was beaten back. The Hades' successor looked on in shock. This was a last stand. What was she doing? In the audience Metatron ever so slightly nodded his head. On paper Serial was among the weaker archangels. She was of few words, almost timid. But Metatron knew there was much more to her than that. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 418, A Monarch's Bane is a Woman. Chapter 418, A Monarch's Bane is a Woman. Metatron knew Serial to be tough. She'd shown it after being selected for genetic experimentation. The harder they pushed her, the faster she bounced back. She was fearless and indomitable. Where others cracked, she stood firm, ready to die for what was needed and take the enemy with her. But this was a competition, not a fight to the death. He admired her determination, and who could say? Perhaps she'd work a miracle and remove the Hades heir from play. The disgrace the Pontiff's citadel had recently suffered was a fresh wound. Metatron had continued to ruminate over it, eventually coming to the conclusion that these foreign foes must have had help from the inside. Furthermore, only someone with significant trust could provide useful information, or even be effective in helping them get in. Serial was on his list, but his suspicions were eased upon seeing her fervent drive to earn the Citadel honor. The Terminator watched carefully from the front row of the platform. His face was a mask of indifference. The sudden divide between he and Little Junior was plain as day, but there was nothing that could be done. The very special child had become invaluable overnight, and he didn't want to do anything that might make his guests wary. He also greatly respected the gourmet for remaining here in the face of this new information. It showed real character. Zhou Qianling's eyes narrowed, fixed upon Serial. The holy light surrounding her grew brighter with each passing moment. He lifted his own hands in response and pressed his palms outward. A pale gray aura appeared around him like a host of spirits, and the sea of flame around his saw all the color bleed away. They flashed and flared in monocolor, and the increased forced Serial's cocoon of holy light to begin retracting once again. This was pure Hades hellfire. Even an amateur could tell at a glance that Zhou Qianlin had the advantage in energy manipulation. There was a reason he was considered a natural talent with potential greater even than the gourmet. Like Lan Jue, he'd already had a wealth of experience commanding the protogenic powers of the Hades Ascension. Because of this, he had been blessed with a natural understanding of his powers that went far beyond your average adept. Serial was simply outclassed. Serial grunted. The silvery light around her imploded toward the blade in her grip. Streams of silvery energy swarmed together to infuse the blade with potency. The full moon that hung overhead descended and shrank until it took up position behind the angel of the moon. She blazed so brightly that she looked like a silver seraph statue that threatened to blind the eyes. A strange smirk crossed Chu Cheng's face as the image of a schoolgirl in a tiny skirt tittered on behalf of the moon. I will right wrongs and triumph over evil, and that means you. All she had to do was throw that quote out and he'd laugh himself out of the arena. Serial wasn't aware of Chu Cheng's lascivious thoughts. She continued to gather energy until it seemed as though she might burst. And then, without warning, she blasted forward like a silver lance. The burning light pierced right through the gray flames, right for the center of Chu Cheng's chest. Ding! Chu Cheng was pushed back a step and the ringing sound resounded across the arena. His right hand had risen just in time to ward off the deadly strike from Serial. Chu Cheng looked down upon her with eyes of smoldering gray. His aura was thick and bleak, like a choking manifestation of death. She could feel something in the aura around him, some terrible and indescribable beast that hungered for her. She'd managed to knock him back, but where she should have retreated she discovered nothing but a world of gray. The light around her was gone, and with it her immense speed and strength. She wanted to wave and slice with her blade, but it was impossible. A crushing wave of silvery fluid like mercury crashed around her. It seeped into her every pore. This was... Serial's pretty eyes were wide in alarm. She tried to react, but a boundless expanse of gray stretched out ahead, drawing her attention. She could feel something lurking, unseen, a terrible presence. Her right arm had been the one knocked away, and it was over her right elbow she felt that presence descend upon her. Ding! The sound of ringing steel was heard again, but this time it was Serial who was knocked back. She could feel the penetrating energies grow ever stronger, and the light of her holy weapon dimmed considerably in response. She had spied Chu Cheng's weapon, briefly. It was a dagger that he held upside down in his right hand. The base of its hilt was home to a strange gray gem. That was what had saved him from her last strike, and what had nearly ended her just now. What she couldn't figure out was how this clearly empowered weapon was not releasing any sort of energy or aura. Tendrils of errant gray power congealed to form an enormous blade of air. It pointed directly at the lunar angel's chest. She was frozen in place, unable to move, unable to resist. A buzzer rang. This fight was finished. The gray light melted away from around Chu Cheng, and fled from his eyes. They sparkled as he gave his opponent a pleasant smile. He even offered a polite bow before leaving the ring. Lan Jue's shocked expression was only partially hidden by his mask. He must be really scared of his dad, he thought. He fought like a different man. He was beginning to suspect a doppelganger until Chu Cheng came back and opened his mouth. What do you think? Sexy stuff, am I right? And I was a perfect gentleman, totally left an impression. Lan Jue sighed helplessly. It would have been if you could shut up about it. What's the point anyway? It's not like Serial's gonna go tiptoeing to your room because you bowed once. I'd give up your hopes, brother. You understand nothing, Chu Cheng disdainfully instructed. A bird in the hand is worth more than two in the bush. Lena was definitely watching that, and I'm sure that when she was reminded how awesome I am she started to think twice about this whole running away from me thing. Lan Jue couldn't stifle his laughter. Here I thought you'd already climbed that mountain last night. His friend looked depressed. Don't even bring it up. I'll tell you all about it after your fight. It's about time for you to get out there. Lan Jue stepped out to the open field, and even before he got to the ring a chorus of boos had begun to follow him. Sometimes, he thought, being a man sucked. If his opponent yesterday hadn't had been a beautiful woman then he wouldn't be suffering today. He silently whispered a prayer that he'd be spared a female opponent this time. The picture of 122 used during pairing hid their identity hidden beneath a helmet. However, the mystery was revealed when he entered the ring and got a closer look. Indeed, one often came upon the misfortunes they fought to avoid. 122 was a woman. Female adepts were not a rare thing, but the higher echelons were largely male. Even here at a tournament like this, coming across a strong woman was relatively rare. This woman was clad in bright yellow leather that shone distractingly in the light. Unlike the profile picture in the sky above, she wore no helmet. She was revealed to have short pale green hair which hung to her shoulders. The combination made her look like a valiant steampunk heroine. She wasn't a very beautiful girl, but she did have a certain charm. Dynamic was perhaps the word Lan Jue felt best described her. She bounced from foot to foot over by her end of the arena. The vivacious young girl hopped and circled to warm up. Lan Jue shook his head, and made an internal promise, I will not be called a woman beater. She flashed him a dimpled smile, full of sweetness. He nodded back. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Her pretty smile never left as the buzzer sounded. The girl almost skipped forward, seemingly in a rush to make her way over to him. Lan Jue watched her carefully, then raced off obliquely with a start. Not half a moment later the spot he stood upon erupted as a giant spike of stone leaped out. The spike pierced a good 3 meters into the air, with a peak sharper enough to impale him if he hadn't moved. The sight of it made Lan Jue's face go pale. Even with his body's natural resistance, that would have hurt. Now, was this an appropriate way for a sweet young girl to act? Great cries of regret sounded from the audience. They were upset she hadn't run him through with her opening attack. Lan Jue's face twitched in irritation. She's trying to kill me. Where's your humanity? 122 pursed her lips, also looking upset that the attack hadn't landed. She answered by forcing a second massive column of stone to erupt from the earth. Lan Jue leaped up into the air to avoid it. Battling an earth-based adept on the ground was a bad idea. It was a discipline one didn't encounter often, and she had pretty masterful control. Although her contestant number was on the higher end for this round, her discipline was still a very respectable 9th level first rank. At this point, Lan Jue didn't even have anything to say about his lack of fortune. Hey! The girl in yellow jumped up, and came crashing to the ground with both feet. Light as she looked, the whole arena rumbled from the impact. A shuddering boom filled the air. The 2 spiky columns from before shook then shattered, sending shards of stone thick as a man's arm tearing through the air. They converged upon Lan Jue's location, but this time he didn't dodge. Instead, a shuddering aura of electric energy pulsed out with him at its center like a lightning grenade. Feral arcs of lightning blasted outward to envelope the entire ring. Forest of lightning. The jagged stones were turned to dust as they encountered the lightning storm. He was a rank above this girl and possessed 2 disciplines, so he had the advantage in terms on energy stores. He abused that advantage by using such a powerful attack so quickly. The girl was also lost in the roaring wave of electricity. However, she was saved from it beneath a gleaming orb of yellow light. She remained a single calm speck in the chaos of electricity around her. Earth was going to be a problem, it was naturally a counter to lightning. 122 pressed her hands together in the shape of a heart. A yellow light was birthed and began to grow stronger between her fingers. The moment she saw an opening in the lightning storm, she shoved her hands out with a cry. A beam of yellow light fired off toward the sky. Lan Jue didn't press the attack after using the forest of lightning. This was such a good opportunity to try his hand against a range of disciplines, so he was in a hurry to finish the fight. The more he pressed himself against powerful foes, the faster he would grow in strength. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 419, Pressure, the Core's Catalyst. Chapter 419, Pressure, the Core's Catalyst. The roaring forest of lightning eventually restrained itself. The origin of that terrible attack, Lan Jue, shimmered as the last bolt of lightning faded. He looked at the dark yellow light where his opponent stood. 122's aura of protection extended about 2 meters in all directions. However, with the onslaught finished, the manifestation of the girl's power exploded every which way like a sudden sandstorm. It covered everything in a rich mustard yellow, and even she vanished so as to be indistinguishable from the dirt of the arena floor. Everything was flooded with the earth element, which deepened its color even further. The young girl's perky and playful persona had vanished along with nearly everything else. Even the audience could feel the waves of energy pouring from the ring. However, Lan Jue did not react. He remained suspended in the soupy yellow air while errant tendrils of electricity coiled around him. The audience could spot him through the haze, but if they didn't know any better they might mistake him for a spectator. He didn't move or react, just floated. They would all be running if they could feel the crushing pressure he felt. The tension came from both the sky above and the earth below. It squeezed him from both directions and left him with nowhere to go, the turkey slice in a very unfortunate sandwich. Not bad. Lan Jue mused. Thankfully the girl in yellow didn't appear capable of reading thoughts, or she'd have crushed him into dust for his unspoken insolence. It was true, he felt pretty great. It wasn't because of his clear domination of the fight, but indeed because he could feel something. It seemed like the pharmacist was right, having to fight his way back to his former power levels had helped strengthen his foundation. He doubted there were many at his current rank that could boast the same. What adept would willingly give up their discipline, even for the promise of future success? Not many. There was maybe only one in a million with that kind of resolve and mental fortitude. There was a great deal of guesswork on the process, and he was lucky to have only dropped to first rank. Not many could afford the risk. Lan Jue's case was different. It was like fate had determined this course for him. It was the only explanation for how he ended up in this situation. He knew the pharmacist was right because of the differences he felt, differences he hadn't noticed until she had explained it to him. Now it was unmistakable, and present every time he trained with Qianlin. The makeup of his core had undergone subtle changes since the binding. Before, he could describe his core as a solution of condensed electric molecules. Now it was as though someone drained away the fluid, and all that was left were those pure molecules. He felt purer, more stable. It wasn't an obvious change, easy to miss, but now that he knew where to look he could always see it. He could see how this affected his max potential. He was stronger than before, more capable. As with anyone else's cultivation process, however, progress came through bitter training, or bitter experience. This sort of motivating discomfort was best when it came from combat experience, and could only really be obtained through combat against someone roughly one's own level. This girl was weaker than he, but her discipline was unique. Earth-type adepts specifically had very powerful defenses and had a stronger crushing force than any other power. There was nowhere to run, so Lan Jue had no choice but suffer the pressure directly. In a real fight Lan Jue couldn't have stood around like this. The idea would be to prevent your enemy from having any opportunity to counterattack. However, Earth adepts were known for their relatively slow nature, and Lan Jue's advantage in the area didn't need to be affirmed. But why not abuse it? Because he liked when his enemy pulled out all the stops. This girl was showing her true strength, and that was what Lan Jue appreciated. He was a little busy, but if someone were to ask how he felt in that moment, he'd have a simple answer: perfect. The whole ring began to shake. The girl fixed Lan Jue with an imposing glare, likely biding time. Earth adepts were slow, but if they had time to prepare an attack then it made them infinitely more dangerous. The man suspended in air left the girl with a very strange impression. She'd never met Zeus but knew him by reputation. She expected, considering his status, to lose quite quickly to the mercenary king. However, instead he had allowed her to employ her full strength. Could he be that self-confident? Did he think he could shrug off everything she had to throw at him? 122 clenched her jaw as the thought of his suspected conceit wormed through her mind. Somewhere deep in her chest her core flared, but all Lan Jue saw was the sudden and violent expulsion of her discipline. That familiar crush resumed, stronger than before. He could feel his bones creaking. Still he did not move. In utter stillness he focused on the changes in his own core. As the outward pressures increased he watched the blue-purple energies condense into a gloriously shimmering gold. The pale force encompassing it did not change, though its color dimmed the golden power that tried to expand outward. The interior of his core also seemed different. He'd since felt the purity of his discipline compared to before, but now it seemed even more concentrated. Like it was morphing. Yes, that's what it felt like. Lan Jue was overjoyed. Losing this fight would be well worth it. If he was right, then the benefits of these changes would be reaped when he got back to the avenue. Zeta. Qianlin sat within the audience, far from the arena. Still she could also feel her own core reacting through her connection to Lan Jue. As he was suffering the effects of 122's discipline, so was her own core. The changes were smaller and more subtle than Lan Jue's, but were noticeable nonetheless. The morning star sat beside her. She was caked in makeup and hidden beneath an enormous sun hat to hide her identity. Large, dark sunglasses hid most of her face. In all it resulted in a near-complete transformation from pirate queen to little rich girl. The pontiff himself could walk right by her and be none the wiser. Metatron sat a few dozen meters away and hadn't the slightest idea. Now that her discipline had returned mostly to normal, she had no more desire to be cooped up in her hotel room. Today she decided to join them at the arena for the games. For your average attendee, finding tickets at this point was as likely as turning into an alpaca. But they had the advantage of being friends with Chu Chang. Xiaosu darted a glance toward Qianlin. Now that they were so close she could feel the waves of energy coming off of her. He spotted her eyes, which although open were staring blankly straight ahead. What was she thinking? Xiaosu turned her eyes back to the tournament grounds, and continued to wonder why Lan Jue refused to fight back. Her guess was her new master aimed to goad his opponent into using all of her power. Once she was drained and committed, he would turn it around to finish her. Boom! The building anticipation reached a fever pitch as her attack finally burst forth. It started on the ground. Towering obelisks of stone clawed upwards. They pointed at odd angles like a mouth of rotten teeth. Yellow light poured from their jagged crowns, each of which pointed squarely at Lan Jue. He could feel the gravity around him begin to change. 122 wasn't a gravity adept, but her discipline was earth. Gravity was a result of mass, so she had a certain measure of mastery over it as well. If her eventual destiny was to reach Paragon, then gravity manipulation would be a staple of her personal domain. None of this was a surprise to Lan Jue, even as the crushing force of gravity increased. The air around him warped oddly as though viewed through a veil of heat. Flashes of earthy yellow blinked and vanished all around. He first heard the whistling, which turned into a roar as boulders the size of watermelons came screaming toward Lan Jue from overhead. The first few in sight weren't overly large, but larger ones, many over a square meter, quickly followed. It was a meteor shower that encapsulated the whole ring. Lan Jue had nowhere to go. The falling stones and reaching stalagmites gleamed with a yellow aura. The force of pure earth elemental energy was empowering them. Common knowledge stated that earth adepts, if given enough time, could shatter planets. Lan Jue felt that to be an accurate assessment. Up or down, nowhere was safe. This was punctuated when suddenly the stalagmites ripped themselves from the earth and launched at Lan Jue like terrifying javelins. He had nowhere to go, instead dodging the spikes and boulders as they came. He was so quick that he could barely be seen slinking through the tiny gaps between the stones. But with every stone he sidestepped, he could feel the gravity getting stronger. It made him sluggish and slow. A meteor the side of his chest howled by when suddenly gravity changed again. He spun out of control just as another stone came right for him. He couldn't dodge, this one he'd just have to power through. That wouldn't work. Instead, he fluidly pushed both arms out as the boulder came. It forced his body out of the way and sent the boulder spiraling. This was a benefit of his taiji skills, which conditioned him to use gentleness against force for defense. He didn't even need to use his martial abilities. 1. In traditional Chinese thought, they believed the entire universe to consist of 5 elements: fire, earth, metal, water, and wood. Each one corresponds to a set of things which they considered to be representative of the element. Fire, for instance, is action, north, summer, and red. Yellow is the color for earth. Some of the other aspects associated with the earth element are sweet flavor, late summer, the center, anxiety and pensiveness, the spleen and stomach, singing, and a certain aspect of the soul. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 420, Weeding Out the Stragglers. Chapter 420, Weeding Out the Stragglers. Lan Jue was beset by danger, suspended alone in the air. He looked destined to be impaled on the great earthen spikes. The stalagmites picked up speed and tore through the air like ballista bolts. They closed the gap between their target and the tumbling meteors that were crashing down from overhead. He had nowhere to hide. Once the danger from below was more apparent, Lan Jue responded by moving even faster. He moved left and right and in between with the speed of a lightning bolt to evade the threats. On occasion, the increased gravity would get the better of him and a meteor would find its mark. Those that he couldn't avoid were deflected, just as he'd done before. The point was to take as little damage as he could from these errant boulders and spikes. Still, they kept coming until the boulders blotted out the sky and those terrible spikes hid the floor from view. Lan Jue could only be seen as a bolt of blue light flitting between the cracks. This was possible the most stunning fight of the tournament up to this point, as was evidenced by the fact that almost the whole audience had their eyes glued to their ring. Smash him! Smash him! Smash him! The cries swelled to a cacophonous chant as the spectators cheered 122 on. 122 watched him from the ground, a dignified and imposing expression on her face. The meteor showers and earth spikes were her most practiced abilities. Her concentration was honed to a laser focus, bringing all of her power to bear against that single dark spot in the sky. Where she struggled was in finding a way to lock the speedy bastard down. Every time she thought she had him dead to rights, he'd find some way to slither out of it. She had every advantage, but it wasn't enough, and the longer this went on, the darker the outlook became. Lan Jue was focused entirely on evasion. He was spending a great deal of energy in the process as well, but it was all worth it to force 122 into this position. At the very least, her doughty attacks served to make him stronger. For 10 minutes neither earned the upper hand, but even so the audience knew what the result would be. 122 was outmatched, even if she was holding him off for so long. In the end, the chances of her coming away victorious were slim. Perhaps she knew it, too, for the staggering hail of meteors lessened. The spikes spat from the earth below came slower as well. Lan Jue could also feel that the gravitational anomalies pulling at him had begun to ease. Just in time, he thought. His clothes were torn and dirty, the result of repeated run-ins with the focused meteor field he'd survived. Although she didn't know it, she'd had him against the ropes. Any faster and there wouldn't have been much for him to do but get knocked around like a rag doll. He had suffered some injuries, though none were serious, but only because the explosive nature of his discipline and his taiji training had spared him a very dismal fate. More important than any of this was the continued adjustments to Lan Jue's core. This had been his goal the entire time, and the result of this competition was a distant secondary concern. Suddenly the yellow haze and pummeling rocks subsided. Why'd she stop? Lan Jue pondered. He stopped his erratic flight patterns and looked down at her. Her chest heaved from the effort, but there was something more. Her red-rimmed eyes were thick with tears when, suddenly, and with a shrieking voice she cried, "You bully!" She ran from the ring choked with sobs. He watched her go, flabbergasted by what just happened. She had tried to flatten him with an unending cascade of rocks the size of his head, and he was the bully? What the hell? Lowlife. 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 The crowd had settled on a single curse to call in unison. Few could hear what she'd said, but there were screens in front of every seat that showed the tears streaming down her face. It was a possibility and a potential problem with any fight between a man and a woman. Sometimes the women cry, and when they did, who would side with the man? Others decided more choice curses were more appropriate, and screamed them liberally at him. Somehow he'd become persona non grata out here. Meanwhile, the gourmet had his hands pressed firmly against Juner's ears. He had to be careful that these over-enthusiastic fans didn't corrupt her young mind. Lan Jue wordlessly left the ring and made for the relative safety of the waiting area. Contempt was in the eyes of many a spectator as he trudged away. He even earned a strange look from the pharmacist as she walked out for her own fight. "Were you making fun of her on purpose?" she asked, the slightest note of disapproval in her voice. "What?" he asked quickly. "You'd told me before about my discipline, and about how retraining made it more stable. I was just testing out the theory, and it ended up being true. But in order to get there I needed to be pushed. I was hoping to get some help from the girl to help me improve. So why the hell is everyone cursing at me?" She just shook her head. "You fail to understand them. They don't know how strong she was, or what kind of pressure you were under. All they saw was your determination not to strike back. You forced her to use everything she had and beat her without a single punch. Can you think of any better way to shame an opponent? The girl thinks you're looking down on her, not even worth really fighting. The audience sees it as cruel teasing." Lan Jue stared at her, entirely dumbfounded. This is a travesty. Worse, his assertions could only be told to the pharmacist because no one else would believe him. His only course of action was to flee the contemptuous glares of the crowd. He could still hear the curses as he left to change, persisting until he came back some minutes later without the mask or uniform. Was he just pissing off everyone he came across? He felt completely powerless. Luck was actively working against him. Could this be a flaw in his own character? He had originally wanted to stay and watch the fights, but after the shaming he just experienced, the best course of action was to flee. Zeta. The fourth round concluded without any notable upsets. The highlights were widely available on the television. The on-demand options were more telling, with Lan Jue's fight topping the charts. Reports flooded the screen with images of the young girl's teary eyes. What followed was a tirade against the monstrous actions of Zeus. Perhaps unexpectedly, the resurrection vote for this round didn't go to 122. Instead, Chu Cheng's opponent, the stunningly beautiful Serial, was called back to compete. Meanwhile, the media had chosen a pithy nickname for Chu Cheng, the Dark Gentleman. Of course, where there was a hero, a villain was needed, so Lan Jue filled that vacuum. And once the populace had an idea in their head, changing that was near impossible. Lan Jue's singular blessing was the mask that concealed his identity. He praised his wise decision to wear, because otherwise the lynch mob would already be breaking down his door. Chu Cheng, perhaps wisely, wasn't answering his calls. He was like a horseman of the apocalypse, and gone without a trace when trouble came knocking. That was brotherhood for you. Really, though, none of this bothered Lan Jue too much. If he concerned himself with the opinions of others, then he'd have lost his mind years ago. The next few days saw his fortunes experience an upward swing. Though none of his opponents were weak, they also weren't outside of his capabilities. Meanwhile, the contender pool kept shrinking. Round 5 had more than 200 adepts, brought down to 180, round 6 dropped that to 95. Round 7 finished with 48 adepts, and going forward from here, no challenger would be less than 9th level. The Avenue had a strong showing. Aside from the pharmacist, the driver, bartender, barber and beautician had all advanced to the 8th round. Lan Jue and Xu Chang were also still in the running. Serial, thanks to the resurrection vote, was there too, with her compatriot Constantine. The necromancer who had defeated the coffee master was also still in contention, and several other notable young adepts. A few surprising exceptions did exist, unknowns from the west and north, but they were few. Now they all waited for the 8th round of fights to begin. This would be the final elimination round before double elimination began. The 24 adepts in that round had 2 chances to get in the top 16. First they'll fight, then the winning 12 will advance as the losing 12 fight for a second chance. The losing 6 are gone from the tournament and the winning 6 are voted down to 4. Those final winning 4 then join the original winning 12 competitors to advance to the next round, group battles. If the losing 2 are not voted out by a margin larger than 10%, then they are also permitted to join the groups. In that case it would be 2 groups of 5 against 2 groups of 4. All of this meant that round 8 was very important. The winners here had a real shot. The prize for reaching the group battle stage was an A-ranked power gem, and not a common one either. Lan Jue had tried very hard to remain aloof, indifferent and invisible through rounds 5, 6 and 7. The curses had largely vanished by the 8th round since his last few opponents had all been men. Xu Chang was the darling, a representative of the north who was both gentleman and warrior. He was as powerful as he was noble, and suddenly the dream boy of no small number of young ladies. Woe be unto any of them who learned of his other persona, as the Prince of Nightlife. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 421, Xu Chang's Tough Break. Chapter 421, Xu Chang's Tough Break. All of the remaining competitors were gathered into a single waiting area. It was much finer than the one from before. Where hard seats were the high prize in the first few rounds, now each of them had a personal sofa to lounge on between fights. A side table was also provided with fruit and drink. While contestants were enjoying their upgrade, the field outside was being adjusted for the rounds to come. Now, the field was only separated into 4 rings. Eventually it would be the whole field used as a ring, and that's when the fights could get really spectacular. The Terminator and the Infernal Vanguard were rumored to be personally narrating the fights and offering their input. So whose ass do you think you're kicking today? Xu Chang said. He was draped over a nearby sofa. Lan Jue looked straight ahead. You, he answered softly. Xu Chang shook his head in disappointment. This guy, how could your heart be so full of the lust for revenge, eh? Lan Jue pinned him to the furniture with a frigid glare, but said nothing. Xu Chang chuckled sheepishly. All right. So I may have besmirched your name, okay, but you're wearing a mask. No one knows who you are, you haven't lost anything. I handed over that damn fine cognac without a word of complaint, didn't I? Anyway, I can't complain with all these young ladies suddenly so interested in who is Xu Chang. What do you say, huh? After I get eliminated I find a good girl to love, settle down. But with the adoration of the crowds I don't think it's necessarily fair to deprive them of me. Needs of the many weighed against the desires of the few, right? What do you think? Lan Jue gave him a thumbs up. You're definitely a rare individual. Xu Chang lifted a brow. Am I? Oh yeah, Lan Jue assured. It's almost impossible to find anyone else with their head any farther up their own ass. Xu Chang huffed indignantly. Watch your tone. Big brother here will kick the shit out of you if we do get matched up. Xu Chang was, of course, aware of Lan Jue's drastic reduction in talent. Lan Jue patted his head in irritation. Alright, hope you mean what you say. Xu Chang broke into a sudden and easy smile. Screw it, right? We're brothers, not barbarians. I do find myself in a quandary, though. There are a whole lot of people hoping for me to win, but I'm gonna have to go through that tomboy from the Avenue to do it. Ugh, and Constantine. I'm not worried about any of the others, no offense. All right, and there are a couple sleeping giants among us from the conclave. Be careful if you run into them, they're strong and people don't know it yet. He delivered the last sentence with a serious stare. Lan Jue's eyes inadvertently swept the waiting room, searching for these mysterious adepts. He spotted one, a tall man who looked like a copy of the Terminator. His skin was a rich brown, bald, and with no outside evidence of mechanical assistance. He was surrounded by a distinct aura of danger. From what he could gather watching earlier fights, this one's discipline was force. However, his discipline was so strong that his talent could affect the atmosphere around them. So far no one had lasted more than 3 minutes against him. His force pummeled them long before then. Lan Jue was more suspicious of the other one, though, someone who stood in stark contrast to the hulkyish man. She was a woman, in a long white dress with a veil obscuring her features. She was elegant and classically beautiful, all but for her eyes. They were a myriad of colors, which were hard to see with her smaller eyes. When her eyes widened, though, they shone brilliantly with the full spectrum of the rainbow. Her earlier fights had been quite strange, and in fact many of her opponents weren't even sure how they lost. It would just end. Lan Jue had paid very close attention to her in the last few rounds. Her weapon was a long sword which she wielded with an almost ethereal grace. Her victories had all been easily, and mysteriously, won. She was alluring and dangerous like a succubus, and the only way he'd really understand her powers was if he had to fight her. He wasn't in any rush to do so, but the longer her stayed in the running the more likely it became. The Avenue still had 5 competitors in the games, excluding Lan Jue. The Dark Citadel and the Pontiff Citadel had 3 each. The North had a slight advantage, with 6 still in the running. The remaining few were unaffiliated. "It's about that time," Lan Jue muttered. He took a glance at his communicator. Chu Cheng didn't answer. His eyes were closed as he silently meditated. Many of the other adepts were likewise quiet as they time neared. Who they would fight wasn't under their control, but a result of fate or luck. Who knew if the next fight would see glory or defeat? They couldn't be sure, even the strongest of them. They could only hope for the best. Elimination, Round 8. This will be the final elimination round of the tournament. Winners will proceed to double elimination. Pairing will now commence. 48 enormous portraits appeared in the sky. With so few now, details were far more readily discerned. The audience no longer needed to read help menus to see more. After a moment they began to flit back and forth across the cloudless blue sky, arranging themselves just as they'd done 7 times before. Every eye in the waiting room was open now, glued to the results. Who would be their challenger? Were they going to be able to make it to the next one? A lot of that rested on those pictures overhead. Those like Constantine were anxious, too, because there did exist a chance that he'd have to face the pharmacist. Before, with so many fighters, the chances were small. Now, however, there existed the very real possibility that he'd have a stroke of bad luck. Out of all the people staring up in that room, only the pharmacist seemed completely at ease. She held no stock in victory or defeat here, cared not for prizes or reputation. Her single hope was that she wouldn't have to face off against Lan Jue. Gradually the pictures stopped moving. Chu Cheng's face immediately darkened in despair. It was important to note that no more resurrection votes would be held. Lan Jue looked up, and his lips revealed a small smile. Both he and Chu Cheng would be facing off against female fighters. Lan Jue smirked at the image of his opponent, Serial. Serial was 6th degree, but to Lan Jue it was a fine result. She wasn't going to embarrass him with how strong she was, and she wasn't an Avenue representative. This wasn't a dream pick, but it wasn't a nightmare either. Chu Cheng, on the other hand, had been forsaken by luck. He had been paired with the one person he had hoped he could avoid, the strongest competitor in the tournament, and the one heavily favored to win, the pharmacist. Like hot oil and water, that was going to be fun to watch. Lan Jue looked at Chu Cheng, almost with pity. His friend's face was frozen in shock at first, but eventually hardened into a cold scowl. Proudly, he said, 9th level 9th rank, so what? 2 ranks, that's all, not insurmountable. I mean you took out the Angel of War, right? Similar situation. Lan Jue's response was calm and measured. First allow me to express my congratulations. You deserve to get kicked out of the tournament by a woman who totally emasculates you. Next, it's important to clarify that I beat Michael as a mecha pilot, not an adept. Michael is far more deadly with his own hands than behind metal ones. The only reason I came out of that alive was because I chose the means of battle. And last, if you're expecting the pharmacist to be as strong as Michael, you're in for some serious disappointment. She's much, much worse. Chu Cheng swallowed hard. Really? Lan Jue burst into laughter, rich and loud. His face was covered, but Lan Jue didn't need to see it to know he was gloating. Shit, what kind of brother are you? He shrugged. That's what brothers do, right? Talk shit, poke fun. Chu Cheng, clearly anxious, pressed him. Come on, tell me about her discipline. What are her strengths? You've got to help me find some angle dash. Nope. Lan Jue said, even before Chu Cheng could finish. Why? Chu Cheng whined. What, whose side are you on anyway? Lan Jue shrugged. Hers. She's the mother of my child. Holy shit on a lightning rod. Chu Cheng's eyes almost rolled out of his head. Why yo you? Lan Jue smirked. Go on, you two are first up. Don't make a fool of yourself. Chu Cheng shot Lan Jue a look full of anguish and said, You really aren't going to root for me? Not even well wishes? Lan Jue was silent for a moment, but that loathsome smirk spread wide on his face again. Of the four of us, only my brother is strong enough to compete with her. He would have to fight harder than he ever has to come out on top. Her talent and training is comparable to ours, and she's been at the peak of 9th level for longer. Her emotional baggage has kept her from immersing herself in the world of protogenia, but that's her final hurdle. So tell me, do you think you have a chance? Chu Cheng felt the cold tightness of impending doom in his chest. He knew Lan Jue, and knew that he wouldn't say something like that lightly. If that was how he really felt, then there wasn't anything he could do about it. This was as far as luck would bring him. Let's do this. Chu Cheng shot to his feet without any further hesitation. He took off to the ring with long, eager strides. He knew what was coming, but losing wasn't the end of the world. He had to show the world that he wasn't a coward. Lan Jue watched his friend go with his determined stride, and silently praised his strength of will. Even knowing he was outmatched, Chu Cheng didn't let that shake his confidence. This guy wandered round with a flippant look on his face, but really, it was clear at least to Lan Jue that Chu Cheng's determination was legendary. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 422, Mommy Must Win. Chapter 422, Mommy Must Win. Talent existed everywhere. As humanity spread, so too did their capabilities. However, finding a talent that was strong, dedicated and gifted was a rare thing. Chu Cheng's talent was the best in a generation, but he got to where he was today, with hopes that surpassed even the current Hades family paragon, through quiet, hard work. To most he was the prince of nightlife. They knew him by that persona. In reality that was just how to let off steam, to keep his sanity in the face of a strict household and high expectations. Really he was in fabulous shape, and still with potential to surpass the gourmet. The gourmet abandoned the Hades title when he achieved Paragon. It was a misconception that the gourmet gave up calling himself Hades and all the power that would afford him because of his old grudge. Really it was because he knew what his nephew would one day be capable of. With this in mind he passed up the opportunity so that it would be available for the next generation. Right now he was walking toward the ring, where his opponent the pharmacist would meet him. Under the hopeful stares of the audience each step became more determined than the last. He stood tall and defiant in the face of what was likely certain failure. From their angle in the waiting room Chu Cheng looked tall as a mountain by the time he reached the ring. The pharmacist was much calmer by comparison. In fact there was little difference between her now and when she fought yesterday. She walked up to the ring and entered without any change in expression. It was like all of this was occurring in the back of her mind. She had chosen to appear today in very traditional Chinese garb, a qipao. It was her normal uniform, actually, though the color differed day by day. Today it was silver, like the light of the moon, and embroidered with plum blossoms. They were fine clothes, but were only meant for those women with excellent figures. The form-hugging shape of a qipao was a dangerous choice for women otherwise endowed. The pharmacist had a daughter, but it didn't appear to have affected her shape. In fact she was almost flawless. Her long black hair had been wrapped into a ball and fixed to the top of her head, adding to the classical undertones of her outfit. Altogether she appeared cool, calm, and collected, the gentle flowing river that had the ability to carve through mountains. Just looking at her lent the viewer a sense of tranquility. She stepped into the arena. No, she floated. Her feet and legs never moved, and instead she was delivered to the arena on a cloud of golden mist. It swirled beneath her feet without any indication of heat or mist to keep her aloft. Chu Cheng walked in on the opposite side without any sort of display. His feet carried him to the ring with determined steps. The only indication he was preparing to fight was his invisible but powerful aura. The Terminator watched from the VIP platform with a barely discernible smile on his face. He turned ever so slightly to the gourmet while never letting his eyes stray from the ring. Finally, a fight with some weight. Tell me, Junior, who do you think is going to win this one, Mommy or the red-haired man? Mama, she said without a hint of pause. The Terminator grinned and looked her way. Is that a feeling or just what you hope? The little one shook her head. I don't need to feel it. The red-haired uncle was really showing his power when he walked in, so he's scared of my mommy. If he's worried before the fight even started, then he'll definitely lose to mommy. The Terminator looked at her with surprise in his eyes. He shot a wordless glance with the gourmet, though the look in each paragon's eyes was enough to share their thoughts. Indeed. This was as plain as day to the experienced fighter. But a 6-year-old? That was an inhuman level of comprehension for her age. Xu Cheng's reaction clearly showed him to be in the inferior position. It wasn't a display of force that made him do this, but instead fear. He was worried that he wouldn't have the ability to call forth his full power once the fight began. It might be over too quickly. In this way he showed his weakness. The Terminator heaved a long sigh. How wonderful if this little treasure had been born in the north. The avenue is incredibly lucky. The gourmet offered a smile. Thank you, Your Majesty. How long before this one's finished? The Terminator asked. The infernal vanguard thought for a moment. Difficult to say, he began. Xu Cheng is weaker, but he has his heart set on victory. The stress of it may even be sharpening his will and focus. The pharmacist may have more power cultivated, but that young man's potential is staggering. There's much more to him than meets the eye. How long this fight continues, and the winner, will be determined by how much of that potential is brought out today. This caused the Terminator to chuckle. I suppose this is a complicated fight for you. And of course it was. One competitor was his nephew, a representative of his family. The other was a leader in the Avenue delegation that he led. The old cook laughed in spite of himself. No, on the contrary, this makes me very happy. An adept can only improve and learn more about their powers through combat with opponents that challenge them. This fight should be of great benefit to Xu Cheng. The timing is right as well, because the benefits would not be so great if they'd met during the later rounds. He's got one chance, and that is a motivating factor to make him pull out all the stops. From what I can see, the pharmacist will likely win, but Xu Cheng won't be a pushover. The Terminator smiled and nodded thoughtfully. Very well, let's see what happens. They weren't the only ones with eyes on that ring. 48 fighters remained with 4 rings on the field. There would be 6 batches today, and this was the first. There was no better way to start the day's events than watching 2 powerful foes compete. They were not, however, the only interesting fight. The beautician was also fighting in the first batch, and against the dark mage that had kicked out her compatriot, the coffee master. It promised to be an interesting fight. She was a master of illusion and he commanded terrible arcane curses. They held powers in a similar occult base. It would be difficult for either to win the upper hand. 3, 2, 1. Begin! Once more the unfeeling, digitized voice called for the fight to commence. The audience reacted with silence as they held their breath, waiting. The statistics were trickling through the newswires as well. 95% of viewers in the audience had their eyes fixed on Xu Cheng and the pharmacist. It was unfortunate, many thought, that the fight wasn't going to have any commentary. Because this was still in the elimination portion of the tournament, they would have to wait to watch the recording on demand if they wanted a rundown. No matter what happened in the fight, it was almost a given that it would be one of the highest viewed fights of the tournament, maybe even first place. The pharmacist watched him with calm eyes. Nothing on her face betrayed trepidation over the coming competition. Xu Cheng, though, bore a hard and resolute expression that was marked different from his earlier fights. Without his characteristic apathetic demeanor, he was like someone else entirely. The prince of nightlife was gone. Lena was present in the audience and watched from one of the forward rows. She wasn't on the VIP platform with the other powerhouses, but she was close enough to see the rings well. She muttered, mostly to herself, if he wins this, I'll give him another chance. He's like a different person. She wasn't wrong. The second the word begin echoed through the ring, Xu Cheng's eyes drained of color. The pale gray orbs were possessed of a haunting power that spread over him. It wasn't fire, or rage, but an unsettling stillness like death itself that covered him. Where he stepped the earth turned gray and lifeless, a meter in every direction. He left a trail of oblivion with every stride that took him toward the pharmacist. For half a moment that iron calm in the pharmacist's eyes gave way. Still she did not move from her spot, the same as her other fights. Xu Cheng continued his charge unimpeded. He raced ahead straight and deadly as an arrow. The gray power that trailed after him followed in his wake like a creeping cloud of death. He approached, closer and closer. The pharmacist finally reacted with a wave of her hand, which birthed a beam of golden light. The two opposing powers met in the space between them. Clang! The staggering clash struck Xu Cheng head-on. His forward charge was stopped short like he'd hit a wall while golden light bounced back and swung around for a second strike. Like he'd seen before, this was her golden dagger attack. He recovered quickly and started to move again, faster this time. Already it looked as though he were throwing caution to the wind in favor of pure attack force. Astute observers might be able to see the faint gray figure at his back. The golden dagger struck again. Bang! The strike was so strong it felt like it was rattling Zhou Qianlin's bones, and he stopped again. It swung around for a third pass. Now, surprise was written clear as day on the pharmacist's face. Her right hand swung up and her fingers waved like shoots of grain in the wind. The dagger reacted by exploding with light, and suddenly 10,000 cutting waves of energy were headed Zhou Qianlin's way. The Hades' successor stopped on a dime. His pause was strategic and allowed him to miss the majority of the pharmacist's powerful attack. It was only for a half second before he was moving again, even faster. The ghostly specter at his back was still there as well, even larger than before he stopped. It completely encompassed Zhou Qianlin. Zeta. The VIP platform. The Terminator knowingly bobbed his head. No one knows like family, he said to the gourmet. Not bad at all. Zhou Qianlin has a much deeper comprehension of the Hades bloodline than he did before. He's been given guidance, I assume? The gourmet nodded, though his eyes never left the ring, fixed firmly on his young nephew. A real fight was the only way to determine just how strong an adept's discipline really was, and just how much they understood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 423, Hades Falchion. Chapter 423, Hades Falchion. Once, the hopes of the Hades family had rested on the gourmet's shoulders. Love shattered those hopes. Now, all these years later, it wasn't anger that stopped him from going home. His shame was too great. It wasn't until he heard Zhou Qianlin's explanation, and after years of his own self-examination, that the gourmet began to faintly understand his role in the lives of others. And even though there had been no attempted apologies from his family, he didn't mind. Even now, as a paragon, he didn't have the power to go back to a life with them. He'd lost that opportunity and desire long ago. Now Zhou Qianlin wore the mantle of the Hades legacy. He would go far, and help bring the Hades family back into control of the world of darkness. That had been the gourmet's task once, but now it passed to him. The rain of dagger strikes weakened. It was a deadly assault, but hard to maintain. Zhou Qianlin prevailed through it and came out stronger. His nefarious presence was so intense the audience feared it had split the ring's force field. Zhu Dong found himself by the ring, injecting his power into the gemstones that managed the shields. Much like the gourmet, he was completely absorbed in the fight. Whereas the Avenue Paragon was tied by blood, Zhu Dong was the patriarch of the Hades bloodline. No one had more stake in this fight than he did. What the Paragon saw he did as well, and clearer. He knew his son's capabilities very well, and although he didn't show his rascal son a lot of outward affection, Zhou Qianlin was his pride and joy. He was aware of his son's antics, of course. How could he not be? But where many just saw a playboy squandering his life, Zhu Dong knew just how much blood, sweat and tears Zhou Qianlin put into his cultivation practices. He was permitted to relax because he earned it. One iron fist in one helping hand, that was Zhu Dong's way, the way that he had learned from his father. In reality, Zhou Qianlin hadn't ever done anything to really let them down, so he turned a blind eye to a lot of his childish forays. From the sidelines he carefully analyzed the situation. When his son had first been set against the pharmacist, his face had drawn tight in despair. Now, though, he saw the opportunity. He'd watched his son walk to the field and he couldn't help but break into a wide smile. He saw how proud and valiant he looked, ready to face the challenge. The Hades patriarch was satisfied, his son was a mighty representative for their family. Their future would be bright. Now again he smiled and watched as the power of the Hades bloodline threatened to break from the ring. There was still anxiety, for he knew that this woman was the strongest opponent his son had ever faced. He didn't know how strong she was, or precisely what her powers were, but she was certainly a daunting foe. How hard she pushed him would affect how quickly he could comprehend protogenia, he was sure. Now was his time to strike. He could feel Zhou Qianlin releasing ever greater waves of power that threatened to sweep him up as well. Just when it seemed like the ring couldn't handle anymore, Zhou Qianlin's body went transparent, like he was carved out of crystal. The gray mist that surrounded him became clear as he pierced the net of blade strikes and immediately appeared in front of the pharmacist. It was so fast and fierce that only a few spotted the short sword in Zhou Qianlin's hand. Its blade looked like gray crystal that had been carved to a razor's edge. That weapon housed his focus and his determination. His will made real. The pharmacist stood still as though she did not see him before her. The golden dagger was still. In all her previous fights she hadn't needed to move, and relied on the speed and power of the golden dagger to win the matches for her. This fight was the first time anyone had gotten close enough to be a threat. Clang! A squealing cry rang out, 100 times louder than their first encounter. Zhou Qianlin's crystal gray figure went soaring away, and the force of their collision separated the falchion from his hand. The sword buzzed hideously as it was separated from its host, and Chu Cheng quickly thrust forward to get it back in his grip. It was the only thing between him and obliteration. A streak of fresh red blood ran down his gray hand. Although most weren't able to see what exactly had happened, Chu Cheng sure had. It shocked him. From the moment he'd learned his opponent was the pharmacist, he'd been building power. Lan Jue's words had inspired his fighting spirit, and he was determined to put as much of his spirit and will into the fight as possible. He would hone his will and bring it to bear from beginning to end. Were one to give an adept's energy levels a numeric equivalent, then it could be said that employing even 70% of one's energy in a fight was difficult to do. 100% would require unparalleled levels of will and concentration. 120% would need outside help. Chu Cheng had never felt stronger when he delivered that blow. But despite that, he had only succeeded in making the pharmacist sway. She didn't even lose her footing and he was blasted away. Why that happened, only the two paragons and the pharmacist herself knew completely. The result of the discovery was clear in the Terminator's blank expression and the shocked look in the gourmet's eyes. The dagger had been very quick to act in her defense, but the pharmacist's tranquil exterior never cracked. It was in that fraction of a second when he appeared before her face that she moved, just a little. She opened her small mouth, and from it a piercing light shot forth. What in the world that power was even they didn't know, they were too far to see clearly. It was this light, not her dagger, that had repelled Chu Cheng. At last, the faintest hint of respect shone behind her cold eyes. Vestiges of that grey power flickered around her like specters clawing for her soul. Her golden dagger shuddered and swiped the air, sending 8 sharp crescents spiraling through the air that cut the grey tendrils to pieces. Chu Cheng came to ground, staggering for half a step before regaining his footing. He took a deep heaving breath and stared at his opponent with eyes like grey whirlpools. He slowly extended a foot and placed his toe against the ground. The entire ring immediately felt lifeless and cold. He was off again like a beam of light. His charge looked just the same as his last failed attempt. In no time he was within striking range of the pharmacist again. A flash of dull grey, aimed right for the center of her throat. Her dagger flashed up and clashed with the falchion, but the moment they collided all the light drained from it. The pharmacist's dagger was infected with the same grey that choked the ring. Chu Cheng stopped, and an ashen figure separated itself from him. It looked exactly like he did, like his soul had torn itself from his body. Chu Cheng's living self was close on its heels as the spirit dashed toward the pharmacist. She watched them come. Then, just before the moment of impact, the power within Chu Cheng bloomed outward by half again as much, and his cloudy sword released a shockwave of energy. Her right wrist flicked. And the corrupted dagger vanished from view. It reappeared a moment later in her hand, as bright as ever. A strange, feral cry like dragons could be heard filling the skies while under an explosion of golden luminescence the dagger grew into a long sword. All of this happened in half the time of a lightning strike. She thrust out with her sword, and the point of her weapon met with the glinting ashen point of Chu Cheng's. The shuddering, bone-crunching crash resulted in the pharmacist being pushed back half a step. However, the grey light that was his power seemed drawn to the golden light released by her weapon. It looked as though her sword would swallow up the grey light around them. A strange shine flickered behind the pharmacist's eyes. It was like they were covered in some strange reflective energy. Then there was a blast of intensity and another thunderous dragon's roar as her sword shuddered of its own volition. Her weapon wrenched itself free of her grip and began to twist. It warped until it was the massive figure of an ancient Chinese dragon. Chu Cheng's weapon was caught between its teeth. In the same instant she moved to avoid him, for the first time that anyone had witnessed. 7 steps, but they were strange and gave the onlookers an uncomfortably illusory sense. In a blink 7 pharmacists were in the ring. Chu Cheng lost his target but did not stop in his forward charge. As waves of pure death poured outward, he lifted his head and bellowed a terribly cry. His challenge hung in the air even as the man himself suddenly vanished. The grey sword remained, though imbued now with its bearer's power. It grew enormous, and flailed with a life of its own. A terrifying aura followed it, borne by an almost invisible grey hand. Chu Cheng's living weapon wrenched itself free and cut through the air like it was slicing the boundary between life and death. All the ended lives and all the history of man flashed in its faceted surface. Heaven and hell were at war where the blade sang, here before everyone's eyes. The 7 pharmacists that had spread out at either side vanished, leaving just the real one, right in Chu Cheng's path. A smile spread across her pretty face. Her golden blade fractured into a host of blazing motes. They gathered and pressed into one another to form a shimmering starburst. Lights from the vanished copies arranged themselves before her in the shape of the Big Dipper. The world around them turned upside down, but the pharmacist remained calm like a sage in the midst of the turmoil. Chu Chang's sword had no way to approach, leaving them at a temporary stalemate. The pharmacist lifted her hand again and paced her palm against the swell of her chest. Her soft lips fluttered as she repeated a mantra, saying it again and again. The 7 stars swelled larger with every syllable and congealed into 7 separate golden blades. But that lasted only a moment before they gathered together to form one as large and imposing as Chu Chang's. Once again the 2 swords met point to point in the blinding glare of the Big Dipper. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 424, Big Dipper Godblade. Chapter 424, Big Dipper Godblade. Ting dash. The resulting explosion caused a spider web of cracks to appear in the ring's shield and then explode into a shower of shimmering sparks. The audience watched the golden greatsword pierce through it and speed off into the heavens. Another roar, then suddenly a 5-clawed dragon emerged from the roiling clouds above one. Its limbs each bore a shimmering star, 7 across its whole form, and where it moved the clouds parted like the sea. The sense of majesty it exuded was dumbfounding. Boom! Chu Chang's body went sailing out of the ring. The dragon curled and swam above, partly hidden in the clouds. The blazing golden greatsword, however, was ever visible. Even Shudong, himself the peak of 9th rank, took several uneasy steps backward. Once he regained his composure, his eyes immediately shot to where his son had flown. As the explosion of golden light receded, it became 7 beams of rainbow-hued glare. They each raced toward the pharmacist and converged at the top of her head. From there they delved deep into the adept's body and vanished. Subtle flashes of golden light shone in her eyes, but silence was the prevalent scene. Her cheepaw fluttered though there was no breeze, and she stood as serene as a goddess, hands clasped at the small of her back. Her pale face was offset by blushing cheeks too. No one waiting in the resting area was enjoying their fancy new sofas. Long ago they had forsaken them and stood to watch the breathtaking clash. The young upstart Chu Chang had already displayed a level of power few would have thought him capable of. His last attack had the power of a peak-level adept behind it. Yet still he'd lost and didn't even leave a mark on his foe. This was the pharmacist, representative of Skyfire Avenue, and even her own people watched with wide eyes and open mouths. Is she even human? The barber slowly shook his head in disbelief. He used to think he was strong, but then he lost to Lan Jue and now this. She was a 9th level adept, like him. Not a paragon. How was there such a difference between them? The accountant had long since been stricken mute by the dramatic scene before him. All he knew was that if that sword was pointed his way, he'd have to bequeath everything he owned to his dad because he'd be dead meat. The great quaking blast of power reached all the way to the VIP platform. It was silent as the grave. Both Metatron and Lucifer watched with expression dark and gloomy. They were a hair's breadth from Paragon, but they knew they couldn't beat her in a fight. The Avenue was a whole lot more frightening than they'd originally thought. The Terminator let out a long breath. His eyes swung to Junior, who was vociferously celebrating her mother's victory. He couldn't think of what to say. And the gourmet? He looked as stunned as everyone else. If he weren't a paragon, he asked himself, could he face her toe-to-toe? He didn't like the answer. This was the first time ever the pharmacist had revealed her true strength. Even against powerful foes from the citadels, she had never needed to resort to tipping her hand. Chu Chang, beaten and bruised, struggled back to his feet. Rivulets of blood flowed from his nose and mouth, but his eyes were bright. He liked it. Chu Dong came quickly and looked over his son. Only once he was sure there wasn't any lasting damage did he heave a sigh of relief. Failure is the mother of success, he said, don't worry about it. It was a rare word of comfort from the man. However, Chu Chang hardly noticed. His eyes were glued to the pharmacist. He had since floated down and away from the ring. Goodness gracious, he hummed. That right there is the woman of my dreams, but. Smack! Chu Chang's face whipped back toward Chu Dong after his father slapped it back around. The pharmacist slowly made her way back to the waiting, clearly in no hurry. The eye of every adept followed her, but she acted like nothing was out of the ordinary. She took a seat, instead of leaving immediately as she had always done before. Lan Jue made an effort to keep the shock he felt out of his expression. The whole fight was still roiling in his mind, and now finally he thought he had an inkling as to what her power was. Legend told of the Big Dipper Godblade, which was less an actual weapon than it was the apex of Celestial Master Qian's martial knowledge. He couldn't be sure whether that distinctive golden sword was real or just condensed energy. What incredible power! There were still other fights from the first round yet to finish. The dramatic finish to the pharmacist's fight had been a major distraction. In one case they had to pause the fight, and resumed once Chu Chang and the pharmacist had finished. Though the beautician fought valiantly, in the end she was just not enough to match the necromancer's curses. Perhaps she just didn't want it enough, but whatever the case, the avenue had one less horse in the running. The coffee master, beautician and barber had seen defeat, but that was to be expected considering their relatively lower ranks. The first batch was done, but the audience still remained quietly in their seats. They were still stunned, maybe even frightened. The vision of that coiling dragon and golden sword were burned deep into their collective memory. They were suddenly very aware of the force shields around the rings, and very grateful. That woman's power was beyond imagining, enough to shake the pillars of heaven. Chu Cheng tenderly walked the distance back to the waiting area. No one in the audience looked down upon him for the loss. His strength was proving in the pharmacist's response. No one before had made her resort to such frightening attacks. He gave the imposing woman a thumbs up as he limped past, and his eyes were full of praise. She acted like he didn't exist. "You're full of shit," Chu Chang wheezed. "Oh? How's that?" Lan Jue asked. His companion sniffed. "My ass, she's your baby mama. That other stuff you said was right on the nose. She is at least as strong as Big Brother, and when I saw those 7 stars gather and come right for me, she was even scarier than him. Lan Qing's fear is ominous, like a net slowly closing around you. He is a terrifying strategist. There's no escape, you helplessly deliver yourself right into his hands. But the pharmacist, damn, that's straight domination. No tricks or fanciness, just straightforward, in-your-face superiority. You expect me to believe she'll let you in that dress? Having a kid at her level definitely has a negative effect on breaking through to Paragon. So whatever, you lie to me, but don't spread that nonsense. Otherwise you better be careful." Realization dawned on Lan Jue as he listened to his friend. Yes, the sacrifices that she made to give her husband a child were great, and showed how deeply she cared for him. There was a dark envy in his heart, but she had lost her love as well. If he were still alive, they would be a loving, happy family. Chu Chang, confident he'd exposed his friend's lie, let the silence extend for a moment. He spoke again after a second, his voice thick with pride. "I may have lost the fight, but I didn't lose the people. If you don't believe me, check tomorrow's headlines. Your brother here will be plastered all over the front page. Now that I've fought the pharmacist, I'm convinced she's going to win it. I'm putting my money on her. Constantine ain't got shit on her." "Aren't you hurt?" Lan Jue asked dryly. "How about you sit quietly and recover? It's time for my fight." The second batch would be where he was to face off against Serial. Lan Jue rose to his feet and left for the rings. Watching the fight between Chu Chang and the pharmacist had been an inspiration. Both her power and Chu Chang's grit had lit a fire in him. The tournament restricted the use of protogenia, so all of that power had come from just his friend's discipline. Had you asked Lan Jue yesterday, he would never have thought it possible. His brother's potential was a point of pride. He thought about Chu Chang's 3 consecutive strikes, and wondered if he'd be able to stop all of them. That sword he'd used sure wasn't any ordinary sword, he figured it was the Hades family Astrum. That's the only explanation as to how it almost broke the pharmacist's defense and corrupted her weapon. His gray falchion was the factor that forced her to reveal her true strength. But what about him? Lan Jue absent-mindedly fiddled with a spot against his chest. He made his way to the ring and was silently grateful to Chu Chang. The audience was still processing the fight and didn't have the energy or attention to fling curses his way. Things had gotten better as time went on, but he still heard the jeers and hisses every time he stepped out onto the field. His protest was to continue climbing the ladder. Serial flew into the ring on great, majestic wings. She had an absent-minded expression on her face, but that wasn't odd. When competing at their levels, an adept had to possess an intimate understanding of themselves. They were always turning their perception inward. Watching each other recently meant that both he and Serial knew what to expect and were preparing accordingly. This was going to be a good fight. 1. 5 claws is significant. In ancient China, it was said only the emperor was permitted to bear the image of a dragon with 5 claws. Any lesser official who chose to use a dragon as a symbol must have fewer. 2. I believe he's trying to channel old paintings such as this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 425, Zeus vs. The Angel of the Moon. Chapter 425, Zeus vs. The Angel of the Moon. The last time Lan Jue had encountered Serial, they were on the same side. Now they were opponents. It was strange. Serial did not feel the same, however, as she didn't know this masked man was the same one who had terrorized the Pontiff's citadel. Lan Jue was perfectly happy with the arrangement, as he didn't want to bring her any trouble. He acted as though he didn't know who she was. 3, 2, 1. Begin! Serial's wings brought her into the air. As she hung there above him, the Seraph's power surged out in a golden wave of light. Lan Jue answered with vigor, in contrast to the strategies of his earlier fights. There was a flash of electric light and Lan Jue appeared before the Angel of the Moon. There was nothing so fast as lightning, and Serial didn't even have time to summon her holy sword. She could only thrust her hands out in hopes they would deflect his attack. Lan Jue reached out two bare-handed, and a point of light was spat from each fingertip. The 10 twinkling dots gathered together in a strangely specific order. Voracious lightning. It was a skill even Chu Chang never seen before. Serial wasn't Lena. There was quite a power discrepancy between them, not to mention their diametrically opposed disciplines. Zeus' lightning-based powers were especially forceful against the vampire's dark discipline, but were notably less so when faced with light adepts. In addition, she was also several ranks higher than he was. Winning this fight without some sort of secret weapon would be next to impossible. The angel wasn't frightened or alarmed by the lightning attack. 10 tendrils of pure white light slithered from her own fingertips to cut off and reflect Lan Jue's attacks away. A crescent moon was revealed a few meters above her head with a single silver light shining down upon her. The light was serving as a shield. Boom 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 boom. The careening orbs of lightning erupted one after the other in fierce blooms of light. The special quality of these strikes was their ability to devour outside energy. Explosions spread their influence farther. Serial right away felt a strange sense of detachment with her energy. She beat her wings and rose higher to escape. This encounter had her on her back foot. Her knowledge of Zeus was extensive, as was all of the archangels in the Pontiff's citadel. After all, they had long held plans to deal with the troublesome mercenary. All of them were aware that he had this ability. It was used to catch his enemy off guard, not only with the explosions but the sudden loss of energy afterward. A fighter's body suddenly felt drained and sluggish. There were drawbacks, though, as a miss meant a great deal of wasted energy on Lan Jue's part. The voracious lightning didn't do much if the attack didn't land straight on. The cost to Lan Jue was great, in part because the skill covered a large area. Serial felt like he'd managed to deplete some of her energy, but guessed that it wasn't as much as he'd spent performing the attack. Pros outweighed the cons, so why did he make that choice? Lan Jue made no move to chase her through the skies. Instead, he pressed his hands together before his chest. The air crackled ominously before the whole ring erupted into a web of screaming electricity. The forest of lightning. In no longer than the time it took to gasp, lightning covered every inch of the area, including Serial and her shield. The rays of godly light that emanated from her ceased as she focused on keeping her shield intact. Lan Jue turned his hands over until they made a circle in the center of his chest. Spiderweb bolts of lightning raced along his arms and hands, joining together between his palms to create a roiling orb of electric power. Thick bolts of purple and blue snaked along the outside of the ball, but the core of it was pure, tumultuous golden energy. The blaze of holy light filtered through the lightning as Serial finally summoned her righteous blade. She held her position suspended in the air, ready. When there was a break in intensity, she was prepared to launch forward in an all-out assault. However, Lan Jue had different plans, for as the first wave finally extinguished, a second enormous forest of lightning attack swept her up again. The angel looked around her in disbelief. Could he really have so much energy that he could use this attack twice? The most current intelligence put him at rank 6 or 7, the same as her. It made no sense that he'd have so much energy to waste. Obviously, the discrepancy in total energy between ranks was most obvious in a fight. However, that was only part of Serial's mistake. Her first was trusting in the Pontiff's information about Lan Jue. She also knew that he had been strong enough to defeat Michael, which meant she started this fight behind. Still, she wouldn't have thought he'd come out of the gate so intense. Her final, and perhaps biggest mistake, was failing to see past the intensity at the actual strength. If she did, she would see that a 6th-ranked adept would be quite a bit stronger. In the back of her mind somewhere she noticed, but she never thought to question why he felt weaker than expected. Perhaps it was a diversion, or some other sort of trick. As a precaution, she chose not to rush in. Lan Jue's condensed orb of lightning was released into the flood. Where it passed, the forest of lightning was devoured into it, empowering it. A tail of ionized air gushed past, propelling the orb toward Serial. Boom! The grand shaking rumble drowned out all other sounds. Serial put all of her power behind maintaining the shields against the orb. She knew this one, another special attack unique to Zeus, Thunder Charge. The Thunder Charge hit with enough force to make her shield sputter. It was weaker than he was capable of before, and Serial felt it. His power was explosive but not as terrifying as she was led to believe. Was he holding back? Serial's mind raced with uncertainties. Lan Jue used the cover of his attack to retreat. He stopped at the far end of the ring, while Serial suddenly found herself in a very unenviable position. She could pit her hopes on her shield, which was strong, or evade. She could not do both, for though durable, her shield restricted movement. Its strength was greatly reduced while she was on the move. No, there was only one option, and that was the right of the Holy Spirit. It would render all her previous effort pointless, but it was that or defeat. The moon over her head blazed with ethereal silver light. Serial's massive wings beat against the air and sent her soaring toward her foe. She steeled her resolve with the knowledge that Lan Jue must be near spent. 2 rounds of his Forest of Lightning, the voracious lightning orbs and the Thunder Charge could only mean he was almost drained. Zeta. Metatron's enigmatic gaze was fixed on the fight. His organization had a keen interest in Zeus, in no small part due to his insistence on protecting the Stygian succubus. The refusal could only mean he stood against them, and was deemed an enemy. They knew he was a member of the Avenue, their jewelry master, which made it curious that he had chosen to participate as Zeus rather than with his fellows. There had been more interesting fights earlier in the tournament, and Metatron had assumed there was little more to learn about Lan Jue that they hadn't already discovered. The times he had chanced to gaze, it looked like Zeus was mostly toying with his opponents. However, something seemed strange this time, off. It drew his attention in a way his other fights hadn't. He knew Serial like she was one of his own children. In fact, it could be said he taught her everything she knew. It also meant that he knew how much punishment she could take. From what he knew of Lan Jue's skills, the result of their clash should have been radically different. When did Zeus become so weak? Metatron muttered to himself. Lucifer chuckled softly at his side. Maybe he's luring her into a false sense of security. Lucifer certainly bore no love for Lan Jue, but his hatred for the Pontiff and his crew outweighed everything. He didn't hesitate to wish the worst on Metatron's people. The Master Archangel shot his dark counterpart a flat glance. He didn't respond, although he was ever more curious for an answer. Zeta. Pulsing waves of holy light flung out from Serial, and met with Lan Jue's Forest of Lightning. The mercenary and jewelry salesman stood with his feet planted and a golden spear of lightning clutched in his hands. Serial restored her focus to her shield, which she knew now to be enough to protect her. Tendrils of vicious lightning struck all around her but could not penetrate her defenses. She pierced through the undulating sea of electricity on a collision course with Lan Jue. He smirked. Lan Jue didn't advance or retreat, but there was a flash and suddenly he appeared on the far side of the field. The alternative storms of electricity helped him move. The air was charged, and helped conduct him across distances quickly and unseen while transformed into lightning. It was like a temporary, small-scale domain of his own creation. It sure cost him to maintain, though. Serial paused as she lost her target and looked around to find him. She was protected from the unceasing attacks from the lightning, but every moment she was out there she was spending energy. Serial had so many questions, but the fight was first. She charged ahead again, but just like before Lan Jue vanished as she came near. What was the point of this? Why was he running? Ariel wasn't the only one confused. The excitement of the fight was beginning to wane, and the audience had begun to sense something was strange too. Muffled conversation fluttered through the bleachers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 426, Battle of Attrition. Chapter 426, Battle of Attrition. What sort of strategy was this? Neither one ever actually collided with the other. One simply covered the area in a massive draining area attack, and the other darted around at full charge while evading the lightning. Both of them were hemorrhaging energy. This isn't right. Zeus attacks are far weaker than they should be. Metatron muttered. It was loud enough for the gourmet to hear, and he furtively smirked to himself. They were already late in their discovery, and there was no way for them to alert Serial from up here. Metatron was among only a few members of the audience who understood the tactic, force Serial to waste her energy. In a pure contest, Lan Jue was a great deal weaker than Serial. The difference between a second rank and a sixth was more than considerable. This was true even despite his dual disciplines and the benefits of recultivating. If he wanted a shot at winning, it would be from draining his enemy and striking when the time was right. However, it didn't look like this was the case. Outside observers could tell that Lan Jue was spending far more energy than Serial was. In reality, though, Lan Jue still had the skills from before his fall to second rank that made them efficient. There was also the special gift he'd gotten for surviving the bug attack on Taihua, the phylactery stone. Even Lan Jue didn't know how much energy the phylactery stone could hold. The tournament didn't prohibit the use of weapons or power stones, banning only mech suits. This stone was also unique in that it was bound to his blood and body. These rules were specifically implemented for converts. A lot of what made them powerful adepts were installations such as these. Aside from the fact that they could only be removed by hacking off a limb, the reduction in power would cripple them as adepts as well. They couldn't be expected to compete in a situation like that. Other banned materials were filtered out with scans when they'd first entered the arena to sign up. The phylactery stone would not be a problem, especially since it had long since joined with his left hand. In peaceful times he had developed a habit of infusing the gem with energy every day. No matter how much he put in it, though, the gem never seemed satiated. Using it felt equally bottomless, and that cache of energy was what fueled his steady stream of attacks. How could Serial know about this secret weapon? She hadn't, and the result had been dire. From the start she had been forced to waste her own precious energy by protecting herself from him. She was playing to his tune. After 15 minutes of fighting, Serial guessed she had no more than 60% of her stamina left. It's off. Serial was beginning to get the idea that something was wrong. From what she knew of Lan Jue, he should have been exhausted by this point. However, from what she could see, he could keep this up for the rest of the fight. This was not normal. Serial still couldn't fathom the truth, but few would. The situations surrounding Lan Jue's drop in power were unthinkable for most adepts. But whatever the mechanism, she saw the result. If she didn't try to end this now with all of her remaining power, then her loss would be a slow and shameful one. Serial stopped her fruitless chasing, and thrust her holy weapon toward the heavens. The crescent moon that followed her transformed, just as it had in her fight against Chu Chang. Soon it was full and glorious, releasing piercing rays of silver light. She became more imposing with each pulsing wave of light, and the 6 great wings at her back shimmered with pure white light. Lan Jue's face was lit stark against the encroaching waves of light. He wasn't surprised or alarmed, he figured this would happen sooner or later. Even getting Serial down to her current level of fatigue was difficult. The burst meant there was nowhere to go, and just like he'd left her no room for escape, now it was his turn to face the strike head-on. His shimmering spear of lightning vanished without ever having been used. As the sweeping lunar power grew ever closer, Lan Jue pressed his palms to the sky like he was supporting it. Again he summoned his forest of lightning, stronger than last time. Individual tendrils of gold appeared in the sea of purple electricity, and soon began to spread. The ghostly remnants of protogenia flickered in that power. Soon the entire ring was lost in a sea of gold and silver. Their clash was so bright not even the Paragon's eyes could pierce through. Serial could feel the power increase, but there was no other choice. Whatever came, her only chance lay in a head-on confrontation. She held her sacrosanct blade aloft with both hands as a sweet and piercing call rang from her lips. The moon above descended to join with the lunar angel. Imbued with the power of the moon, she brought her weapon down in a brazen chop. From outside the spectators could see a milky white dragon cleaving through the sea of gold toward Lan Jue. Serial had pulled out all the stop to try and lock Lan Jue down. Even if he dodged, it would set him up for a fierce counterattack. Trickery became a lot harder when Adepts got to the higher echelons. Lan Jue stood in the center of the roiling lightning with his hands pressed together before his chest. The electric power around him sizzled and congealed until it produced an elemental essence shield around him. He watched as the powerful eminence of Serial's holy weapon came barreling his way, and then moved. 8 steps, strangely paced and specific. Beneath his feet the faint image of yin and yang appeared. Lan Jue threw up his hands and an arc of intertwined black and white raced out to meet the danger. Boom! The ring's shields quivered. The tournament organizers had learned from their mistakes, so this time there was a team of high-level adepts continuously strengthening the shields as they fought. Even with their help, though, it was a full 10 seconds before the shields returned to stasis. Eventually the blazing lights inside also dies away to reveal the scene. Lan Jue stood where Serial had sent out her attack. Serial, likewise, stood where he had made his defense. The two had changed position. Lan Jue stood calmly. The air around him was charged, and tendrils of lightning burst to life then vanished. He seemed perfectly fine. But Serial looked pale, even more than usual. She looked at Zeus with wide, bewildered eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 427, This Chapter 427, This. She'd seen it. The angel knew that her opponent was using the powers of Taiji. His mastery over the skill allowed him to face her strike and deflected it to the shields. Zeus was just this kind of person, completely different once he put on the mask. But the Zeus she knew was powerful, strong enough to survive a confrontation with the Angel of War, Michael. Why, then, was the energy he released today so weak by comparison? None but her saw, for the golden lightning hid everything from the view of the audience. Lan Jue lifted his right hand, which crackled with faint arcs of golden lightning. The air felt charged, moments away from another blast of his forest of lightning. "Do you want to continue?" he asked. Serial shook her head inside. She fixed him with a look. "I forfeit." It was the right choice. She was already down to 40% of her power, much less than she'd need to face Lan Jue and his Taiji mastery. There was no path to victory for her. Lan Jue smiled a small smile, and nodded. Serial, representative of the Pontiff's Citadel, was removed from the tournament lists. Despite the theatrics, few were surprised by the fight. After all, Zeus had a reputation that probably served him better than his discipline did. His hatred for evil was legendary, as was his status as king of mercenaries and one of the 4 divine monarchs. Defeating Serial wasn't any great accomplishment for him. The same was true for all of his previous fights as well. People would have been much more animated if Serial had won. Lan Jue knew he'd won victory only by the skin of his teeth. He had only just managed to deflect Serial's attack, but only by joining his dual disciplines and Taiji skills together. If he hadn't, then he most likely would have lost to Serial due to her superior rank. This was also just a friendly competition. In a life-or-death confrontation, who knows what would have happened? He wasn't without a contingency plan, but he was saving that for when there was really no other option. Man! Being second rank was a real pain in the ass. He longed for those past days when he could tangle with the best of them. Xu Cheng's voice called to him. "You're downright insidious." Lan Jue answered with an impatient sniff. "I think you meant clever. Anyway, how much can I trust the advice of someone who got trounced so badly? You lost, go home and rest. Let's go." It was another voice that answered from somewhere behind Lan Jue. Before he could even turn around, a hand had him by the crook of his elbow and was pulling him away. Xu Chang, who had wanted to answer with some snide remark, now only watched with his mouth hanging open. He wasn't alone, either. Every adept around looked at them with the same stunned expression. Lan Jue jumped at the unexpected contact, and had his complaints silenced when he saw it was the pharmacist who had grabbed him. He nodded wordlessly and followed her. The second round had just finished. The ruckus from the audience didn't start to swell until Lan Jue had already been dragged a few steps. This. It wouldn't have been such a big deal if this had occurred before her fight with Xu Chang. Now, though, she'd captured everyone's attention with her power. Then, first thing she did after her fight was drag Zeus from the resting area. Could this mean they were a pair? The dragon lady swept her eyes over the crowd, and just like that they all fell deathly silent. Where her gaze fell, a chill followed. She didn't look at any one person, but the whole audience felt like she was staring right into their soul. It was unsettling, to say the least. When her face pointed their way, whole sections busily tried to look everywhere but at her. There weren't any more jeers directed at Lan Jue. Suddenly it struck Lan Jue. He knew what she was up to, taking care of him. It was certainly a strange sensation, being protected by a woman. Strange, but heartwarming. Lan Jue and his brother had been orphans ever since he could remember. He had no memory of his parents, only the old instructor who took care of them one. Since he'd never had a mother, he never felt this sensation before. Perhaps that was why he had such a soft spot for sensitive, compassionate women. It's why he loved Hera. Zeta. Su Xiaosu shot a sideways glance to Qianlin, seated beside her. She looked a little pale, but otherwise perfectly composed. "Aren't you jealous?" Xiaosu asked. "What are they doing?" Qianlin answered with a smile. "Jealousy is the most pathetic and self-abasing reaction a woman can have. If it means he no longer loves me and has an interest in someone else, then I must not be charming enough. Not enough to keep him." With that said, Qianlin rose to her feet and left. Lan Jue's fight was over, there was no other reason for her to hear. She was a smart girl. She knew what the pharmacist was doing. Lan Jue had already told her about the situation between him, the pharmacist, and Juner. There was nothing for her to be suspicious about. That didn't mean she wasn't adversely affected by the image of her pulling him out in front of the crowd. She had faith in her estimations. Zeta. The pharmacist didn't retract her hand until they were out of the sports arena. Only then did she give him a little space. Thank you. Lan Jue's appreciation was sincere. She smiled. You should. Big sis dash. The words came out before he could stop them. The pharmacist's eyes slowly went wide. You? He shook his head. I don't know. I just suddenly had to call you that. Like a protective big sister. The extraordinarily powerful woman snorted a laugh. How old are you? Who says I'm your elder? He coughed in embarrassment. Really not important. It just blurted out. It's not so bad having a younger brother, she mused with a grin. Of course you mustn't speak like that when Junior is around. I'm counting on you to keep up appearances. He smiled reassuringly. Never around Junior. Going from father to uncle is a demotion, don't you think? Unless. Unless what? She asked. He looked at her again with that sober gaze. Well, unless her real father comes back. There was a visible jerk from the pharmacist. Her mouth turned at the bitter memories. If that day were to come, I could die and meet the afterlife willingly. Earlier chapters, very early, unless I'm mistaken, referred to Lan Jue's teacher as father or gramps. The word they used to describe him, Lao Fu, can have these and other meanings. This is the first time it is explicitly stated that Lao Fu was Ju Di, and that he isn't related. It was probably inferred and I misread it, my bad. Earlier translations alluding to a father or grandfather are wrong. We now know that Lan Jue and his brothers are orphans. Sorry conspiracy theorists. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 428, Self-Confidence. Chapter 428, Self-Confidence. I'm sorry, Lan Jue apologized. I shouldn't have brought it up. The pharmacist offered him a reassuring smile and waved a hand. Let's go. Change your clothes and get rid of that mask while I get Junior. I'll meet you at the arena gates in a little bit. She's upset when you aren't there in the morning, you know. Lan Jue chuckled helplessly. I wish she was really my daughter. You're not lacking for willing girls, the pharmacist dryly remarked. Your relationship with Zhou Qianlin seems to be going very well. Lan Jue shook his head, in part to hide the loneliness in his eyes. Some things aren't so easy to forget. I think you know that as well as I. She sighed. Misery loves company. Get going. The final elimination round was the last chance for the Adepts to get into the finals. The fights were far more dramatic and dangerous than those that had come before. Skyfire Avenue still had a very solid presence with the pharmacist, seamstress, driver, and bartender in the running the first 12. The Pontiff Citadel had only Constantine, while the Dark Citadel was represented by the Necromancer and a tall lycanthrope. The Conclave had 4 after Chu Cheng's defeat, the same as the Avenue. The remainder were unaffiliated. Tomorrow the tournament would begin the double elimination rounds. Winners would advance and the losers would fight again for their second chance. That would take the whole day, and the final day of the tournament before they got into the finals. Reports of the day's events trickled out, in the end proving Chu Cheng's prophecy to be true. Indeed, everyone was talking about his fight with the pharmacist. Lan Jue's own encounter with the woman was also widely speculated about. The pharmacist and Zeus an item? Her presence had been such a deterrent to the crowd's mocking cries against Lan Jue that the media didn't even report on it. This was for good reason, too. Everyone had seen how strong she was in that fight, near enough to Paragon that making her upset was phenomenally unwise. Many experts agreed in interviews through the night. Who would dare pick on a potential Paragon's lover? This wasn't even considering Zeus' own considerable strength. Lan Jue spent the afternoon with Junior, taking her and the pharmacist around town to sightsee. Together they didn't need to fear anything short of a direct Paragon confrontation. Keeping Junior cooped up was the opposite of what they'd brought her here for. The Terminator seemed to be precisely what Junior had said, a good man. Junior was still small and frail, and an afternoon of activity absolutely wipes her out. A simple dinner and Lan Jue's soothing bioelectricity put her right to sleep. Go on, the pharmacist said, taking Junior into her arms. She smiled at him. You have people waiting. He could feel that the two of them had grown closer after today's fights, more open. Lan Jue could feel their relationship changing from one of convenience to a genuine friendship. Well then I'm off, big sis, he said with a smirk. The pharmacist led him to the door after putting Junior down and covering her in a blanket. If that scene in the arena upset your friend, tell me, I'll help you explain. the pharmacist offered. Lan Jue smiled back at her. I will. Sis is so pretty, I'm not convinced Qianlin won't be a little jealous. You're already so popular. If I remember correctly, you have a gaggle of young girls following you around already. Make sure you handle that carefully. You don't want things between a man and a woman to grow complicated, otherwise you're just asking for trouble. The pharmacist advised. Lan Jue shook his head, looking distressed. Mika and the others are just friends, I treat them like little sisters. If it weren't for their special set of problems, I'd have had them leave a long time ago. The young mother gave him a serious look. If you treat them like sisters, then they will see you as an older brother. Whatever relationship you have with those girls, you'll want to make sure you deal with it or you'll regret it. He nodded. I know, I have to really think about it. It gives me a headache. But I saved them and promised protection, I can't just throw them out now. The pharmacist smirked. Your problem, but I'm sure you'll find a solution. It's not something that will be solved in a day or even a month, I was just offering counsel. You should start thinking about it now, though. Got it. Lan Jue wished her good night and returned to his room. He quietly pulled the door open and stepped inside. You're back. Qianlin smiled at him from the sofa in a pair of white pajamas. She was curled up with a throw pillow and a magazine. She greeting him with a wave. Hey, he answered with a nod. She unfurled from her perch and took his coat. She returned a moment later with a cup of warm water and directed him to the sofa, where she gave him a gentle neck rub. Very much like a wife would for her husband. Qianlin, about today, Lan Jue wanted to explain the situation, but felt Qianlin press a finger to his lips. No need to explain, she chuckled. Lan Jue felt relieved and appreciative. You trust me that much, huh? She smiled. Not just you, I trust myself too. If a girl steals you away, it means I wasn't enough of a catch, or you don't like the kind of girl I am. What's the point of forcing things? I know that even if there were 100 women around you, you'd still be with me. Lan Jue turned around and looked at her. He'd learned that she was soft on the outside with a core of iron, but he didn't know she felt like this. She gave her a thumbs up and a sigh. The pharmacist herself has lived a bitter life, what she did today though was to help me. Qianlin nodded. That what I guessed. I'm sad I couldn't be the one to help you. I really envy her strength, she's something else. This earned a chuckle. Lan Jue's voice grew authoritative. What are you waiting for, then? Let's get strong. He wrapped an arm around her waist, leaned in. Qianlin just felt the warmth of his lips for a split second, before dissolving into radiant white light. Lan Jue sighed as he felt the power flood through him. There was less and less resistance each time they joined, like she was water that flowed through every part of him. If only she were her, he thought, things would be perfect. He sat cross-legged on the floor and began to meditate. The cultivation he'd undergone in the last few days had served to firm up his core considerably. The impurities within continued to be filtered out. In addition to this, he could feel the joining between him and Qianlin become more complete the more they did it. Their integrated powers were purer and easier to command. Even when they were separated, he could feel a piece of her somewhere inside. Lan Jue had had the unfortunate luck of facing ever stronger enemies in the last few days of the tournament. It did, however, serve to help him get used to the limitations of his current rank. He was still pretty strong in 9th level 2nd rank despite the considerable drop from 7th, but his discipline sat on a much firmer foundation now. The pharmacist's explanation had helped ease his nerves, and now he was confident all he needed was time. This didn't mean, however, that he could take his cultivation practices easily. Progress was only won by dutifully sensing one's place in the world, and learning the subtle presence of protogenia. Lan Jue felt the path forward was clearer now than it had been when he was 7th rank. Sometimes it felt like he was being swept along by a current. He felt positive that when he did finally encounter his bottleneck, he would break through to discover his domain. They spent the night like this. Before they knew it, the light of the next morning was filtering through their window shades. Zeta. Each passing day of the tournament made the spectators more excited, especially thanks to the extensive news coverage. Now that things were coming to a close, these last few encounters were sure to be something to watch. They were all looking forward to the next phase of the entertainment, round robin. There was of course still interest in the double elimination events of the day. The fights were certain to be hard-fought, especially considering the astronomical rewards at stake. But aside from all the tactile rewards, everyone wanted to be a winner. Those who earned their place in these final 24 contestants were truly heroes of the people and exceptional talents. None of them would fall easily to defeat, and were ready to face the increasingly steep odds. It wasn't only Lan Jue who felt himself become stronger from the ordeal. It was a similar situation for many. It was very rare that an adept would have an opportunity to test themselves against such strong and varied opponents. The benefits were especially important for the great Adepts organizations, and each would gather together at the end of the day to discuss what they'd learned and analyze the competition. 10 days of this meant that very many Adepts had enjoyed various levels of growth. Those that had already lost also remained to see what they could learn from watching more fights. This tournament was a great benefit for the entire world of Adepts, and humanity as a whole. Now the next stage was set to begin. 24 pairs of eyes rose to the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 429, Jimu, the Wolf King. Chapter 429, Jimu, the Wolf King. 24 enormous portraits were painted in the sky over the arena. The pharmacist stood beside Lan Jue now, and no longer with the Skyfire delegates. She needn't hide her affiliation with him after yesterday's display. They stood shoulder to shoulder, with their eyes raised. Some in the audience had guessed their relationship was close, and this confirmed it. Although, they couldn't know the whole truth of their partnership. The Citadels in Conclave could guess that Zeus was part of the Avenue if they didn't already know, though they were at a loss as to why he would try to hide the fact and enter into the tournament unaffiliated. In fact, his whole demeanor was clearly low-key. Each fight he only used enough power to get the job done, appearing to actively hide his tactics from view. The deceit put his opponents on edge. He was also strong by association, because surely the pharmacist wouldn't be caught out with a weakling. No one was particularly interested in facing off against Zeus in the coming round. Matchmaking has begun. The Terminator's rumbling voice boomed through the whole arena, without the aid of any amplification equipment. These last days of fighting were when the true strength of the Adept world would be displayed, so he would narrate them personally for the benefit of the audience. Silence fell in the wake of his announcement. All eyes were skyward. 24 pairs were fixated. As they looked on, the portraits arranged themselves into a circle and began to spin in a clockwise direction. It picked up speed until everything was a blur, and no one would guess which portrait was which. The pharmacist remained as passive as she always had been, as though none of this made any difference to her. Lan Jue was similarly at ease, and the two of them projected a powerful image of self-confidence. The pictures stopped. The matches were made. The reaction of the crowd spoke volumes as every eye went wide. There were even a few gasps from the audience. It was expected that there would be powerful matchups, but what they saw left them stunned. 22 sets of eyes swung right to Zeus and the pharmacist. She had a strange look on her face. It was hard to tell behind Zeus' mask, but his reaction could be imagined. The two exchanged glances and the pharmacist answered his concerned look with an enigmatic smile. Their pictures were right there in the sky, right next to one another, the pharmacist versus Zeus. Lan Jue heaved a sigh and a chuckle. So I guess I'll have to make it up against my next opponent. The pharmacist said nothing, but her mirth was shown in the slight raise to her brow. Laughing after getting paired against the pharmacist? They would think he was crazy, except that everyone had seen how close he and she were yesterday. It was worse than they thought, though. For those two, this was the worst result. This was proven when, before they even looked toward the ring, the pharmacist indicated that she would abstain from the match. In the round-robin tournament, each fighter had 2 chances, so it made the most sense for her to forfeit, and she knew it. It kept the illusion of Zeus' strength, and she didn't need to worry much about winning her next fight, whoever it was. Lan Jue made out like a bandit. He avoided a very mean fight, was automatically in the quarter-finals, and earned an A-ranked power gem for it. Any remaining weaker adepts in this group like him, though, could no longer hope for luck. Nothing short of total commitment to a fight would win it from here. After all, as this unfortunate event had shown, anyone could be unfortunate enough to run into the pharmacist. Their chances at washing out then were astronomical. In the end, the matchup was a boon, assuring both of them would advance to the next round. The seamstress luck had reached its end when she was paired against Constantine. She also forfeit before the match began, allowing Constantine to move on. It was a wise decision, since it would be pointless to waste time and energy on a hopeless fight. Constantine and the pharmacist were on an entirely different level from the rest of them, and they knew it. The fields had been rearranged again, this time to create 2 large rectangles. The 12th fight for today would be separated into 6 batches. The first batch concluded in moments without a punch thrown. They went right to the second batch. One of the fights was the bartender, the one he'd first known as Bahamut during the God-ranked battle. He knew his discipline to be the conflicting elements of ice and fire. The Dark Citadel's lycanthrope would be his challenger. The second fight was between a convert specializing in close combat and the necromancer. The fighters took up positions, and began when the buzzer sounded. The second batch was underway. Lan Jue heard the pharmacist mutter to him from his side. "This will be a hard match for the bartender." "Oh?" Lan Jue answered. "Is the lycanthrope that strong?" He'd focused on his own business in this tournament, since he hadn't come as part of the Avenue. He didn't have all the information needed to make a fair assessment. The pharmacist explained. "Our intelligence tells us he's a powerful acquired talent named Jimu. He took to the Fantasia Genetica particularly well enough for them to call him the Wolf King. He's one of the new generation representing the Dark Citadel. He doesn't have the power or potential of the Vampire Princess, by comparison, but he is very strong. 7th level 8th rank, the peak of 9th level when he transforms. His specialty is close combat, and his technique is said to be flawless. Speed, attack, defense and energy are all far above average." Lan Jue's brows furrowed as he looked over toward the bartender. For the pharmacist to praise the man so much, he likely couldn't defeat the Wolf King himself. If he were 7th rank he'd be begging for a round against him, but as he was now it would be a very unfortunate meeting for him. The pharmacist continued. "The bartender's potential is impressive, a dual-discipline adept with a very rare pairing of ice and fire. He's 3rd rank, and strong, but stuck. His 2 disciplines put him at around the power level of a 5th rank, but he can't advance until he's got some idea of his path forward. If he doesn't he'll be stuck forever. At any rate, he's going to have a hard time defeating this Wolf King. The second fight won't have any surprises, I think. The necromancer's name is Jiang Yuan, a 7th rank who was improved with Genetica. He is a master of dark curses and our intelligence says he has some notion of protogenia, meaning he can turn into a lich and use eldritch hexes. Don't look down on him for being a rank lower than Jimu, we haven't seen his full strength yet. We suspect he's the ace in the hole for the Dark Citadel. The convert isn't bad, but not even as strong as that Chu Chang. He doesn't stand a chance against the necromancer. He'll have to hope for more luck next time." Lan Jue was happy to have some understanding of these 2 new faces from the Dark Citadel. Just in time to see what they can do. Bartender versus the Wolf King. The bartender was as much aware of his poor standing as the pharmacist, but he didn't concede. Lan Jue wasn't the only one who hoped to use this tournament as an opportunity to get stronger. At his level of 3rd rank his disciplines of ice and fire had begun to intensify, but were still very difficult to join. They weren't pure elements either, but magical manifestations of them. He could use one to complement the other, and that was what had got him to this point. However, it looked like that was no longer enough. He needed more power and experience, he needed to get stronger, then he could continue along the path of understanding. The wine master had told him once that his way forward was to feel the changes in his powers in the midst of combat. The stronger the adept, the stronger the catalyst needed to break through. Jimu's cold, hard eyes glared at the bartender. He kept him fixed with his gaze, until those eyes became a feral golden yellow. His already powerful form swelled further, transforming in the space of a breath into a giant humanoid wolf. His limbs were thick as tree trunks. Snarling lips were the only things not covered by coarse crimson hair, and a palpable aura of bloodlust followed him. It was visible in the air, a vibrating mist of red. There was a snarl and a flash of red. The Wolf King moved so quickly his afterimage remained. In no time at all he was face to face with the bartender. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 430, Second Metamorphosis, Silver Moon Alpha. Chapter 430, Second Metamorphosis, Silver Moon Alpha. Ray Ag. The Wolf King Jimu raced like a lightning bolt right for the bartender. The primal roar shook the Avenue Fighter, and in the blink of an eye the Avenue Fighter found himself face to face with an enormous red wolf's jaws. So fast. Surprise flashed through the bartender's eyes, and he retreated as quick as he could. As he went back, his arms went forward and the ring filled sound. A roar, like twin dragons. 2 powerful beams of light erupted from his palms, one blue and one red. The blue light was surrounded by a hazy mist of crystals, while the air around the red beam warped under intense heat. 2 conflicting powers, both equally bleak for his enemy. It was like being caught between magma and glacier. Boom! The explosion was followed by a deluge of energy. It struck Jimu so hard the dark pupils in his yellow eyes contracted. The force penetrating deep to his chi and blood. But he was a shifter. Adapting was his specialty. A dark crimson aura spread out from the surface of his body, and it made him look even darker and more feral. He paused for just a moment to dodge the beams, then raced forward once again. He swiped, revealing terrible claws aglow in golden light. The bartender narrowed his eyes but stopped the retreat. He couldn't go any further back or he'd be against the ring's far border. That was a bad position to be in. He crouched, and the raging powers separated to either side of him. A pair of great dragons, one red, one blue, could faintly be discerned weaving in and out of reality behind him. The Wolf King's swipe came tearing through the air, and the bartender threw his arm out to meet the blow. Clang! Those golden claws were held fast against the bartender's forearm, caught between dense dragon scales. They emerged from his skin, protruding several inches and capturing the blade-like claws between them. The bartender took advantage and launched them both toward the sky. He began to spin as the dragon cries grew louder and more agitated. The higher they rose, the stronger the bartender's influence became. An aura of swirling red and blue surrounded the wolf's claws first, then spread over all of Jumu's body. His head was cramped like it'd be electrified, latched firm to his enemy's arm. He was swept up with the bartender, powerless to extricate himself. The two diametrically opposed powers seemed to work as one, attempting to drill into the Wolf King's body. The energy itself was frightening, bringing with it an ominous aura of doom. Jimu was more than surprised. When he first met the fighter, he knew that the bartender's gifts were greater than his own. However, he thought his rank advantage would more than cover the discrepancy. In this moment, though, the Avenue representative felt unstoppable and indestructible. His attack hadn't even left a mark. Surprised or not, it didn't slow him down. He urged his powers outward and expelled the infectious powers from his body. He tore at the bartender with his free hand and struck him. There was a muffled clank, and the attack leveraged the Wolf King free to fall to the ground. The Wolf King had been taken by surprise, but the bartender was no less startled. The ability he just used was called Rise of the Twin Dragons, and it turned the explosive nature of his discipline inward. The implosion doubled his power for a short time and made him nearly invulnerable. The only attacks that could penetrate his defense had to surpass his own strength 3 times over. It was one of his most powerful and effective tricks, one that required a bit of protogenic knowledge to master. And yet, the Wolf King was far less affected by it than he'd thought. The beast even had the strength to purge the dual disciplines beforehand. Instead of continuing to join as the bartender's powers were meant to, the Wolf King shattered them. However, the bartender hadn't relied on luck to get so high in the tournament ladder. His reaction was quick as the lycanthrope's. The sound of screeching dragons never ceased. Before the Wolf King's eyes, the bartender stretched and grew, warped into a 2-headed dragon 7 meters long. The scaly mythical beast was split evenly down the middle, one half red and one half blue. Icefire Wyvern Metamorphosis. Jimu's pupils contracted. He'd never met an adept with this discipline before, but he could tell right away that he was very strong. Few in the West were a match, he reckoned. But natural talent didn't always mean superiority. The greater an adept's potential, the more difficult progress became. This was especially true when breaking through to new ranks, and it was often discovered that these adepts rose quickly, but could spend years at later ranks caught in a bottleneck. Jimu knew that true power came from only one road: talent, dedication, and understanding. Without one, you could never grow strong. The Wolf King's clawed feet dug into the earth, and he thrust his chest out as he thrust his head toward the heavens. Woo-wargu-woo-you-woo. The bone-chilling howl rang through the air, and everything beneath the ring's force shields darkened as though night had fallen. A full moon appeared above the crest of Jimu's head, and its silvery light fell over him like a blanket. A second metamorphosis. Lan Jue gasped from the waiting area. A second metamorphosis like this was a sign of mastery for beast-class disciplines. Only adepts who've reached 9th level 6th rank could employ it, for the power almost evolved the adept into another form. It filled their blood. Lan Jue had met one once. The adept's power awakened in the form of an ancient beast that turned him into a veritable nightmare on the field. As he looked on, Lan Jue watched the blood-red Wolf King grow even larger. Soon he was even more imposing than the Icefire Wyvern, stretching over 8 meters long and 5 meters tall on all fours. He crouched like a small mountain, and as they looked on, the color bled away from his fur. The once red wolf became silvery white, its eyes as well. Jimu's form exuded a majestic and intelligent grace. Still crouched, the crowds could see something pressing out from beneath the wolf's shoulder blades. It swelled until, with a piercing rip, Jimu's fur parted and spat a pair of fully formed wings. The first batch had ended without any action, and was a great disappointment to the audience. Now they watched with wide eyes, for it was clear these adepts were pulling out all the stops. 2 orbs of ice and fire were spat from the maws of the Icefire Wyvern. He'd seen the transformation, but at this point his only option was to forge ahead. The long lupin face gave the wyvern a mockery of a grin. His enormous front legs waved and a flash of silver shot out. Moments later the bartender's orbs erupted without warning, too far to cause him harm. Below the great silver wolf's wings beat once, and he rose high into the air. He was too fast to see. When he reappeared, Ji-mu was hovering over the bartender, bearing down on his prey. "I concede," the bartender's voice cried. For a moment the scene froze. The bartender's cry had stopped Ji-mu just as his razor-sharp talons were at his back. In a flash the silver wolf was back on the ground. Lan Jue, watching from the sidelines, was distracted when he noticed the pharmacist from the corner of his eye. Her lips were moving as though she were speaking, but he couldn't hear what she was saying. She was projecting her voice? Could the bartender really hear her from this far and through those shields? The match was over. Ji-mu, the Wolf King, emerged victorious. The audience were somewhat disappointed that the final clash never commenced, but the drama of their transformations was plenty entertaining. For most of them it was probably the first time they'd seen a second metamorphosis. The bartender left the ring with a sour expression. He looked once at the pharmacist and nodded, then instead of leaving went to his sofa and watched. Tactics and knowledge came into play now, as these duels were all between powerful contenders. He had to see what he could learn from the other fights. Zhang Yuan the necromancer was nearly finished in the other ring. The convert was strong, but he couldn't penetrate Zhang Yuan's control. His curses tormented him with sluggishness, weakness, preventing him from effecting any sort of real damage. Ji-mu was strong, but it was a shadow of Zhang Yuan's true strength. This was proven with his leadership position in the Citadel, and his presence here as their trump card. His current opponent wasn't enough to make him tip his hand, however. "Did you know about the second metamorphosis?" Lan Jue asked the pharmacist beside him. She nodded. The Silver Moon Alpha, a rare and powerful evolution. He has exceptional strength and speed, and wings for flight and heightened maneuverability. That's just part of it, though. The worst is he's practically invulnerable to the 6 elements. Lan Jue grunted in appreciation. Water, fire, earth, wind, light and dark, he was empowered against them all. Luckily for Lan Jue, things like time, space, and lightning disciplines didn't fall into those categories. They were either composite elemental powers, mystical or occult. None of this helped the bartender. It was no wonder the pharmacist convinced him to concede when one knew the breadth of his power and defense. With the added hurdle of their rank discrepancy, the bartender hadn't stood a chance. Even if he'd suddenly broken through to 6th rank and gained more control over his powers, his chances wouldn't have exceeded 50-50. The Wolf King was too strong, much stronger than he could have known. Zeta. Metatron sat on the viewing platform with a dour expression. Ji-mu and Zhang Yuan, everything the Pontiff Citadel knew about them was terribly wrong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 431, Quarterfinals. Chapter 431, Quarterfinals. Seated beside Metatron, Lucifer was the very picture of calm indifference. He watched the fight with a detached look, as though this was nothing important. Ji-mu and Zhang Yuan's advancement to the round-robin phase was a great display for the Dark Citadel. For the two fighters, however, now was when they started stretching their might. Getting here was a great achievement. The Pontiff's Citadel only had Constantine left to represent them in the tournament. He was a powerful symbol and a terrifying adept. But who knew how strong Satan's secret warriors really were? They hadn't seen the breadth of their skills yet. Skyfire Avenue wasn't in the best position either. The pharmacist, seamstress and bartender were all in the loser's bracket already, making the Avenue's chances at being washed out uncomfortably high. If they were unfortunate enough to be paired against each other, then a loss for their team was inevitable. Lan Jue knew the next set of fighters. One was the Conclave representative, the one the pharmacist had told him about. He was called Titan. Another was an old friend of Lan Jue's, and one of the few remaining Avenue survivors, the driver, also known as Thunderclap. He took a minute to appreciate the fact he didn't have to face him yet, or either of them, in fact. The fights got underway. The driver's opponent was from the west. He wasn't a member of either Citadel, but like many from that part alliance, he was a shifter. It was clear by his aura, which flared drastically when the digitized voice called for the fight to start. A feral roar filled the ring as the Conclave's man quickly warped into a 3-meter-tall baboon. His whole body was covered in coarse, purple-black hair. He beat meaty fists against his chest, then rushed at the driver. The god-ranked mecha pilot and Avenue representative watched him come with an arrogant expression. He stepped forward, then was off like a meteorite. The two collided in the middle of the field. Boom! The thunderous explosion followed a blinding pulse of light. The shifter was left tumbling through the air. Although his body was covered in a strong field of purple energy, it wasn't enough to completely protect him from the driver's electric blitz. Now it was time for the driver to show his skill. Crisscrossing streaks of lightning bounced all throughout the ring, so thick they hid the driver's form from view. The bolts of electricity arced through the distance between him and the baboon before viciously blasting at the shifter over and over again. Number 32, the baboon's competitor number, couldn't do anything but hop around and try to avoid the driver's assault as best he could. In the face of the driver's fierce onslaught, he was stuck. It didn't take him long to realize this, so he forfeit the match. It was the proper decision in this stage of the tournament. There was no sense in breaking oneself against a clearly superior opponent if another chance remained. Titan's fight was even faster than the driver's. The convert was like a younger version of the Terminator. He'd walked into the ring with an expressionless face, but rushed fist-first at his enemy the moment the match began. The loose fist seemed imbued with crushing power, and the whole arena could feel the shock of the collision. For a moment, it was like all the air in the arena was condensed to a single point, then exploded. Titan's opponent found himself right in the blast radius. Boom! 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 3 times Titan struck him with those sledgehammer fists, then the fight was over. No tricks, no strategy, straight steamrolling. Titan didn't seem any worse for wear after the brief fight. It was the most overpowering display they'd seen yet, and Titan's opponent was a 5th rank. But to him that didn't mean anything, apparently. He left the ring just as he'd entered, without any emotion betrayed on his face. He walked lazily to his sofa in the waiting area and Saturday. Pure physical power, that's a problem. Lan Jue muttered to himself. Adepts like him were rare, since the levels and kind of power he was using weren't a staple of normal human capability. His body had to be fundamentally altered so it could withstand using such power. Otherwise his attacks would more likely destroy himself, rather than his enemies. Without question, Titan had had to undergo some drastic changes to get where he was today. Now he could control levels of power the human body wasn't meant to produce. It made for staggering explosive force. Lan Jue figured the man could probably rival an attack-class god-ranked mecha all by his lonesome. He wasn't a man, he was a living weapon. About the only way to survive his attacks was to have power enough to block them. And who had that kind of power? Even an adept his own rank probably wouldn't have the strength to withstand his blows. He was a peak-level adept. Only a paragon could stand in his way. Lan Jue stole a look at the pharmacist beside him. For the first time since the tournament began, he could see excitement in her eyes. She was looking forward to testing her strength against Titan. It was difficult to imagine what might happen if these two terrifying fighters were to meet. Lan Jue could understand that. If he were the pharmacist, he'd be excited as well. But if he had to fight Titan as plain old Lan Jue? That was different. All the fights had been fast, the next was no exception. It was the pretty young girl the pharmacist had also told him about, the one from the conclave. Her name was Yan Ningya. Unfortunately, her opponent had been another from her own group, so she was forced to forfeit. The remaining fights followed expectations. The remaining fights were won by obviously stronger opponents. The one outlier had been the pharmacist, who gave up her spot in the first round of winners to help give Lan Jue a chance. Now it was time for the losers to get their shots in. In an hour, the high-stakes battles for a spot in the next round would begin. There wasn't any reason to hold back now, so the fights promised to be quite a display. The pharmacist handily defeated her challenger. With her strength, she wouldn't have to worry about being voted into the next round. Her fellow Avenue fighters, though, experienced things differently. The bartender lost his second fight and was thus removed from the tournament ladder. The seamstress won her fight, but ultimately failed to be chosen in the votes by the public. At last the final 16 were chosen, and the next round was set. The Avenue still had the pharmacist and driver as emissaries. The Great Conclave boasted the most with 3 Titan, Yan Ningya, and a 3rd Lan Jue wasn't familiar with. The Wolf King Jimu and Zhang Yuan the Necromancer demonstrated the Dark Citadel's power, while the Pontiff had only Constantine to bear his banner. The two citadels together rivaled the North, and that meant Skyfire Avenue was the least represented of all the alliances. However, this did not take Lan Jue's presence into account, even if he did need the pharmacist's help to climb the ladder. Now that the 16 contestants had been chosen, the Terminator slowly rose to his feet upon the main viewing platform. The area was so large that he got lost in the chaos when seated, however when he stood it caught everyone's attention. The air thickened as a quiet but clear indication that he desired everyone's focus. To maintain fairness through the final stages of our tournament, future fights will be determined by random drawing. No fighters will be seeded. Where they end up is where they end up. Tomorrow we will continue, with a single batch every day. Winners will receive 3 points and losers will get none. In the event of a draw, the competitors will receive 1 point each. By the end, competitors with the highest points will be entered into the semifinals. It was a strange sensation to have their fights analyzed and announced by a paragon. This wasn't just about the attention. It was about glory and profit. 16 pictures appeared in the sky. I, the Terminator, swear upon the truths of Protogenia that the selection process is equitable. Begin selection. No one questioned the Terminator's assertions. A paragon's word was enough. The portraits began to move, slower than they had before. Lan Jue had his eyes fixed, but his prayers weren't for victory. To him the champion title meant little. He just hoped the group he was selected to fight in was strong. He was eager to reap the benefits of tougher opponents for his discipline. It was a pity, Lan Jue thought, that his brother hadn't come. Lan Cheng hadn't offered any explanation as to his absence, but Lan Jue thought he might have some idea. For one, if the North was worried over the encroaching alien threat, then the Eastern military must be in chaos. Second, Lan Cheng was a high-ranking military official. Who could ensure his safety, deep in Northern territory? Not coming was the right decision. But he was an ambassador of the Divine Monarchs. His glory was their glory. The next few fights would be crucial, and he had to be careful not to tip his hand too early. Not the pharmacist. If there was one person he desperately wished not to be paired with, it was her. He'd never sparred with her, but now was not the time. She was the best hope for the Avenue, and he wanted her to win. Lan Jue still wasn't sure what he would do if it came to that, if he would have to pull out all the stops. There was a flash and the pictures stopped moving. The fighters had been moved into their combat groups. The 16 remaining competitors looked up, and faces began to change. Some were happy, others less so. After so many days, they all knew each other well. Well enough to know by a picture whether they were screwed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 432, The Group Situation. Chapter 432, The Group Situation. The flashing stopped. 1, 2, 3, 4 golden numbers appeared around clusters of portraits each. These were the groups for the next round. Group 1, Titan, Jimu, Bingyu, Zeus. Group 2, the pharmacist, Zhang Yuan, Shi Tianjiao, Qianbian. Group 3, Yan Ningya, the driver, Zhao Shuiqin, Jun Yangya. Group 4, Constantine, Xian Yuan Shishir, Windshadow, Black Moon. Lan Jue's face was hidden beneath the mask, but the pupils of his eyes contracted when he saw who he would be facing. He couldn't stop his eyes from turning to the mountainous man who sat nearby. This wasn't the worst group Lan Jue couldn't gotten, but it was close. Defeat was a real possibility, with the Wolf King and Titan as his opponents. However, the tide of competition had washed away all but the strongest challengers. He wasn't the only one bemoaning his luck, to be sure. In fact, none of the Avenue denizens had to fight one another, so the end result was good for them. The Terminator's thunderous voice filled the arena. The groups have been chosen. We will have a day of rest for our fighters to prepare. Afterwards, the tournament shall resume. The news was a clear shock to several of the competitors. Others were clearly careful to hide their reactions from their peers. Giving them a day was giving them time. Time to study up on their foes and develop strategies. Members of a group were at an advantage since they had access to a pool of knowledge to help hone their approach. Whatever the case, the quarterfinals were sure to be spectacular. They would have to fight for every inch and use every advantage. Only the best from each team would advance to the semis. Each competitor would have 3 tries max to advance, so they had to fight their hardest for each point. Any loss might mean the difference between getting to the semifinals or going home. When Lan Jue got back to his hotel room, a message was waiting from the gourmet. There would be a meeting tonight to discuss the tournament, so the afternoon was left to him to prepare and research. Research was precisely where the accountant would thrive. With his intelligence, skill set, and the wealth of the Avenue's knowledge behind him, they would be swimming in data. Lan Jue did not spend part of the afternoon in cultivation, and with research handled he elected to take time with Juner. They wandered and played while she wore the helmet, happily taking it all in. With her discipline yet to fully reveal itself, she looked like any other happy child. When the sun came down they went back and had dinner with the pharmacist. Afterwards, they all went to the conference room the gourmet had rented out. By the time they got there, everyone had already arrived and were locked in intense discussion. Most of it as the accountant, who was veritably vomiting words on anyone who would listen. It's not that simple with Zhou Qianlin. She's listed as only 6th rank, but all of her previous fights and the data I've dug up suggests she's much stronger. Hey. Why hello there, gorgeous lady. The accountant stopped when he spied Junior. He hopped over with an impish smile. Junior returned the devious smirk. Hello, Uncle Accountant. He went on with sweet countenance. Call me big brother, I've told you a million times. I'm not old like your father. Lan Jue grinned at the banter, then muttered something to him under his breath. The accountant's eyes went wide. What? He balked. No way. You're messing with me. Would I joke about something like this? Lan Jue asked coolly. Right, he answered. My mistake. Well, let's get to work. Time to plan countermeasures. I've been busy all afternoon, I am such a reliable guy. So hurry up, stop loitering about. We're all here, so let's get started. The others looked curiously at Lan Jue. They were keen to know what the jewelry master had said to get such a response from the accountant. Of course, Lan Jue failed to explain and left it at that. He walked to a seat and fell into placing Junior on his lap. The gourmet nodded at the accountant, indicating that they would start. Tell them what you've learned. Focus on the members of the other teams. Very well. The accountant's persona shifted noticeably. His usually irritating and abrasive nature was replaced with a scholarly air that surprised everyone in the room. His eyes went first to Lan Jue. The quarterfinals consist of 4 teams, and the contestants are all formidable fighters. We'll start with Group 1. It consists of Titan, Jimu, Bingyu, and Zeus, our jewelry master. The group grew quiet. Everyone wanted to learn more about Lan Jue, even those who weren't participating in the tournament. The fact that he rose so high made him an outstanding adept, and young. Those who weren't fighting could still watch, and having background information would make it more interesting. I've also made my determinations who I think will advance. He stopped and gave the Lan Jue a quick look, then went on. Titan will be the winner from the first group. I looked around for a long time but could only find a little information about him. Most of it has been deleted or misplaced, so the information I have had to be pieced together. He's stronger than the jewelry master? The driver asked. The accountant nodded without the slightest hesitation. Unless he has any more tricks up his sleeves, I don't think he has any more than a 50-50 shot. The accountant's certainty surprised the Avenue delegation. Although he was ordinarily full of hot air, in these matters he was deadly serious. Lan Jue nodded. All right, go on. The accountant obliged. From what I could gather, Titan is the Terminator's own disciple and the single successful result of a program to build potential paragons. His specialty is physical force. 90% of him has been replaced with high-tech machinery. Everything except his brain is made from metal. And he's a 9th level, 9th ranked talent. It's very likely that, at his level, he has a fair knowledge of protogenia. Since its use is forbidden in the tournament, you can expect him to use the full force of his discipline. If I had to pick a single person I thought would win the championship, it would be him. A lot of people look down on his discipline as simple, but that would be a mistake. Any power trained to perfection could be terrifying. I did some basic calculation after his last fight, and the power output he displayed was twice the stopping power of a loaded mech suit. I only had my eyes to gauge, but I suspect he used about a third of his entire energy stores in those attacks. Remember that all of this is without considering that he may have some other hidden functionality we aren't aware of. Direct force isn't going to work against him, so you only have 2 paths to victory. The first is to outlast him. The second is to focus all of your power in a single point, at a single moment, and hope it's enough to penetrate his shields. From there the target should be either his head, or his core located in his chest. It's fair to say Titan isn't even really human anymore. He is a product of the North's technology machine, and it's clearly much more advanced than anyone had imagined. I actually managed to hack into their military supercomputer. I only had 3 seconds before they found me, but I managed to find something. The amount of money they put to their Paragon building program was enough to build a mothership. This is much larger than their human weapon programs from the past one. I also managed to come across an interesting bit of information, from 3 years and 7 months ago. It said they'd successfully concluded research on something called ferrocytotropism. In short, it's designed to attract iron from the body to replace the cell membrane's phospholipid bilayer. It also slows their metabolism, but the trade-off is incredible strength and resilience. My estimations put them at 2 months past launch of this program now. I think all of these are connected. The gourmet face was grave as the accountant gave the report. If this was true and the North had found a way to manufacture paragons, it would be an historic event. But while it would be a tremendous leap forward for humanity, it would almost certainly also spell ruin for the West and East. If there came a day when the Northern Alliance was able to reliably create power like this, no one could stop their domination. Unification would be inevitable, and weapons of mass destruction would freely roam the galaxy. 1. Remember that Kur is a product of this program, which was the reason she was saved by Lan Jue and ultimately became his Amazon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 433, Daddy will win it. Chapter 433, Daddy will win it. The accountant broke into laughter. Don't worry everyone. Current estimates put their success rate at 0.03%. At present, the idea of mass-producing paragons is impossible. A paragon is a special entity whose body, will, and energy have all coalesced into a complete whole. It's almost inconceivable anyone could have the technology to replicate that. But even with occasional success, they are still hemorrhaging money. It would be hard to justify spending it on this program instead of upgrading their naval fleet. So, it is my estimation that Titan is an exception rather than the rule. In fact, I suspect he'll never reach Paragon. That's why the North is revealing him to us now instead of after he's broken through. The accountant's assurances eased some of the hard faces in the room. He went on. His strength is nonetheless unquestionable. The only thing I don't know is how much punishment he can ultimately dish out. I'll need more information, so I'll continue my analysis as the tournament continues. The only advice I can give you, Jewelry Master, is pray you don't meet him in the first round. I'll need time to find his Achilles heel, but... Lan Jue remained impassive as the accountant explained. Very well. Pressure is motivation. I'm not interested in winning, just doing my best in each fight. The gourmet nodded sagely. Well said. I hope that the pharmacist and driver share your philosophy. Whoever takes the crown is not important, but the safety of everyone from the avenue is. After that, the aim should be to learn what we can. Go on, accountant. He obliged. Next, Zhu Mu. You've all seen him in action. He represents the Dark Citadel, and was one of their surprise additions to the tournament. He is a 9th level 8th rank adept, given the name the Wolf King. The data on him is also somewhat thin, but we know he is a genetically modified talent. When he achieves his second metamorphosis, his speed, strength, and defense are all improved. There are indications he's also holding on to some tricks we haven't seen yet. Unfortunately, he's been paired with Titan, and I judge his chances at beating the convert to be pretty low. He doesn't have a way to overcome Titan's overwhelming force. The bartender, his expression sour, said, You said it, the Wolf King almost certainly has some more up his sleeve. Are you sure his chances are so low? He just lost to Ji Mu, and if the Wolf King wasn't strong enough to beat Titan, then what did it say about him? The accountant shot him a look of irritation. Did I say it was certain? Of course there's a chance he could win, but if he does, it will be by a small margin. It was clear he stood by his analysis. Well, let's hope they meet in the first round, the bartender growled resentfully. It would be the best situation for the jewelry master, the accountant answered, his brows furrowed. If they tired each other out, then he might have a chance at the semifinals. Lan Jue sat silently, though his expression looked a little uncomfortable. The accountant gave him a knowing look, then went on. The third person in Group 1 is named Bingyu. We know a little more about her. She's an older, attractive woman. About the jewelry master's age. Daddy, why is this man so bad? Junior interrupted. He's always saying mean things. Lan Jue smirked. It's because he's sick, baby. He's what we call a tight butt, and is in desperate need of someone to help him ease it out. Ahem. Junior, I wasn't talking about your daddy. I'm just trying to explain. You should convince him to forfeit, Junior, these next fights are going to be really hard. Junior, clearly annoyed by the suggestion, answered. You're a liar. Daddy's definitely going to win the competition. He. The accountant broke into laughter. You're definitely your father's daughter. I hope it all turns out well, but reality is cruel, little one. He's going to need to give it all he's got. Junior swung her face to Lan Jue, then to the accountant. Daddy will be the winner. The accountant gave her a tolerant chuckle. Yeah, so how about a bet? If I lose and your daddy wins, then you can kiss me. But if he loses, then I get to kiss you. I will literally murder you. The pharmacist looked at him with a pair of cutting, angry eyes. The accountant blanched when he suddenly remembered the young girl's mother nearby. He quickly added, pretend I never said anything. I'll bet you. A real noble doesn't go back on their word. Juner's tiny but resolute voice called attention back to her. The accountant didn't know how to react. The pharmacist was likewise surprised. Juner, honey, enough, she chastised. The girl's voice rose an octave. I won't. Daddy will be the champion. And if I lose, then I will give you a kiss. But if you lose, then you have to be my daddy's sidekick. Whatever daddy needs you to do, you have to do. Are you brave enough? Her audience watched in speechless amazement. She would not be dissuaded. A nervous chuckle escaped the accountant. All right, you clever little thing. You've got a bet with your big brother. Better wash your cheek for that kiss you're gonna owe me. He found himself in an embarrassing situation, but thought little of it. She was just a kid. Juner sniffed in acceptance, then snuggled back into Lan Jue's arms. The Avenue delegation was a sea of smirks, all but for three. The accountant didn't notice anything funny. The gourmet had a strange, enigmatic look in his eye, and the pharmacist was contemplative. Lan Jue looked bewildered. 1. Even with all his intelligence, the accountant couldn't know that Juner's insistence could have been a prediction. Had he some inkling, he'd be wise enough to know the dangers of betting against a psychic? The gourmet and the pharmacist silently pondered the meaning of what they'd seen. Surely it meant her powers were quite strong already, if she could see something so clearly already. She was already outstripping the clairvoyant when he was her age. For Lan Jue, the prediction didn't matter. He would put as much of himself into the fight as possible, but failure meant disappointing Juner. That could not be allowed to happen. I'll continue. The accountant said. Bingyu is from the West, and as her name suggests, her discipline concerns ice. She has an impressive reputation in her alliance that is especially telling, since she is not affiliated with either citadel. Whether or not she's used genetica to improve her skills isn't clear, but she's a 9th level 7th rank nonetheless. They call her Absolute Zero. Ice adepts are strong in general, but she began to realize progenia when she was only 3rd rank. Since then her progress has been practically light speed, real potential to become a paragon. She's no less powerful than the one the pharmacist fought, Hades. The accountant's words were specific, chosen to illustrate to Lan Jue precisely how strong she was. The barber huffed. You're in the group of death, here. There aren't going to be any weaklings. The accountant shot a glance at Lan Jue, then chortled. The best situation for our jewelry master would be to encounter Bingyu in the first round, then Titan last. If Jimu and Titan rough each other up, he has a chance. But that being the best option doesn't mean it'll be easy. I'm sure the jewelry master knows enough of his own abilities to craft his own defense, much more than I. Anyway, his group isn't even the worst. The barber blinked, openly stunned. What, you mean the pharmacist's group? The strength of their resident drug pusher was evident to everyone, and everyone suspected she was going to be the one to walk away with the crown. No, the accountant shook his head. There's nothing special there, barring you, pharmacist, of course. You'll need to watch out for the necromancer, Zhang Yuan, because he'll try to restrain you in various ways. But I'm certain your skills will triumph over his. You're our hope for the semifinals. The driver glowered at the accountant. You're one hell of a downer, do you know that? The jewelry master's right, you should see the doctor for that tight ass of yours. The accountant immediately adopted his well-practiced, victimized pout. I'm giving a presentation. Gourmet, you should take responsibility for the content. I've been busy all afternoon and look how they treat me. So give your presentation and stop sniveling over every asinine comment. Go on. I'm really not trying to say anything about your abilities, the accountant said earnestly. In fact, the worst group is yours. Altogether your group has the highest destructive rating. It makes your chance of success, remote. The driver gave him a skeptical look. There's no one of any note, no one with a reputation. That Yan Ningya might have me break a sweat, but the others haven't displayed anything in their last fights to make me concerned. What could you come up with that I missed? That smirk spread across the accountant's face again. There are many people in this universe who appear as sheep but are truly wolves, my dear driver. Your group is proof. You think Yan Ningya's strength is something to sniff at? That's exactly why you can't see it. I managed to get into a conclave supercomputer to look for clues, and the clues lead me to a surprising discovery. Yan Ningya is as high up the chain of command as Titan, according to Great Conclave internal correspondence. As we all know, a conclavian's rank in their organization is directly correlated to their ability. What does it say that she doesn't take orders from Titan? War, that's about the only information we have on her. From what we could gather, her discipline is time-based. That's rare, about as rare as, predictive disciplines. In fact, the only information I could dig up about any notable time discipline was the clockmaker. A member of the Avenue for a while, but a northerner, now known as the Paragon Apocrean. That leads me to one conclusion: Yan Ningya is either the student or disciple of Apocrean. 1. At the top of the paragraph, TJSS noted 3 people not smiling, but described 4. I've amended the 3 to a 4 in the spirit of what I'm sure was his meaning. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 434, The Accountant's Analysis. Chapter 434, The Accountant's Analysis. The driver's countenance changed after hearing the accountant's explanation. His self-confidence, however, did not recover. Lan Jue was also surprised, but for a different reason. The Northern Paragon came from Skyfire Avenue? The clockmaker? Now that he thought about it, there was always a shop on the avenue that never opened its doors. It didn't seem to have a proprietor. It was just a bit down the avenue from the Gothic winery, and he could remember seeing clocks in the dark windows. He asked the wine master about it once, but the Paragon only shook his head and said nothing. It would make sense that the empty shop belonged to this absent clockmaker. The same person who became one of the leading figures in the north. At her current rank, she would have been the second most powerful paragon in the avenue at the time. Imagine how strong they would be today if the Apocrean had stayed. The driver looked unsure after his opponent's history. He looked towards Lan Jue. Do you have time tomorrow? Lan Jue nodded. Neither explained further. Lately Lan Jue had spent his time training with Qianlin, so he hadn't had the opportunity to discuss the yin-yang aspects of their disciplines. His reduction in power meant that the benefit to the driver would be small, but it appeared his friend could no longer wait. The gourmet turned his attention to the accountant. What about the other 2? What's their story? The accountant nodded. The other 2 are Zhou Qianlin and Zhou Qianlin. Where Yan Ningya's power is on the surface, these 2 are insidious. When I said wolves in sheep's clothing, I was talking about these 2. First I'll discuss Zhou Qianlin, an unaffiliated Eastern Adept. She comes from a mysterious family I've only been able to learn a little about. They're apparently based on our mother planet, Earth. They call her Heartstrings, because that's how she plays people. 9th level 6th rank, specializes in sound. She's cultivated her abilities to the point where she can command aspects of spirit and physics in offense. None of her former opponents have lasted long enough to let her finish her song. Her energy stores look smaller, but make no mistake that she's very dangerous. Your strategy should be to blitz, driver. If you can overwhelm her with your thunderbolt disciplined speed and explosiveness, then you can beat her. If you let her play her song, then your chances are slim to none. The driver didn't contest the accountant's dire tone this time. He silently nodded his head, and pondered the limited data they had on this Zhou Qianlin. But the accountant wasn't finished, and his face grew darker still. She is strong, but her powers are erratic. At least we know more or less what she's capable of. That other one though, Zhou Qianlin, is an enigma. His discipline is strange. It manifests somehow with a wooden sword, very simple and nothing special. However, none of his opponents seemed to make it past a few minutes. I asked around and none of them even seemed to know why they lost. It's likely that his swordsmanship has its basis in ancient martial technique. Evidence puts his discipline at 9th level 7th rank, more or less. I suspect that he's already managed to completely fuse his martial technique with his discipline. I suppose we'll know how strong he is if you face him in the ring. His nickname is a clue, though, Blademaster, White Blademaster, on account of the white coat he prefers. Now that everyone had a clearer idea of the foes they faced, there wasn't a smile in the room. They'd come to the north with the expectation of making a big impression, but that didn't seem practical anymore with this new knowledge and the groups they'd been placed in. They stood on footing much weaker than they'd anticipated. The accountant didn't skimp on the last group either, going into great detail concerning the information he'd been able to uncover. By comparison, they were weaker than the others and didn't stand out. It was the others he advised caution for. Once the information had been delivered, the Avenue delegation sunk into a contemplative silence. It was late at night, and Junior had long since fallen asleep. The pharmacist took her to the bedroom within, while the gourmet dismissed everyone but the 3 participating in the tournament. The gourmet looked toward the accountant. Is there any chance you'll find out more tomorrow? The keeper's apprentice shook his head. Doubtful. I spent all day today trying every trick I know. I've poked around in more than a few places I shouldn't have, so cybersecurity is probably ready for me. It'll be better for everyone to just rest and relax, I think. At any rate, I'm confident the pharmacist will make it to the semifinals, with a shot at champion. Things are much more difficult for the jewelry master and the driver. And jewelry master, now that it's just us here, I have to ask. Did your discipline get weaker? By a lot, if I'm not mistaken. Lan Jue's brows rose. Why do you ask? The accountant gave a dismissive sniff. How else would I determine your odds so low unless I suspected you were weaker? All truth is in the data. I analyzed all of your fights and none of your abilities revealed a strength above 3rd rank. There was one exception, when you hid your actions from the crowd. What happened only you and Serial will know. Other than that aberrant variable, all evidence indicates an adept who was 9th level 3rd rank, so what happened? Internal injuries? If it is, you should consider forfeiting. Titan is a dangerous adversary. Lan Jue secretly admired the mousy man. He wasn't the most reliable team member, but no one could read his situation better than he could. He awarded the accountant with a slight nod. You're right. Because of unforeseen circumstances, my discipline was reduced to 9th level 2nd rank. The fact I'm in the quarter-finals is a miracle, as far as I'm concerned. I'm going to give my all in the next fights no matter what. That's the only way to get back in touch with my discipline. You don't need to say anything else about it, I've got things under control. The driver looked at him with a flabbergasted expression. Your discipline dropped that much. What could have caused that? The only thing I can think of is Kundalini syndrome, that sometimes happened to the ancient martial fighters. You? Lan Jue chuckled and shook his head. It's not Kundalini syndrome. Call it a coincidence, or I guess more accurately a cultivation method. It's not as bad as it might seem. Alright, the driver replied. But these next fights, ... A smile spread across the jewelry master's face. A loss isn't always entirely a loss. I have my methods, you all can relax. Even if I run into Titan, I'll put on a good show. You'll all see who walks away. Judging by that reaction, you definitely have something hidden up your sleeve, the accountant accused. The pharmacist's firm but tepid voice interrupted. Don't forget your wager with my daughter. The accountant's face twitched. Wait a minute, you were serious? Junior's just a child, she doesn't even comprehend rule of law. The pharmacist's eyes never wavered from him. I'll remember everything that just happened. If you dare break your agreement with my baby girl, you'll wish you'd never have met me. Even the keeper wouldn't be able to save you. His face went a ghostly pale. Why you? Why does it feel like I've stumbled into a trap? You made a promise, what's this trap nonsense? The driver said in irritation. The bet was your idea anyway. If there was any trap, you built it, then fell into it yourself. Now we were all witnesses, so you better pay out if you lose. Enough, is there anything you've been holding out on saying? The accountant looked at Lan Jue, huffed, then spoke. Even if I did, why should I tell him? Anyway, who knows what will happen? I don't have enough data to determine who will move on to the semifinals with any reliable accuracy. We should bet as well, the driver said. I think Lan Jue will reach the semis. We should bet on the pharmacist, the accountant parried. Carefully of being fooled again, he wanted to be cautious. Enough of this pointless talk, the gourmet interjected. Do you have anything else that'll help? With a crooked smile, the accountant shrugged. I've told you everything I know. The only thing I can add is to take care of yourselves. This is especially true for the jewelry master. Jimu and Titan hit like ballistic missiles. If the judges don't see something in time, it could be a danger to your life. As for you, driver, do the best you can. With luck and care, you have a chance. There was a flash in the driver's eyes. Good. Then I bet you I won't come in dead last. What do you think? A bottle of whiskey, he countered. Deal. Lan Jue sighed inwardly. The driver was certainly a personality, but it looked like he bit off more than he could chew with that bet. Even Lan Jue's own faith was shaken. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 435, Lightning is male and female? Chapter 435, Lightning is male and female? There was a faint glimmer of light in the room, somewhat ominous. If there's nothing else, I'll continue with my meditations. Come find me tomorrow, driver. The other quarter-finalist nodded in response. The constant stress of the tournament continued to aid his cultivation efforts with Zhou Qianlin. Their unions were smoother, and the pressure helped to hone his focus. Going through the ranks again caused him to notice things he'd missed or didn't understand the first time. He felt like a novelist who felt one way when writing the first draft, but had matured by the time editing was done. In the China of the former era, a great novelist of the Tang family said every edit is a revelation. If one wishes to write a great piece, one must be dedicated to persistent self-reflection and adjustment. Lan Jue's situation was no different. It was bitter, to feel like you had to start over. But the benefits were obvious. As if to underscore his point, both he and Qianlin felt their disciplines advance after a night of meditation. Qianlin's famously fast advance through the levels had slowed significantly since reaching 9th rank. However, with Lan Jue's help she was still much faster than anyone else. She'd been pressing against the boundary of 9th level 2nd rank for the last few days. Her mastery over Lan Jue's Thunderbolt disciplines had also improved. The environment was appearing to have a transformative effect on her own abilities. The pharmacist had mentioned this in her discussion with Lan Jue before. It was a sign that they were on the optimum path. The driver came knocking early the next morning. Lan Jue and Qianlin had just finished their breakfast. Early enough? Lan Jue remarked dryly. The driver huffed. I don't have time to sit on my ass. I believe every word the accountant said last night, so forgive me if my opponents have me a little stressed. This is pretty unlike you, he answered. With talk like that, how do you have any hope of winning? Confidence and determination is what will help you rise to the challenge. Or maybe it's because my defect has started to affect my mood, the driver revealed. Lan Jue regarded his friend with surprise and concern. The driver's voice grew somber. You must already know that I'm stuck in a bottleneck. Each one is different, some big and some small. But this has been the worst block I've ever experienced. I haven't been able to budge from the peak of 7th rank. If I could only break through, I have the perception of a 9th level 9th rank adept. I may even have potential to become a paragon. I'll never get there if I can't get through this bottleneck, though. It was too sudden and too intractable. Lan Jue nodded reassuringly. Whatever the case, I'll do whatever I can to help. Their disciplines were two sides of the same coin. Thunderbolt and Lightning one yin and one yang, but otherwise mirrors of each other. The driver fixed him with a look. In truth, the bottleneck has to do with you. Usually, these bottlenecks appear to force an adept to achieve greater levels of control over their energy. For those like us who have practiced for many years, those blockages are easily overcome. However, this is different. The bottleneck I'm suffering has infected my heart meridian. It started after the God rank battles, when you absorbed my discipline. There was a sense, something there that I could feel, but not clearly. It's been nagging at me and affecting my talent ever since. I've tried to tell myself to let it be, but my mind keeps returning to whatever it is. It's come to taint my cultivation, I can't focus, and I can't feel what I need to break through to the next rank. There was a glimpse of something in Lan Jue's eyes, and a smile spread across his face. Got it. Got what? The driver asked. Lan Jue smirked at him. You should be thanking me, actually. I went through the exact same process myself once. That sense you feel is a type of protogenia that resonates with you. That's why it has such a powerful effect on your heart. You should know that the earlier you experience, the more effect it has on your future development, too. For instance, if you'd only started to sense protogenia when you were at 9th rank, then your chances for breaking through to Paragon were no better than 20%. However, you've got an early start, which means your chances have increased significantly. The driver's eyes lit up. Protogenia? That's actually what I'm feeling? Lan Jue offered a sagely nod. We're both lightning-based adepts, yin and yang, the basic energies of all the universe. Part of this understanding lies within you, you only need to cultivate a deeper understanding. So, in a way you're right, your bottleneck does have to do with me. If your goal is to break through to 7th rank, then your path must include developing a knowledge of protogenia. When you've put your feet on the path, then you're ready to continue. Then you'll be ready for the journey to Paragon. The driver nodded in understanding. There was a strange look on his face, though. I guess that means I owe you. So when can we start cultivating, so I can understand the path? And with your discipline so reduced, do you think it will have an effect? To this, Lan Jue smiled. You're in for a bitter surprise if you're worried about my discipline. Oh yeah? The driver asked. Lan Jue chuckled. I've had more than a few fine whiskeys of yours. I'll show you what I mean. Qianlin, let's go. Qianlin had been quietly listening, interested in their exchange. Lan Jue's sudden call caused her cheeks to redden. He knew what Lan Jue planned to do. As she moved in close, Lan Jue wrapped a hand around her waist and leaned it. He pressed his lips to hers. I could come back." The driver's awkward reaction to their kiss was amplified when Qianlin dissolved into a flash of light and vanished into Lan Jue. Lan Jue lifted his right hand, and a bolt of lightning leapt from his fingers. It raced through the room, charging the atmosphere and masking their presence. Once they were hidden from prying eyes, he allowed the full extent of his powers to reveal themselves. The driver was stunned to feel the tempestuous flows of Lan Jue's discipline as it flooded the room. Somehow, the jewelry master was suddenly so much stronger than he was. This was Lan Jue's biggest secret, the power he wielded when he and Qianlin joined. Still, he shared it with the driver, for two reasons. The first was their personal relationships, they were friends. Second, he trusted the clairvoyant's visions. Both he and the driver had been the subject of the old paragon's visions. He couldn't have seen it wrong, so he didn't feel there was anything he needed to hide. "Are you still worried about my discipline?" Lan Jue regarded his friend with a self-satisfied smirk. "The change in your discipline had something to do with her," the driver mused. Lan Jue nodded. "We underwent a very interesting experience, too complicated to explain. When we're together, my discipline returns to normal or improves. When we're apart, my discipline becomes weak." The driver's expression adopted a pensive tint. "You shouldn't have told me." Lan Jue laughed it off. "We are among the strongest under heaven, right? That was the idea of Daima's team. If I don't trust you, then who can I trust? Remember that a single man's power is finite. You're my brother in arms, and if I don't tell you the truth, then how can you watch my back in a fight?" The driver nodded again, his lips tight and face resolute. "Right. It was a simple response, but Lan Jue could see a subtle difference behind his eyes. Men didn't need words to express themselves among other men. "So," Lan Jue asked, "shall we get started?" The driver nodded emphatically. The two adepts made their way to the center of the living room and folded their legs beneath them as they sat. They didn't touch, only allowed their disciplines to emanate freely from their bodies. Their eyes were closed, but the room flashed erratically with the manifestations of their talent. The differences in their powers became clear as the lightning raced around them. Lan Jue's discipline was sky blue, sometimes a vibrant purple. The driver's discipline appeared as a deep blue, almost black. That was a product of their yin and yang nature, but the explosive properties of the lightning discipline were precisely the same for both of them. Gradually they were brought under control, and brought into contact. K-cha! The feral tendrils of power clashed and released a spider web of lightning overhead. The charged atmosphere caused both men to shake slightly. The driver opened his eyes, brows furrowed. "A mountain can only have one tiger." Lan Jue smiled. "True, unless one is female." "Who are you calling female?" The driver barked. Lan Jue chuckled. "Stop screwing around. I'm talking about the lightning, not you. Pay attention to their reaction, feel the changes. I'll take care of the rest." "Got it." The driver was concerned with breaking his bottleneck, not the intricacies of energy gender. He nodded and focused on the swirling powers around them. Lan Jue, meanwhile, folded his hands into an oval in his lap. A short while later, another sensation crept through to join with the others, something strange and subtle. Flashes of white and black flickered through the room. This strange power helped to constrain and condense the electric energies. Lan Jue's own sky-blue tendrils of electricity were drawn into the milky depths of the white power. Likewise, the driver's discipline was innately drawn to the darkness. Once joined by Lan Jue's Taiji mastery, the two opposing electrical forces began to gather. Although the driver had his eyes closed, he could feel the ebb and flow of the universe. Whatever skill it was that Lan Jue commanded was like a vortex that swallowed everything up, including his discipline. Now that they were bound to either yin or yang, the two disciplines were separated as though by a moat. There appeared no way for the two to interact. 1. Very, very frightening. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 436, Conciliation of Yin and Yang. Chapter 436, Conciliation of Yin and Yang. The driver had never felt this sensation before. He could feel every minute shift in his body. As if in response, his discipline flared even more vibrantly. There it was again, that strange, elusive sensation he'd faintly perceived months ago. It was elating, to feel himself come to grips with something that had tormented him, something intractable. Lan Jue was also attentive, but his focus was the integration of the two energies with his taiji manipulation. The subtle but powerful attraction of the yin-yang energies were strong enough to bring the thunderbolt disciplines in line. The longer this was maintained, the closer the two opposing but similar powers became. His control was much improved over the last few weeks, both from his prolific use in the West, but also his empowered discipline. He analyzed every shift to deepen his understanding, and he was beginning to grasp its secrets. When the two pure forms of their thunderbolt disciplines clashed, it was just as the driver has said, a mountain is only big enough for one tiger. However, when the unifying powers of taiji were added, it fully activated their yin-yang aspects. In the spiraling taiji power they joined, to spectacular results. Even these small demonstrations of their discipline were capable of generating great blasts of light when they met. The flashes were a myriad of colors, and it felt as chaotic as it did innocent. The energy flooding the room surged to a new level. Their dual powers were forced closer and closer, condensing until it took up the space of acorn, a third of when they started. But despite its lackluster appearance, Lan Jue was nervous. It was even more worrisome when he discovered it more difficult to differentiate the changes. At 9th level 9th rank, it was quite frightening to encounter an energy he couldn't understand. With careful guidance, Lan Jue guided the powers toward himself. He knew immediately that if he consumed these powers into himself it would be of tremendous value, and so he carefully sought to use himself as a conduit. However, it was dangerous, for even as he did so the power increased. The stronger it got, the more frightening the dangers of a misstep. He began by simply interacting with it, feeling it, before he dared take it in. Then, boom! There was an explosive rush, and a thunderous crack. Lan Jue was thrust against the far wall like he'd been struck with an artillery round. He struck so hard cracks slithered through the plaster. The whole room looked like the aftermath of a tornado. The furniture was smashed, and the driver had also been flung against the wall. Thankfully, he'd only suffered the blowback from Lan Jue's encounter. If not for Lan Jue's forethought in shielding the room, the blast would probably have taken out half the floor. The shields were not enough to stop the building from shaking, though, or the shuddering blast. As they were recovering, a cadre of hotel security were rushing for Lan Jue's room. He couldn't wait. The moment he came to his senses, he leapt from the room to the gardens below. Burnt almost black, he lay smoldering against the cool grass. No rushing it. He panted and groaned, and it felt like every bone in his body hurt. Protogenia, no doubt about it. Lan Jue bitterly mused. He'd done all he could at this point. Anything further was far too frightening to attempt again, not until they could make certain the correct path. However, it was not a total failure. In the moment before the explosion, he felt as though he were onto something. There was a resonance between his power and that explosion. Although it had been slight, he had trained himself to recognize these small changes. To say the blast had hurt would be an understatement. Thankfully, he had been joined with Qianlin at the time. In the instant the blast was released, he was filled with a protective warmth. It had spared him from any real damage, just residual pain and some bruising. He couldn't stay hidden forever, and eventually Lan Jue was found. However, it was the gourmet, not security, who caught up with him first. It wasn't any surprise, since the entire Skyfire delegation had been staying at the same hotel. The matter was eventually settled by the Avenue Paragon. Lan Jue would be responsible for all repairs, and the gourmet would work to ensure things remained quiet. The hotel would receive remuneration immediately and they would promise not to cause any more trouble. Another offense and they would be removed from the hotel. They were given another room, and then finally Lan Jue and the driver had a minute to take in what had happened. The two burned and stricken men looked at each other. What the hell were you doing? The driver's clothes were in tatters, but he was still better off than the charbroiled Lan Jue. The jewelry master coughed. I just wanted to see what would happen. I was curious to see if we could use our combined disciplines to help with the cultivation. But then, the driver rolled his eyes so hard they threatened to pop from his head. Are you a moron? You never learned how to cultivate? When the yin and yang energies of thunderbolt disciplines join, it's almost at protogenic levels. What made you think we're capable of handling anything like that at our ranks? I'm pretty damn sure you're psychopathic. Ha! I mean, no harm in trying? And it wasn't all bad. Lan Jue offered helplessly. I had it, after so long, and then you blew the room up. Joining our disciplines to cultivate is already incredibly beneficial, what more could you want? Curiosity killed the cat. A sheepish grin was plastered on the jewelry master's face. Alright, I wanted to tell you about what I discovered in the explosion. But, I guess if you're upset then I don't have to. We can just focus on the incredibly beneficial unification of our disciplines. The driver gave him a dark look. Why are you eyeing me like that? He sounded anxious. Suddenly his friend changed tack, as suddenly as the breeze. I'm sorry, my friend. Hakka. Cha. Lan Jue choked on a mouthful of spit. He certainly wouldn't have expected the gruff and aloof driver to suddenly become so earnest. Ha 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 ha. The driver burst into a fit of booming laughter. It began to dawn on the mercenary king that perhaps he'd been taken in. You're looking for an ass-kicking. Lan Jue half-heartedly threatened. You just blew me up, you deserve it, the driver countered. Now we're even. So stop stalling and tell me, what did you find? It's hard to say, Lan Jue confessed. The blast had some sort of effect on my core. There was something there, an influence on the energy throughout my entire body. It felt like an evolution, an enlightenment. The driver's expression became thoughtful. So that would mean that when our powers joined, they were capable of perpetual increase. That is the influence of protogenia, and if that's the case then there is much we can learn from this. Lan Jue gave him a flat look. Didn't you just say we shouldn't try it? A shrug answered his question. Why not? The blast didn't kill or maim you, did it? Lan Jue chortled. As much as I'd enjoy watching you burnt to a crisp, I have to warn you that I only survived because my discipline is at its peak. I also have the benefit of internal protections that blocked most of the explosion's power. I can't promise you won't get hurt. If we do continue, you have to take that into account. We should wait, the driver conceded. We're in the north after all, so perhaps it would be best to proceed when we return to the avenue. The wine master may be able to lend us a pocket dimension in his Reaper arena that would be suitable. Comprehending the secrets of protogenia doesn't happen overnight anyway. For now it's enough to feel their combination. We can save whatever piece of the puzzle the explosion holds for later. This earned an uncertain shrug from Lan Jue. Subjecting ourselves to that abuse may not be the best course of action. The driver gave him a challenging sniff. It's a chance Adepts would kill to have. Don't keep the knowledge all for yourself. How can you still doubt? We should find a name, too. We can't keep saying the unification of Yin and Yang Thunderbolt Elemental Discipline Lightning. It's a bit of a mouthful. Lan Jue thought for a moment. Pure Bolt. What do you think? The driver answered with a nod. Catchy. Pure Bolt it is. So tell me honestly, how much do you think you can control it? The mercenary king spread his hands. How should I know? I didn't even get to try. We're talking about protogenia. If we could control it then we would have the power of a paragon. Don't you remember how strong the result was during the god battles? It looks like we still have a long road to tread. The driver nodded. Let's get on with it then. Right now it's just sensing, no more fireworks. Otherwise we're going to run out of places to sleep. Lan Jue laughed. The only thing in danger of being exploded is you. Let's go. The conditions were replicated. The Taiji energies brought Lan Jue and driver's disciplines into itself and joined them. As they watched they came to understand Pure Bolt as the true form of lightning, uninhibited by limitations of Yin or Yang. They made sure to carefully restrict how much energy they put in. It was a busy day for all challengers in the quarterfinals. Some were lost in meditation, others were studying opponents. Every one of them had their own methods of preparation, but the one thing they all wished for was time. The quarterfinals of the Great Adept Tournament, where the future of the Adept world was on display, was underway. By early morning all of the arena's seats were occupied. Members of the galaxy's great organizations of government officials crowded the VIP viewing platform. There was also a new face among them. A new, gorgeous face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 437, The Quarterfinals Begin. Chapter 437, The Quarterfinals Begin. Her figure was hidden beneath an aquamarine dress, and her hair was tied into a high bun atop her head. She was so captivating some men forgot to breathe, and she sat in the front where everyone could see right beside the Terminator. She looked frail beside the towering convert. Imo Sha was respectful and demure, seated quietly with her hands folded in her lap. She watched the crowds with a small, humble smile on her lips. The Terminator exuded a stately calm. The din of celebration didn't seem to affect him, as though he hardly noticed it at all. Those who peered his direction would quickly flinch and avert their gaze. A pressure fierce enough to flatten you was felt whenever someone stared too long. It wasn't by design, but rather a result of the Terminator's staggering power. His effect on reality was uncomfortable for most. The gourmet sat with the pharmacist, holding Junior in his arms. The little one called to her enormous friend happily when she saw him. The Terminator reacted with a pleasant smile. "Ah, Junior," he said. "Do you think your mother and father are going to do well today?" Junior's response was without hesitation. "Of course. Mommy and Daddy are going to do great. Daddy's going to win the whole contest." The Terminator gave her a surprised and amused expression. "Because they're your mommy and daddy, right?" "Nah," Junior said firmly. "Daddy will win the tournament." The Terminator fought to keep his expression placid, but sometimes the absence of something was more telling. Mo Xiao, who had been watching the screen before her, interrupted. "Your Majesty, we're streaming live to more people than even the God Team battles." The Terminator nodded thoughtfully. "You've done a fine job." "You're too kind," Mo Xiao hurriedly replied. "I'm very much looking forward to today's contests. These are the best of the next generation. Do you have your hopefuls for the semifinals?" It was a clever ploy. He was unlikely to commit to his choice for champion, but the top four were a possibility. Just that instant the cameras went live, and the feed connected to hundreds of millions of viewers. All eyes were pointed at them. The Terminator gave her a coy smile. "Oh, I don't know. Tournaments like these are full of surprises. It's in the nature of adepts to keep their best tricks close to the vest. When you're competing at these levels, it's not just strength that determines the victory. A winner must have strength of will, resolve, the ability to exploit opportunities. These are what make a champion. But more important than all of those is actual battle experience. An adept's true mettle is proven on the field, when the full breadth of their training comes to bear. All the things we know on paper don't mean anything, that's why I'll be looking for details, secrets, and strategies." Mo Xiao nodded her head. "Well said," she replied. "I suppose we'll just have to see what the future holds in store." She didn't wish to push the Paragon further. They would learn more of his thoughts when he chose to share them. The lights over the arena dimmed, giving the illusion that dusk had fallen. A single beam of light shot down from on high, painting the center of the arena in silver light. "Quarter-finalists, please enter the field." The audience felt their pulse pounding, their hearts racing. Cries of anticipation rippled among them as they waited. 16 figured walked into the light, separated into groups of 4. Titan led them across the grounds, basking in the cheers from his countrymen. Lan Jue walked with him and the 2 others that made up their group. From what he'd heard, the accountant's analyses had been spot on, as always. Even the organizers weren't giving him much of a shot. He had time to think about it while tournament's droids arranged them on the field. Going forward, the field would no longer be shared among contestants. Each fight had full use of the battleground. They would also be the sole focus of the crowd. They stood now in the center of the field, beneath their excited gaze, each one different but important. Somewhere among those 16 young adepts, there was at least one future paragon. Literally anything could happen. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming our mighty contestants back to the field. Fighters, I speak for all of us here and watching at home when I express my gratitude for your magnificent exhibitions these last few days. Mo Xiao's sweet, ringing voice called from the stands. The applause shook the entire stadium. Cheers erupted from all sides, and some viewers clapped with tears in their eyes for one simple fact: at last there would be live commentary. They wouldn't have to rely on day-after replays. Mo Xiao made a great show of respect in turning to the Terminator. "Your Majesty, is there anything you'd like to say to our brave contestants before they begin?" The Paragon smiled pleasantly down at the 16 adepts on the field below. His deep voice thudded in everyone's chest. "I urge each of you to pour everything you have into these fights. Do not hold back for fear, I will intervene if necessary. Now is not the time to hold back. Mo Xiao's eyes lit up at the promise of drama. Personal protection provided by a paragon. Who could ask for more? I'm sure we'll have some incredible demonstrations of talent today. The Terminator's assurances were as much for the crowd as they were for the contestants. It meant that they didn't need to worry about losing control and harming their foe. The Terminator would prevent that, thus allowing them to do whatever it took to win. Mo Xiao's smiling face swung back to face the camera. Very well, we won't delay the audience's wishes any longer. In just a moment the Great Adept Tournament will continue into the quarterfinals. We will be treated to 8 spectacular fights today. Friends, let's see who will be the first to fight for a spot in the semifinals. For gigantic images appeared suspended in the air: Titan, Jimu the Wolf King, Absolute Zero, and Zeus. Mo Xiao went on. allow me to introduce the first battle group. The first contestant, Titan. He hails from the Northern Alliance, and commands the discipline of force. The audience erupted. Great cries of admiration swept through the audience like a wave. Titan took a step forward and waved to his adoring fans. Titan is the disciple of the Conclave Paragon leader, the Terminator, Mo Shao revealed. I'm sure we're all aware of how incredible this young man is. Personally, I hope we get a chance to see him in today's fight. Our second contestant is Qi Mu, a Western adept known as the Wolf King. His discipline is metamorphosis. Qi Mu took a step forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Titan. His expression was hard and cold, with a dark light in his eye. Third, allow me to introduce Bingyu. She is the only female in this battle group. Also from the West, she is a young adept with mastery over the element of ice. They call her Absolute Zero. Bingyu was small but exceedingly well-formed, as revealed by the skin-tight catsuit she wore. She had long locks of ice blue hair that hung freely at her back. Her eyes were also blue, and sparkled like diamonds in snow against her pale skin. Just looking at her imparted a sense of bone-chilling cold. She walked forward to stand beside Ji Mu. She made no motion, and bore no expression. The fourth and final contender goes by the name of Zeus. He is also called the God of Lightning. A very aggressive name that hopefully hints at a very aggressive performance. His powers, Thunderbolt. Lan Jue's brows furrowed, hidden beneath the mask. Why does Mo Shao always have to pick me out, he complained to himself. I didn't do anything to offend her. The contestants for today's first battle will now be chosen. The digital portraits began to flicker, then swirl. They danced around each other as though caught in a tide. In contrast to earlier rounds, this process was much faster. The pictures now had numbers above each. Titan was 1, Ji Mu was 2, Bingyu had 3 and Lan Jue was 4. In accordance with the rules, the fights would be 1 against 2, and 3 against 4. Then, round 2 would be 1 against 3, 2 against 4. The final round would be 1 and 4, then 2 and 3. For today that meant the first match would be fought between Titan and Qi Mu. Lan Jue would face off against Bingyu. It was the accountant's best hope, and it had come to pass. At last his luck looked as though it was starting to turn. The matches have been chosen. We shall proceed to the first match, Titan versus Qi Mu the Wolf King. Potential champions, please prepare for battle. We invite the rest of our contestants to wait in the rest area. Titan turned to face Qi Mu. The Wolf King looked him right back in the eye. In respect to the average human, these two men were beasts, especially Titan. He had the same imposing demeanor of his master, the Terminator. As the two stared each other down, the crowd went wild, rattling the beams of the stadium itself. There was a thunderous boom. The match was going to begin. Lan Jue followed the other adepts back to the resting area. No one could see his expression beneath the mask, but even so he kept it calm. In truth, it didn't matter who he was paired against. Fighting a powerful foe later would only delay his development. He could suddenly feel a child run up his spine, as tough a pair of ice-cold eyes were following him. When he turned his head, he met Bingyu's chilly gaze. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 438, Titan's Power. Chapter 438, Titan's Power. Lan Jue nodded acknowledgement of Bingyu. The woman known as Absolute Zero said nothing. She left without engaging him further. Hostility was a normal reaction before a contest. The waiting area had undergone another makeover, with even more luxuries than were provided earlier. No expense was spared for their comfort. Lan Jue took up position beside the pharmacist and faced the field. Although he wasn't participating in the first fight, he didn't want to give up his opportunity to watch from the sidelines. It would undoubtedly help him in the games to come, if he got that far. The pharmacist smirked as he sat beside her. Aren't you the lucky one? So it would appear, Lan Jue replied. Maybe Qi Mu will surprise us all. The pharmacist's brows rose. Remember that in your next fight. Surprises go both ways. If we do see something this fight, though, it will help you quite a lot. He nodded. This was part of the reason why the accountant had mentioned this pairing as the best situation. His best chance was against the next weakest person, after himself. Only one person was going to make it through the group phase, and that meant that every fight was a life or death struggle. He had to win to advance, that was the only way. Even one loss would prevent him from getting the points he needed. Even in the first fight there was no holding back. Especially with how strong Titan was, the Wolf King would need to use every trick up his sleeve to earn victory. Lan Jue was anxious to see how strong Qimu was, and how much punishment he could take. He needed to know for his own fight with Qimu later. It was an advantage that didn't always apply, though. If he had been the first one to fight Qimu, it would have been in giving it all he had. Later in his fight against Titan, it also wouldn't matter how well he knew his enemy. Zeus was going to have to dig deep no matter the circumstances. But he wasn't interested in riches, titles, or reputation. His goal had always been only to better himself. The greatest gains came through the greatest tribulations, he knew, so he would fight his hardest for that reason alone. Progress through conflict. He was no different than the others here, young and talented adepts who represented the great potential of the future. His 3-year lapse in cultivation was not entirely a bad thing, either. It gave him time for the dust to settle, to absorb all that he had experienced. This was like a new start, and his road ahead looked blessed. It motivated his discipline to keep improving. Only Titan and Qimu remained on the field. The two commanding adepts slowly separated, each going to one side of the ring. There, they waited for the match to begin. Titan seemed hardly motivated, whereas a sharp and dreadful light blazed in Qimu's eyes. Pressure was motivation. Qimu felt it as clearly as Lan Jue did. The fear and uncertainty had awakened his lust for battle. Several dozen beams of light sprang to life with an electric buzz, cleaving through the air to meet at a point 100 meters over the center of the ring. In the place where they met, a brilliant golden light bloomed to form the force field. It filtered down to encompass the battlefield, and only then dimmed in hue. Once it was in place, it could only be faintly seen. The audience could hardly notice it. For the contestants it was different. All the sounds from inside could be heard by the audience, but for the fighters themselves, they were cut off from everything outside of their bubble. It was like their own world, completely isolated. The shields had clearly been upgraded for the quarter-finals, to prevent the chances of having them shatter mid-contest. Imo Zhao's voice called all eyes back to the viewing platform. "Your Majesty," she said, addressing the Terminator, "what are your thoughts on the coming battle?" The Paragon turned to answer. Titan has trained in pure force. This has restricted him to a single path, direct. However, if a challenger seeks to win, he has to at least meet Titan's own energy levels and surpass them. Qimu is from the Dark Citadel, and is undoubtedly a formidable opponent. His abilities appear more balanced, but in reality he has also specialized more in strength. This is pure force against an impure imitation. The result comes down to simple common sense. Imo Xiao was somewhat taken aback. She hadn't expected such an in-depth answer, nor his matter-of-fact assertion that his disciple would win. However, she was a professional and recovered quickly. "Right to the heart of the matter, Your Majesty. Let's see what comes." The monitors in front of every spectator's chair lit up with a clock face. The numbers flashed tantalizingly as a digitized voice began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Let the battle begin. Ahawk. Qimu let loose a roar that drowned out the cries of the audience. In a blink his human form was lost beneath coarse fur and gnashing teeth. He dropped to all fours, bristling with murderous intent when a copper-gold light spread out from between his shoulders. The Wolf King grew larger, more regal as he immediately entered into his second metamorphosis. His choice was clear and correct. If he wanted a chance to put the whole of his strength to use, he needed it immediately. Restraint would win him nothing, and to prove that he raced forward like a golden bolt right for Titan. The northern contestant stood for a moment and watched the wolf come. The audience stared wide-eyed and with bated breath, as Titan lifted one meaty leg. He slammed his foot forward one step to the gasps of the crowd. To them it was like watching a lofty mountain uproot. And then, the convert threw his whole body into a straight punch. Rum-um! The audience could see the force field flicker, and hear it crackle in protest. For a moment the whole stadium rumbled beneath their feet. Qimu stopped in the middle of his blitzkrieg, followed by a deafening screech. The Wolf King immediately stopped his advance, and curled in on himself. The thick fur of his back stood straight, and he hugged in tight like a porcupine. When the inevitable shockwave of Titan's punch finally arrived, he was thrown across the field like a football to smash against the far side of the force field. Bang! Qimu struck the invisible shield, then rebounded back toward Titan, even faster than before. What an ingenious defense! Imo Xiao exclaimed. Qimu was the first one since the start of the tournament to actually survive Titan's punch. It was a cleverly devised plan that showed the Dark Citadel had done their homework. The Terminator had been right in that no one could match Titan blow for blow in terms of direct force. However, balance had its advantages. At least in regards to agility, the Wolf King was clearly superior. Qimu used the benefits of his strength, leverage and tactical knowledge to give himself a chance. If he relied on speed and strength, he could dance circles around Titan. Shimu fired toward his enemy like a bullet. His right hand shot out as he passed, golden claws bared and set to tear the convert's head off. Only seconds had passed between Shimu's initial charge and his counterattack. Titan hadn't even retracted his hand before those golden claws arrived. At the last moment Shimu's claws dropped, going right for Titan's eyes. The Terminator student had skin harder than titanium, but his eyes and his brain were his weak point. Shimu's strategies must have taken this into account. Going for the eyes was deliberate. However, even though Titan could see the strike coming, he didn't move. Like an indomitable mountain, he remained rooted in place. His arm was still recoiling, but changed direction and swept outward toward his encroaching foe. His hand splayed out wide as though to swat the wolf away. Shimu unfurled as he approached, somersaulting through the air to avoid Titan's sweep. His vicious claws sliced through the air, still aimed for their target. It was an incredible display of skill, lauded for its clean execution despite the wolf's towering figure. It took the spectators by surprise. Shimu did not completely avoid the convert, though. His enormous arm swung with such force that a sonic burst followed and knocked Shimu off course. It looked as though his clever riposte would be avoided. But just then, there was a sickening series of pops. The Wolf King's arm stretched unnaturally before their very eyes, still groping wildly for Titan's face. Shimu had studied extensively, considered a myriad of possibilities he may encounter in the fight. He also knew his limitations. A window of just a few moments after the match's start was all he had. He hadn't started with any jukes, tricks or feelers. It was do or die. Shimu's previously unused left hand reached out to slap the ground as he came to it, moments before his other arm started to extend it unnaturally. Because of this, everyone was focused on the claws, and were stunned when he suddenly shot up and changed direction. It was enough to land the blow, but he missed Titan's eyes. His claws raked violently against the northerner's back. Titan swung around from the force of Shimu's swipe. The attack ripped away the clothes from his back, revealing the dark skin beneath. 5 long, indented grooves appeared down his spine. But that was all. For all of Shimu's planning and execution, the best he could muster was still not enough to best Titan's defense. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 439, Third Metamorphosis vs. Fiend Crusher. Chapter 439, Third Metamorphosis vs. Fiend Crusher. Titan launched through the air, stopping 100 meters overhead. His big hands splayed wide, and he pressed them down toward Shimu below. The motion looked almost tender, but also natural. That telling buzz vibrated the stadium again, louder this time. Shimu felt it immediately, the crushing sensation starting at the top of his head, like a mountain had been dropped on him. Unlike earlier, when the blast had caught him in the air, there was nowhere for him to retreat. The Wolf King dropped to his haunches, then leapt right toward the oncoming surge. He stretched his arms high overhead, and those 10 razor claws fused into one. He pierced the air, and began to spin like a top. He planned to drill right through Titan's attack. Everyone pressed their hands to their ears when a grating screech like steel on steel lashed through the arena. Flashes of red surrounded Shimu momentarily as the invisible force swept past. The stadium rumbled as suddenly 2 massive palm prints appeared in the arena's alloy floor. Titan hovered over the crowd like a Buddha. But Shimu was still coming. The thick fur covering him had become a brilliant, piercing gold like a true Wolf King. Piercing charge, that was the name of the skill. Although Shimu's advance had slowed after fighting through Titan's thrust, he still covered the distance quickly. The golden wolf appeared for half a second in front of Titan, then swung around to his side. Razor-sharp claws lashed out again, joined together in a single jagged weapon. To this, Titan answered by sidestepping and pressing toward the Wolf King with an open palm. It was a simple, but well-executed and effective dodge. The audience could clearly see that Titan was no match for Shimu's speed. However, the Wolf King had to work much harder just to earn a chance to land a blow. The convert's simple and direct abilities made it easy to quickly respond, as well. Shimu dropped into a squat and bounded off again before Titan could hit him. He spun around, then rushed again at Titan with the piercing charge. Titan grunted and thrust his left fist into the air. Immediately he, too, crouched. He was using his force ability to make himself faster. Shimu was lined up to have the attack land, but Titan's sudden power boost allowed him to move just in time. The Wolf King struck the ground instead and lifted his head in time to see Titan's palms pressing toward him. Shimu could feel the air displace as another explosion of force headed his way. Mo Zhao's narration continued. It looks like Shimu had found a way to get around Titan's powerful attacks. However, this has certainly got to be strenuous. He will be expending more energy than Titan, certainly. If he doesn't find an opening soon, then he's going to put himself in a dangerous position of weakness. Mo Zhao's tone was carefully crafted to give the Dark Citadel face. Titan's tactics were as simple as they came. Keep your distance, and pummel them with fists and palms. His bursts of pure force were the perfect area of effect, long-distance attacks. Your only choices were to deflect it, or take it head-on. Titan didn't even worry much over Qi Mu's piercing strike, because every time he got close it gave Titan an opportunity to land blows as well. Even the audience could see that if Qi Mu didn't change the battlefield situation soon, he would lose due to the excess energy consumption. Just then, an unsettling red light appeared in the depths of Qi Mu's eyes. A corona of radiance flared out around him. He doubled up, and the massive Lupin figure appeared to shrink. The thick fur on its body burst into crimson flame. A third metamorphosis? Mo Zhao cried. What did a third metamorphosis mean for shapeshifters? In a word, protogenia. Only paragons were capable of this next-level transformation, so how was it that Qi Mu was able to achieve it? It isn't a complete transformation, the pharmacist said, as though she'd read his thoughts. The undulating crimson light spread all over Qi Mu's diminished body, until he was entirely covered in the sanguine light. Titan's incoming wall of force swept harmlessly past, burning away around the Wolf King. Slowly, he rose to his feet. There was a moment where the Wolfman was still, but in the space of a breath he'd appeared beside Titan. No one had even seen him move, he was just gone in one moment and beside the convert in the next. Claws groped violently for his chest. Zeta. In the viewing area. The pharmacist spoke quietly to Lan Jue at her shoulder. This has got to be Qi Mu's big secret. He can't afford to lose, so he won't hold anything back. However, this has got to be the result of some form of overload. Your luck is definitely looking up. If you'd have fought him first, I'm sure you'd have lost. A mirthful smirk spread on Lan Jue's face. So then you're saying that without the third metamorphosis, I have a chance? She rolled her eyes at him. You may have more tricks than he does, but not by much. Zeta. Titan fell back 7 or 8 steps in the direction of where Qi Mu had been. He clutched at his chest, where great indentations had appeared from the wolf's claws. For the first time ever in the tournament, Titan didn't have the upper hand. Qi Mu's eyes flared red like a pair of rubies. In the same instant Titan made his escape, the Citadel's representative bounded forward claws first. He was precise, and he was calculated. Titan was not a man, so the tactics of a man did not apply. The brain was the only option. Suddenly, a change overcame the convert. Titan's calm expression shifted, and his impassive eyes lit up. The dents from where his ally chest had been damaged by Qi Mu suddenly popped back into shape. An iron-gray aura poured out from him in all directions. A defensive ability? On top of his overwhelming attack, he could make himself even stronger? He pounded his left foot against the ground. The whole of the arena quaked as though the great dragon of the earth rumbled beneath. The aura around him flared and hardened, quickly changing from gray to tarnished gold. Dong! Qi Mu's clawed hands banged against Titan's shield. It was like striking a 6-inch thick sheet of iron. The reverberating hum set the wolf's whole body shuddering, and forced him back several steps. The resulting shockwave pummeled through the ring, bouncing off the force field and making it crackle. Impenetrable defense! Lan Jue and the pharmacist exclaimed in one voice. Impenetrable defense was a skill used in ancient Chinese martial arts. It was the pinnacle fortification, and completely unbelievable that this northern conclave convert was able to employ it. The Bloodwolf's offensive was instantly stopped, and Titan reacted with a straight punch right at his foe. It was a wildly different punch from before, full of a strange sort of detached kindness. It was a stark contrast to the explosion that threatened the force field from earlier. He looked almost at peace. Titan lashed out again with a fist that had become solid gold. A rush of invisible energy followed his arms. From behind, the shadowy image of a figure was faintly visible, and the sounds of chanting wafted on the breeze. Qi Mu could feel like reality around him was imploding, crushing inward like a prisoner in an invisible cage. He had nowhere to go, and that golden light was fast approaching. Qi Mu brought both arms up to ward Titan's attack as it came tearing through him. Boom! He went sailing through the air, wild and uncontrolled. Clearly this wasn't a ploy to defuse Titan's attack force. It was confirmed once he slammed violently into the far side of the force field. He fell down to the ground with a crash. Fiend Crusher Fist! Lan Jue inadvertently cried out again, just loud enough so only the pharmacist would hear. Impenetrable defense, and the Fiend Crusher Fist. These were undoubtedly skills earned from mastery of Mahayana Buddhist martial arts. From what he could see, Titan had merged this ancient practice with his discipline to allow him to use empowered versions. It looked like his trump cards outplayed Chimu's. It was a fantastic display, and only the first round. Lan Jue's lust to test himself only increased as he watched the contest. Zeus didn't fear Titan, and he had tricks of his own to employ. However, it did seem that some of his more coveted secrets may need to be revealed. After all, how could he, an Easterner, lose out to a Northerner in the realm of martial arts? The resolution in his heart began to show in the hard light of his eyes. The pharmacist noticed, and regarded him with surprise, but said nothing. Chimu clawed himself back up from the crowd, breathing raggedly. The red light that had surrounded him had dispersed, but quickly recovered after a moment. His seething red eyes fixed Titan with a glare, a smile spread his lupin face, revealing bestial teeth. "I concede." Titan said nothing, made no display of pride or strength. He only nodded, turned, and left the ring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 440, The Weakest. Chapter 440, The Weakest. It was over in a matter of minutes. It was so fast, in fact, the audience could only stare dumbfounded as the contestants left the ring. What an incredible confrontation! Every clash, every move was epic, and the memory hung over the arena. Titan and his godlike power was especially stark in their minds. A moving mountain. Mo Xiao heaved a long sigh, then turned to regard the Terminator. "You spoke true, Your Majesty, pure force won out in the end." The Terminator smiled, but he did not take the opportunity to gloat. Nor did he offer any further explanation. He was, of course, interested in maintaining the secrets of his organization and his people. The first round of the quarterfinals had come to an end and the field was reset for the next fight. Bingyu arose from her seat in the waiting area and, without even glancing in Lan Jue's direction, left for the ring. Despite her strong face, Lan Jue spotted her stiff gait. The last fight had shaken her nerve. It was beginning to look like Titan was going to dominate the psychology of this group. Lan Jue stood. "Good luck," the pharmacist offered. He smiled back at her. "I'll be meeting you in the finals." His swaggered out into view of the crowd. She watched him go with a little surprise in her expression. The jewelry master had just witnessed Titan's power and still had the gall to predict his victory. Did it mean that he had some plan to beat the convert? If he did, that would be fantastic. Lan Jue arrived at the ring, then floated up to enter. It was no display, just simple and straightforward. No one could see his face beneath the golden mask. All they could see was the famed mercenary king, alone in the ring with his opponent. "What do you think will happen this time, Your Majesty?" Mo Xiao asked the Paragon. The Terminator's response was placid. If every fight was as clear as the last, there'd be little to keep the audience entertained. "Luckily, I can't tell what will happen in this round." Mo Xiao replied with a pretty laugh. "Well said, well said." The Westerner, Bingyu, known as Absolute Zero, is an ice adept. Her discipline is considered one of the most potent. Lan Jue has dual disciplines of Thunderbolt and Lightning. Both of them are adepts of an elemental discipline. "So who do you suspect will come away the winner?" the Terminator asked. She hesitated for a moment. "Zeus, I think." "Why do you figure?" Mo Xiao's pretty face was split by an impish grin. "Poseidon and Zeus are good friends. I'm simply going for the name I know." Her sheepish demeanor was endearing, and caused the crowd to laugh affectionately. But Zeus was a divine monarch. He had as much of a chance to win anyone. We'll have to see what tricks he has yet to reveal. Zeus is the weakest of all the quarter-finalists. It makes him a real underdog, and I am rooting for him to perform miracles. Weakest? Mo Xiao was not aware of Lan Jue's sudden and dramatic loss of power. Let's just wait and see what happens. The Terminator left it at that. Zeta. Lan Jue stood at the far end of the arena. Bingyu glared at him from the opposite side. The air crackled, and flecks of ice hung around her. She didn't say anything, but it was clear from the buzz of her aura that she was like a beast just waiting to pounce. Lan Jue took a deep, calming breath as he looked right back at his foe. He had quite the task ahead of him. She was not weak, but he couldn't reveal all his secrets in the first round. How could he win the upper hand in later fights then? At any rate, stress and pressure were what improved his discipline. He was determined to rely on nothing but his own rank 2 skills to win. Fight! The electronic buzzer and voice called the second round to action. Bingyu's right hand shot out, and immediately a soupy fog billowed out from her. It encroached in suffocating waves, right toward Lan Jue. Absolute Zero vanished from view. Lan Jue's eyes widened. His hand shot out, too, belching a wild nest of blue and purple lightning. They formed a protective mesh directly before him. A series of blasts ensued. From within Bingyu's enigmatic mist, great icicles came hurling through to cut away at his netting. Lan Jue could still feel waves of icy power pulsing from deep within the mist. From what he could sense, Bingyu might as well be the mist. He couldn't pinpoint her location. He kept his cool. Both hands rose, now, and pressed forward as though shoving something away. A shock wave composed of writhing lightning blasted out to where he pointed. Soon it consumed the entire battlefield. It was quite a feat, since the coverage area was so much larger than it had been. It surprised the audience to see Zhu's forest of lightning cover so much ground. The fog danced between the bolts, and where they touched the snow-white mist became hues of blue and purple. From outside it made the whole arena look like an enormous, dazzling opal. The lightning continued to flash, and somewhere in between the blinding flashes, Lan Jue's form vanished. This was an ability he hadn't used in his fight against the Angel of the Moon. It was nothing the contestants and audience had yet to see him do. Great blasts of thunder tumbled over one another again and again, while mist surged and lightning raced. No one could see anything but violent flashes of light and shifting colors. Their clash continued and intensified until, with a shuddering boom of thunder and a flash of light, two figures appeared again within the ring. Lan Jue hovered in the air. It was hard to tell his condition simply by looking at him. Bingyu was on the ground, surrounded by a flickering oval of blue light. The orb itself was glimmering and faceted like an ice crystal. Her eyes had become a brilliant shade of blue, and in her hands she clutched a navy-hued spear 3 meters long. Its sharp point never wavered from Lan Jue's direction. Everything leading up to this point had been the two fighters testing each other out. Now it was time to make their move. The blue lightning that surrounded Lan Jue gradually changed to gold. A fine net of electric threads hung over him that made him blaze like a sun. Bingyu sniffed derisively. The lights that infected the ground beneath her feet flashed. The air around her condensed into another volley of icicles she sent flying Lan Jue's way. She thrust the butt of her spear into the ground. As the icicles passed, they filled the air with frozen blue contrails. It all converged on Zeus, surrounded by a mysterious white aura. Zeta. The temperature in the ring is dropping. Mo Shao suddenly exclaimed. A digital thermostat was plastered on the viewing screens. She was right, the thermostat read the force field's internal temperature as negative 80 degrees centigrade and dropping. Although Adepts had increased resistance to climate changes, it was all within reason. If it got too cold too fast, of course it would be crippling for a fighter. She had earned the name Absolute Zero for a reason. Lan Jue came crashing towards her like a golden bolt of lightning. He blazed like the surface of the sun. Bingyu's icicles melted away long before they could do Lan Jue any harm. She didn't hesitate, and she had no fear. The moment Bingyu saw Lan Jue approach, she tapped into her power and began to grow. Taller and taller she rose, as a crystalline figure appeared behind her. It looked precisely like she did, like a self-portrait in ice. The spear in her hands glowed with inner light until it blinded the eyes. A bolt of condensed power launched from the spear's top toward Lan Jue. Boom! The explosion blasted through the arena like a tempest, followed by a light snowfall. The light from Bingyu's spear was gone, but so was Lan Jue's shield. Just then, however, lights erupted from the ground below Bingyu, and quickly enveloped the defenseless Zeus. Ice prison! Lan Jue grunted. Without any motion or word, his body began to spew feral coils of electricity, another forest of lightning, but this one made of gold. Lightning rose to a thunderous crescendo, and once again Lan Jue vanished in the flashing lights. Bingyu's ice prison had no effect. A faint light of understanding dawned in Bingyu's eyes as she realized Zeus' explosive display wasn't an attack, but a retreat. She could also feel that, although strong, the energy behind Zeus' attacks didn't compare to her own, a fact which gave her confidence in her determination. Bingyu had done her own research before the fight, as everyone had. She'd watched the videos, studied the footage. This man they called the God of Lightning was clearly the weakest one in their group. She made her move. The spear she bore lashed out like a lightning bolt, piercing the air in the direction of Zeus. A blizzard roared from the end of her weapon, swirling like an angry beast to devour him. At these extreme temperatures, every snowflake was a razor blade at 100 miles an hour. The deadly blizzard raged through the lightning storm, sweeping over everything. Just like Bingyu's eyes. The battlefield had already frozen at negative 100 degrees. It had even begun to influence the actions of the lightning itself, making it sluggish. Slowly at first, everything began to get pulled together, drawn to a central point on the field. Bingyu's response was to launch herself into the air. There, she thrust her spear forth, and it belched another beam of icy blue light. The power flowing from her spread out from her pores, making her skin as blue as the light. And then it all stopped, as sudden as it had been violent. The lightning that had been coiling together fired in a single raging column, directly in the face of Bingyu's attack. Boom! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 441, Supreme Yang Lightning. Chapter 441, Supreme Yang Lightning. The collision of these two beams produced a golden explosion that rivaled Luo City on the brightest day. The whole of the great conclave arena was lost in the glare, while beneath the force shields, the entire battlefield was buffeted by waves of power. Blue and gold intermingled, though it looked like as though the gold had begun to devour everything else. Then there was another flash, followed by a blast. Boom dash! Bingyu had her spear defiantly thrust toward Lan Jue, but the exchange forced her from the air back down to ground. The area around her flickered with golden light. Surprise flit through her expression. She had felt something, a mysterious and indefinable buzz that filled her. A residual heat surrounding the area, but it wasn't from outside. The heat was coming from her. One of the benefits of lightning disciplines were their osmotic and explosive capabilities. The purer the power, the more effective in damaging the strike. Boom 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 boom. One after another, bolts of lightning thicker than a person came crashing toward Bingyu. The spear in her hand flashed and whipped, deflecting them as they came. 9 in total, and none had landed. Lan Jue appeared again before the eyes of the public. Bingyu lifted her head to look at him. Though none of Zeus' strikes had found their target, she was nonetheless surrounded by a visible corona of electric energy. The strength of Zeus' attacks are weaker than Bingyu's, clearly due to their difference in rank. However, Bingyu appears to have lost the advantage. Why is the effort so strenuous for her? Mo Xiao was genuinely curious about what she was watching. The Terminator's dispassionate voice answered. Vigorous, prosperous, positive, the 9 supreme young thunderbolts. Lightning and thunderbolt are natural elements that can also be separated into yin and yang like anything. The yang aspect is hard, while yin nature is soft. Although this masked youth is not of a high rank, he has a very good grasp of his abilities and their attributes. It reduces the power gap between him and absolute zero. There are no weaklings in the quarter-finals, remember. The Terminator was right, that had been Lan Jue's 9 supreme young thunderbolt attack. It was also true that, despite his rank 2 abilities, the combination of his experience, his 2 disciplines and spiritual understanding had made the difference less stark. Bingyu had been able to block the blast force of his attacks, but wasn't able to stop lightning's permeating nature. Those 9 lightning bolts had still taken their toll. Crack! Bingyu's spear shattered into 100 million pieces, right in her hands. Sparking slivers of lightning were discharged when it did. But Bingyu was not idle. A white light began to grow, centered on her chest until it swallowed her up and made her entirely translucent. She looked like she was made of the same stuff she commanded, ice. Temperatures on the battlefield kept falling. On-screen thermometers were flashing -150. It was a stabbing, tearing cold. Lan Jue felt like even his meridians were beginning to solidify. Bingyu took a threatening step forward. The radiating corona of her power appeared and disappeared at random intervals, while she herself was an inexplicable opaque white from head to toe. The entire battlefield shivered when her foot touched the ground, which was then followed by a blinding light that erupted from below her. It spread until it consumed the whole field, covering every corner. The battlefield was lost in a sea of impenetrable white. It was an unnatural cold that assailed Lan Jue, even worse than before. He could feel the power being sapped from him by the second. He felt like everything around him was locked in an enormous block of ice, himself included. Overhead, the Terminator's eyes glimmered. The true essence of ice, interesting. Mo Xiao gave him a sideways glance, then engaged. Your Majesty, I've been wondering. How strong would an adept like Bingyu need to be in order to bring the field all the way down to true, absolute zero? 1. Difficult to answer, came the Paragon's response. To reach a certain level and to master it are very different. Setting aside brief spells of success, she would need to be an established paragon before she could achieve absolute zero for long periods, and consistently. As far as I know, there has never been a paragon with her powers, which makes answering your question difficult. Mo Xiao, her face displaying regret, turned back to the fight. It looks like Zeus is going to lose. Down on the field, that opaque white hue had paled, becoming translucent. The occasional flash of lightning from within was clearly much weaker than it had been. Zeus himself was frozen solid. Bingyu did not use this opportunity to launch an attack, but instead remained locked in place in the air. Her faceted figure glimmered like a gem, even as the temperature continued to fall to -180 degrees. The battlefield was a frozen hellscape. At this degree of cold, it appeared even Bingyu was beginning to struggle. If she could, wouldn't she be moving in for the kill? Still, it was clear she had taken the upper hand. Only the areas directly beside Zeus were still affected by the lightning, and even that was growing weaker by the moment. It was an indication of his failing shields, and if that lightning went out it would mean he'd been completely frozen. The match would be lost. Swaths of white color slithered through the ice. Lan Jue was their target, and they moved toward him with a predatory air. This was pure elemental essence, one of Bingyu's greatest advantages. Every elemental adept sought to find the true nature of their gift. It was practice for immersing oneself in protogenia. An adept who had practice in uncovering the underlying essence of their element was better equipped for progress later. The breakthrough to Paragon was similar. The cold was slithering past Lan Jue's protections. He could feel it invade him like a cancer, while his lightning defenses failed. Even the blood in his veins was slowing down. His heartbeat slowed. His core was under duress, pressed down tight. The force of his discipline was dedicated solely to stop himself from being crushed, but his mind was beginning to grow sluggish. The cold was invading his soul. What awful, pure power! There was no doubt that Lan Jue was under pressure. His mask and bearing hid his thoughts from view, but inside his heart was as smooth as a lake surface. There was no fear, no anxiety. He focused on the cold, and how it interacted with his body. He immersed himself in it, and at least to him it was marvelous. Lan Jue's body and mind was focused on the present. The pharmacist had told him that recultivation was a purification process. Like watching a TV show for the second time, you can see and understand a great deal more. After his joining with Qianlin, his core was smaller and his power weaker. However, Lan Jue could sense the purity in his discipline, and his increased control. Thunderbolt had rules. Like everything else, it was also an aspect of protogenia. He was beginning to understand. Pressure from the outside world had a constraining effect on his lightning, but the result made him better able to recognize details since they were happening slower. It was another piece of the puzzle. Lightning didn't have an inherent shape. But that didn't mean it wasn't bound by its own rules. Around his core, tendrils of lightning danced all around but had slowed from the extreme temperatures. Under Lan Jue's ministrations, his core was glowing a brilliant gold. Pure and vibrant, his core seemed to continue drawing in on itself. Condensing one's core wasn't something most adepts were eager to try. It could crack or collapse. Either were unspeakable tragedies. Lan Jue's discipline was also strong, explosive, and difficult to precisely control. That made the risks even greater. If the driver knew what was going on, he'd probably be grinning from ear to ear. This wasn't much different than attempting suicide. But this was another benefit of recultivation. Mind and experiences weren't lost when his discipline was. Alas, the struggle made him better. After the silkworm ability and the mystic raiment, he was better than new. The compression continued. And the further his core was pressed, the more pressure his discipline was under. Cores were limited by the space they inhabited. The constraints of the human body were a hard cap on their volume. This was why purity and condensing practices were so important, because they were the only path forward. At 9th rank, an adept's core was at its peak volume. From there, the goal was to increase density to improve energy volume. Condensing a core, shrinking it, was like extending its growth period, while recultivated discipline was denser by nature. It was a dream for any adept to have a second growth spurt. As for paragons, a very important change undergoes their cores during ascension. With each advance in solidifying their knowledge of protogenia, their cores were polished until at last they broke through. After that, it could not be said that a paragon was truly human any longer. They were half human only, and half a being of energy. For those like Lan Jue with an elemental discipline, it meant that they were inseparable from it. He would be lightning, and lightning would be him. With the pharmacist's guidance, Lan Jue had come to understand the benefits of all this. He no longer lamented the loss of his former power. He was thankful to have been so blessed. The last few days, he had relied on strength of will to succeed. He would purify his discipline, and he would purify his core. 1. Absolutely 0 is defined as -273.15 Celsius / -459.67 Fahrenheit. They use Celsius in the story. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 442, Compress the Core. Chapter 442, Compress the Core. He felt like he was succeeding. His 9th level, 2nd rank core wasn't overly difficult to compress. He had the experience and control of a 9th rank adept, so this was easier. He was also benefiting from Zhou Qianlin's tenacity, something which he could access after their unnatural union. It settled over his core and made it stronger. The likelihood of his core collapsing from the strain was remote. Of course, as he did so it was for Qianlin, any changes to his own core were reflected in hers. The young adept, it could be said, was undergoing her own recultivation process. The only difference was that her discipline didn't have the same explosive power that his did. In the battle now, he could feel the struggle between Bingyu's essence of cold and Qianlin's Queen of Heaven powers. The Queen of Heaven transformation served to empower one's core and allowed both he and Qianlin to share control. But although Bingyu's powers were different, there was still a benefit. The chaotic nature of his discipline was constrained, and its erratic behavior soothed by the cold. Since Lan Jue's unification with Qianlin had also granted him higher degrees of control, he was having no trouble commanding his abilities masterfully. How could Lan Jue pass up such an incredible opportunity? The pressure was a great catalyst for his hidden potential. He continued to allow himself to be pressed. Through their telepathic link, Qianlin's power had been part of him since the beginning, making his discipline more controlled and flexible. Lan Jue feared no circumstance, for whatever he experienced Qianlin would sense as well. With her Queen of Heaven powers, there was no danger he couldn't overcome here. Bingyu, of course, didn't suspect she was actually helping her foe. She could see the electricity around his frost-covered body dimming. "Your Majesty, should you call the fight?" Imo Shao cast a nervous sideways glance toward the Terminator. He shook his head. "It isn't finished yet. The masked man has options yet, and he hasn't used up any tricks. He's got something in mind, let's watch carefully." A full minute stretched like this, Lan Jue unable to move a muscle. However, he was not idle. As he compressed his core, he immersed himself in the sensations and secrets of pure elemental ice. It was fascinating to watch the effects. Bingyu had never considered the fact that Lan Jue might have a deeper elemental understanding than she did. Protogenia was out of the question. The secrets of lightning's essence were rooted in righteous chi of the universe 1. Righteous chi followed the path of the universe, and so those who bore a discipline like lightning were almost physically unable to go against what was just and good. An adept who went against the grain of his discipline found themselves very quickly weakening. This was one reason why the clairvoyant elected to have Lan Jue join not just the Avenue, but the Council as well. His discipline was proof that Lan Jue could not be a bad man. What about protogenic thunderbolt and lightning? Where the essence of lightning was a reflection of righteous and correct action, their protogenic reflection was less refined. As Lan Jue understood, it was judgment. Universal judgment against all that was evil and vile. That was what protogenia meant for thunderbolt and lightning. A golden light started to radiate from the center of Lan Jue's chest. As it expanded, the lightning from around him was swallowed up and vanished until every inch of him was covered. This fight was a battle of comprehension. Both were aware of the essence of their gift, so it would come down to a contest of their attributes. Clearly, Lan Jue was not a match for Bingyu rank for rank. However, her mistake was using her own powers to try and contain his. Lan Jue was gifted with 2 disciplines and had some notion of protogenia. Bingyu was fated to lose. Zeta. Xu Chang watched from the stadium seats like the other guests. As the essence of ice froze the ring solid, his lips curled into a sour grin. He shook his head. This lucky bastard. The bundle of clothes that was Hua Li nodded knowingly. Zeta. There was a flash of gold, then Lan Jue was gone. Half a breath later, a streak of light was heading right for the jade-like statue the essence was emanating from. It struck, and coiled around the form, causing the pockets of essence to fall away and dissipate. When he reappeared, Lan Jue was still blanketed in that golden light. He looked like a holy avatar come to earth. Bingyu dangled from his fist, clutching at his golden hand around her throat. With a shuddering zrggtttt, she was injected with untold volts of electricity. The fight was over. That familiar electronic voice confirmed it. Lan Jue gently returned Bingyu to the ground. She just regarded him with disbelief. You understand essence, even more than I do? How can you, at your rank? How when you only have a 3rd rank discipline at best? Lan Jue said nothing, though inwardly he muttered about the rank discrimination. There was nothing more to say, so he turned and walked off the field. Bingyu watched him go, but there wasn't any animosity. Her accomplishments were amazing for an unaffiliated adept. Ranking wasn't any more important to her than it was for Lan Jue. She had come here to learn something. She had felt the whole of her discipline suppressed after Lan Jue hit her with the final lightning attack. Even before then, she had been locked in place while releasing essence. But when he used it, he could move. It was a matter of their nature. She had only sensed Lan Jue's nature for a fraction of a second, but she was convinced her loss was no fluke. Everyone here was a talented adept, and young. Their differences in rank didn't matter so much as their understanding. If they grasped the essence of who they were and what they could do, their discipline would inevitably rise to the occasion. An adept who rose in rank but still didn't understand this, was destined to hit a ceiling and stop improving. Bingyu's curiosity about this Zeus was only greater now after their fight. The first round of Group 1 battles had concluded. The results, Titan and Zeus had won, while Bingyu and Chimu had been defeated. For the losers, their chances at advancing to the semifinals were merger. In the next round, Titan would face Bingyu while Lan Jue would square off against Chimu. If he wanted a chance at qualifying, he'd need to beat the wolf, too. Now attention shifted to the second group, which was now choosing fights. The group consisted of the pharmacist, Zhang Yuan, Qianbian, and Qi Tianzhou. Of all the groups, it was the one the accountant had fretted over least. The pharmacist, with her strength, would find little trouble in advancing through the tournament. Her roughest fight would be against Jian Yuan, the necromancer from the Dark Citadel. The sorting finished, and the pharmacist's first fight was to be against Qi Tianzhou. Jian Yuan was pitted against Qianbian. My turn. The pharmacist gracefully rose to her feet, smiling at Lan Jue. He nodded, and gave her a thumbs up. Today, she was dressed in a light blue chi pao that really set off her figure, and highlighted her traditional Chinese style. Her foot lightly touched the ground and then she rose into the air like a fairy. She landed within the ring, ready for her fight. Lan Jue's mind went back to the accountant's report. Qi Tianzhou. Westerner. Discipline, Hematomorphosis. Nickname, Pureblood Succubus. 9th level, 6th rank. Besides Lan Jue, she was the weakest adept in the quarter-finals. However, the accountant had said that Qi Tianzhou's discipline was especially dangerous. It was capable of enacting changes within the blood of their victims. With such a rare and specialized discipline, there were many ways they could get around a lower rank. Qi Tianzhou was another female, but who was unfortunately not blessed with good looks. She was large and big-boned. If one looked at her from behind, they might think she was a man. Her features were cut stark with high cheekbones, and her hair was short and straight as steel nails. It was red, like her hard eyes. When they met in the ring, Qi Tianzhou lustily licked her lips. Your blood has got to taste something special, she hissed. The pharmacist's response was tepid. Even the basest things feel it appropriate to boast before me. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Qi Tianzhou heaved a terrible roar and a vigorous aura of red light sprang up around her. Much to the horror of the onlookers, the light congealed and formed into a figure before her. It looked like half-congealed blood, but more stunning was its likeness to the pharmacist. Blood boil. Qi Tianzhou thrust her hands in the sky and shouted again. The light around the pure-blood succubus had darkened to a crimson red. A fire of the same hue danced around the bloody form in front of her. On the opposite end of the ring, the pharmacist suddenly went rigid. Red had begun to creep into the skin of her face. She could feel it, like the blood in her veins no longer belonged to her. It felt like it was trying to fight its way out of her body. A strange mist had begun to accumulate over the pharmacist's head before being blown away by the wind. Humph. The pharmacist audibly sniffed at her foe. She stretched her foot out half a step and thrust her hand out vertically with fingers intertwined. Her left foot stamped to the ground. In that moment, the image of a golden mountain shimmered into view behind her before vanishing. Right away, the rising heat in her blood was gone. The creature Qi Tianzhou had summoned fell away in a torrent of blood with their connection severed. A cyan light slowly rose from behind the pharmacist and soared high into the air. It broadened until it became an enormous sword that swiped right for Qi Tianzhou. The faint image of an enormous fist could be seen groping through the air, bearing the blade down on the pharmacist's enemy. The Western adept felt like everything around her was sheared away. She couldn't dodge, or even move. Her claim to fame, that special blood discipline, was completely useless. All advantage, gone. How could she possibly survive against this peak-ranked adept's sword? The encroaching swipe of the blade shook the heavens. 1. The term TJSS used herein, which is a phrase that, today, is a catch-all for all aspects of qi that are good and proper. I'll refer to it hereafter as righteous qi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 443, Qianbian vs. Zhang Yuan. Chapter 443, Qianbian vs. Zhang Yuan. Qi Tianjiu has lost. The competitors must not be harmed. The Terminator's deep voice boomed through the arena. Qi Tianjian was caught off guard and stumbled backward, falling onto her backside. A moment later, 2 deep slices appeared in the ground where she had just stood. When she saw it, her face blanched. The Terminator's voice had saved her from getting cut in two. Down the field, the pharmacist's spectral sword vanished from view. She regarded her defeated foe with cold eyes. If I discover that you use human blood to augment your powers, you won't even remember a day when you weren't in agony. The pharmacist glanced for a moment toward the VIP platform, but said nothing. After a moment she floated away back toward the resting area. That was it? The audience was dumbfounded. It didn't look like Qi Tianjiu even registered on the pharmacist's radar. Too fast to see anything. Certainly the fastest since the quarter-finals had started. It was expected that the contenders this late in the tournament would all be powerhouses. So how could something so blatantly one-sided happen? Qi Tianjiu couldn't protect herself, even the Terminator had to intervene. Was their difference in power really that stark? The simple answer was no, the weakness lay in the restraints of Qi Tianjiu's discipline. Disciples of Celestial Master Qian were followers of ancient Chinese values which were attuned to the righteous Qi of the earth. All things evil, base and vile were weak against her discipline. Qi Tianjiu's skills were based in darkness, and with the pharmacist's abilities practically on another level, she hadn't a chance. The defeated adept stumbled from the ring in a daze. She looked almost afraid as she walked right past the resting area, and right out of the arena. The first fight of the second group had concluded. The pharmacist had once more marred the field with her power. Next fight, Qianbian against Zhang Yuan. Most competitors had a firm understanding of Zhang Yuan's strength, if not its limit. His opponent was another matter. The northerner was a mystery, but he'd already left quite the impression with the crowd. From the accountant's information, Qianbian was a 9th level 6th rank who had fused his body and his discipline with the newest liquid metal technology. The result was fierce adaptability and resistance. Several types of weaponry had been installed as well, so the end result of his conversion was higher than the official score of his discipline. He was not a weakling. The two men separated to either side of the ring. The necromancer was as imposing and macabre as ever. His compatriot's loss to Titan didn't appear to have affected him in any way. Qianbian was another classical-style Easterner, tall with a spiky yellow mohawk over 2 meters tall. One could guess height was an important aspect of manliness in the north, but in fact the imposing stature of converts was often directly correlated to their strength. This was especially true for an adept like Qianbian. However, for the moment both of them had very dark expressions, and the reason was simple. They had, along with everyone else, seen the pharmacist's performance. Zhang Yuan may not have been bothered by Qi Mu's loss, but the pharmacist terrified him. Qianbian was no different. It was a clear message: you've got no chance in this group. Zhang Yuan's powers were also rooted in darkness, so he had very carefully watched the last fight. The moment he saw how quickly Qi Tianjiu lost, he knew his days were numbered. But it was what it was, and he would do his best against the Eastern Dragon Lady to see what he could acquire from the experience. Now to protect his ego, he would have to begin by defeating the convert in front of him. He had something to prove. Qianbian was less flustered. With Titan and Yan Ningya in the fight, he had no illusions of winning the tournament crown. His goal had been to reach the quarterfinals, and that was a goal he'd achieved. The rest was just an opportunity for growth, so he faced his next fight with that in mind. 3, 2, 1. Begin! Qianbian's hand shot up, and much to the crowd's surprise they watched his body become a pure titanium light. His 2 arms shifted before their arms, remolding into dual 6-barrel laser cannons. A storm of energy blasts were headed to his foe. Zeta. Lan Jue watched from the resting area, recovered after his own encounter. It had been a great one in terms of results, with his core a full 1/3 more compressed than it had been. What he wouldn't have dared to do himself, Bingyu's ice powers had helped him achieve flawlessly. The pharmacist had returned as well, and walked over to the chair beside him. It was like the tyrannical woman who'd embarrassed Qi Tianjiu was someone else entirely. She even smiled when she saw how carefully he was watching the fight. What? Are you afraid they're going to beat me? Of course he didn't. Zhang Yuan's discipline attributes spelled his doom, while Qianbian just didn't have the strength. Liquid metal wasn't so difficult to defeat as one might think. Direct explosive force was simplest, and besides Qian Mu was still part human. I was just thinking about an acquaintance with similar abilities to Qianbian, Lan Jue mused. His mind went to Kur, the Force Tempest one. Those two were very similar indeed. A single adept with the power of two. Core's participation in the northern experiments had involved the best technology available, and it appeared the same held true for Qianbian too. His discipline was higher than Koaner's, but Lan Jue felt like he was missing something his Amazon already had. The pharmacist's gentle voice intruded. There is no future for a thing half man, half machine. Understanding protogenia requires that we have an understanding of ourselves. Titan is different, though. They built him to join with his discipline so that they might grow together. For Qianbian, they tried to force him into power. Lan Jue suddenly understood what it was that made Core and Qianbian different. The Amazon's abilities were metamorphosis and explosive energy, and the metals they had used to remake her had not been your run-of-the-mill variety. Really, the thing that had been most affected had been her core, which they catalyzed to make it grow. So one difference between the two was that the experiments on Core were of a higher grade. Lan Jue vaguely remembered Core telling him that, when she did it, the success rate for this sort of thing was very small. It was because of her that Qianbian existed at all. On the field, the fight had reached a fever pitch. Zeta. Qianbian opened with a salvo of powerful energy blasts. His style and powers were commonly encountered in the north, though few ever reached his level. With his disciplines in tune, he blasted Zhang Yuan's side of the ring with missile fire. The 6-barrel cannons that his arms had become belched like raging dragons. Pyroblast missile. Glimmering flashes could be seen in the area around Qianbian's shoulders. His liquid form undulated, and from somewhere inside 2 enormous orbs of energy launched outward. They screamed through the air right toward Zhang Yuan, with a smoldering tail of fire in their wake. As Qianbian was summoning the pyroblast missiles, Zhang Yuan called forth his dark scepter. He pointed, summoning an enormous skull that blocked the path to him. Qianbian's missiles grew closer and, just as they looked as though they would reach their target, a sickly green light erupted from the skull's eyes. When the light reached the missiles, they exploded in midair. The resultant blast buffeting the whole interior of the battlefield. Zhang Yuan remained behind the destructive glare of the skull, all the while muttering curses. Pus-green orbs of toxic power were flung every which way. Dark glyphs hung in the air around him, tainting the piece of reality they inhabited. They slowly began to converge. Qianbian had an idea of his foe's abilities from the pre-fight research. Zhang Yuan's curses weren't random, but precise and all-pervasive. So, once he knew that Zhang Yuan would be his opponent, he was ready, more than ready. Victory against the necromancer would be won by direct, explosive force. The longer he waited, the more likely his defeat became. While Zhang Yuan was dealing with the missiles, the convert crouched low then launched himself into the air. His body changed as he soared, before crashing to the ground in the form of an artillery gun. It didn't look like much, size-wise, but the barrel was downright huge. The dark maw of the weapon began to glow red as the power within raged to be let free. An unseen energy reverberated all around them. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed, clearly sensing the ominous surge from his opponent. The protective skull before him was little more than fractured bone after the pyroblast missile strikes. A cold, hard look appeared in the necromancer's eyes, and he took a threatening step forward. At once, the putrid aura swelled to cover him entirely. His growling voice became great cries of profanity. The arena shook with the terrible power of his voice. Everyone who heard felt their head begin to spin, and those unfortunate spectators who were not adepts began to retch uncontrollably. Light around the arena shifted as the force field readjusted to the threat. Gradually, the necromancer's poisonous words were locked away within the ring. Just in time, for in that moment Qianbian's attack had charged. The gun roared as a beam of saffron yellow erupted from within to devour the field. 1. Embarrassing. I can't remember if I've titled her before. If someone knows whether I have, please let me know and I'll adjust. 2. As an aside, his name is 10,000 Changes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 444, Summoning the Malefic WIRM. Chapter 444, Summoning the Malefic WIRM. The intense heat caused the air beneath the force field to shimmer. Even the people in the audience could see the alloy floor begin to soften. The alloy it was constructed from had been made to resist blasts from top-ranked adepts. For those attacks that softened it, it had been imbued with metals for self-repair. The damage to the floor alone, then, was a clear indication of Qianbian's strength. The torrent of destructive yellow energy continued for another 5 seconds before gradually dispersing. The artillery gun that had delivered the payload shook, and reverted back to the human shape of Qianbian. However, the victorious look in his face fled when he peered toward where the beam had fallen. There he discovered a doll, about the size of a man's palm, suspended in air. The little black plaything exploded with an audible crack before a caustic mist seeped from it. The fumes fused to form Zhang Yuan. Beguiling puppet. The Terminator turned his head to look back at Lucifer, seated behind. Very impressive. For the necromancer bloodline to employ this, they've come a long way. Lucifer's remained impassive to the praise, but offered a polite smile. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qianbian, of course, was more surprised than anyone. When he saw the shot land, he'd thought for sure the fight was over. He even thought, he confessed, that the Terminator might even have had to intervene. As one of his strongest moves, Qianbian was very aware of how powerful the mass energy discharge attack was. Even a peak-ranked adept couldn't match it for pure destructive power. It had also been extreme draining, but he hadn't expected Zhang Yuan to walk away from it unscathed thanks to some trick. Zhang Yuan ominously brandished his scepter, and the metal floor split as four skeletal hands groped for Qianbian from below. They were followed quickly by a string of the necromancer's curses. The beguiling puppet that had surprised the paragon was a very useful skill to possess. For someone of Zhang Yuan's ability, it was tantamount to gaining a second life. On top of that, he could keep casting his spells through the doll so there would be no interruptions. Qianbian reacted to the clawing hands, shifting his arms once more into cannons that blasted the skeletal appendages to bits. He knew he was on the ropes. He'd pulled out his biggest guns from the start to take Zhang Yuan by surprise. The plan was to give him no chance to react and fight back. He was dismayed to find the Dark Mage's powers were stranger than he'd thought. But he would not roll over so easily, and would resist until he hit the floor. His reconstructed body shivered and launched into the air where it converted into fighter jet. His streamlined frame was dazzling, reflecting light off of his smooth metallic surface. As if in response to the change, a guttural howl swept through the arena. Those terrible curses that looked as though they had been headed for Qianbian fell to the ground some distance away. The white alloy had only just healed from the former blast when the necromancer's dark powers began to change it. The whole surface went smooth, and the purplish-black eminence of his power painted the floor with a mirror sheen. A brilliant purple outline of a hexagram emerged from the black. The image rotated, and then the whole floor flashed purple. The center gradually darkened again to an intractable onyx. It looked like the entrance to some horrible abyss. That was where the cry had come from. Zhang Yuan's villainous face was split in a self-satisfied smirk. Looking up toward the soaring warplane that was Qianbian, the necromancer extended a single gnarled finger. Qianbian didn't know what was coming, but he knew he might not survive it. All or nothing, that was his only choice. The fighter jet swung around and pointed its nose cone right for Zhang Yuan. The guided missiles bristling from beneath its wings roared to life and launched. It didn't matter what the mage had done, blowing him up would solve the problem. As the missile's orange flames set the ring in stark light, an enormous white object lifted from the abyss below. Out on the platform, the Terminator shot to his feet much to the shock of those around him. In a blink he was gone. Whatever it was filled the entire field, and Qianbian's attacks were inexplicably swallowed up. He could feel the hunger in it, like it wanted to devour him as well. But then a large silhouette cut off his vision, revealing the Terminator right in front of him. The Paragon gripped him with a meaty hand and then, before he even knew it, Qianbian was standing outside of the ring. What he couldn't see before he saw clearly now. The thing that Zhang Yuan had summoned was an enormous skull, as large as the arena itself. He could not name the beast, but the bones looked reptilian. It lashed and flailed like a demon, with a cold putrid fire where its eyes had been. The monstrous creature lived somewhere in that blackness, and at Zhang Yuan's call had come to devour the convert. It had spread wide its maw and leapt to bite. If the Terminator had been even a fraction of a second later, he'd have been gulped into the black abyss. He didn't even want to think what that would entail. Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving my life. Qianbian could feel the cold icy grip of death on his spine. He had been inches from obliteration. The Terminator did not reply. His hard eyes were fixed on the necromancer. You dare to call the malefic Wyrm, Yaduobaha? The gall. Zhang Yuan had not finished his curses. With a pale face, he concentrated all his focus on the skull of the legendary monster. The beast turned toward the necromancer, spreading wide its jaws anew. The fire in its eyes flared as the beast appeared to find a new target. Zhang Yuan jerked. His mouth flew open, and a forceful burst of blood was vomited forth. Shaking hands groped at the pendant against his chest, a skull that looked exactly like the monster's own. Spatters of the blood from his mouth splashed against the charm. A red light wormed itself from the bone, eventually turning purple as well. A pair of black flames sparked in its eyes, identical to the larger one. Yaduobaha, as though sensing something, stopped suddenly and shook its massive head. It dissolved into a beam of light that raced for the pendant Zhang Yuan bore. When it reached him, the necromancer was enveloped in incandescent light. The portal below him retracted and eventually vanished, cutting them off from the terrible behemoth that lurked just beyond. Amazement flickered in the Terminator's gaze. He shook his head and said, "He calls and seals the malefic WYRM. Courageous and stupid. For the Dark Citadel to command someone like this, it's clear they are a force that will endure." The Paragon released Qianbian like one would a mutt, thrusting him away before returning to his seat upon the viewing platform in a flash. From the competitor's resting area, Lan Jue had seen the entire thing. From what he could pick out, the necromancer needed time for the full might of his power to be realized. "Why do I get the feeling this was all to put on a show for you?" Lan Jue said dryly to the pharmacist. She shook her head. "From the start I wasn't sure what he was up to. At his level of power, he had a great many options for dealing with Qianbian, but he decided to take the lengthiest road. This isn't the first time, either. If you watched his use of the beguiling puppet from earlier, it had been to extend the time he had to complete the incantation. It must be a terrible, powerful curse from the ancient West, some sort of summoning rite that was clearly very difficult to achieve. He was prepared, and still managed under pressure. Likely with some power still to spare. I think you're right, the purpose was to show me what was in store. Yaduobaha, the malefic WYRM? Self-aggrandizing nonsense. An earthworm by any other name, Lan Jue had a great deal of admiration for the woman. He looked at her scornful expression and knew she was a match for anything thrown at her. It took 3 or 4 minutes for Zhang Yuan to completely seal the beast. Only once the last vestiges of that bone-white light were gone did he return to normal. Normal, though, was subjective. Now his skin had an unnaturally violet tint, and his eyes burned with an enigmatic brightness. But where his eyes looked fierce and young, his body looked as though it had aged several years. New wrinkle plagued the corners of his eyes. Summoning that creature had cost him. This was the end of the second group. The winners were the pharmacist and Zhang Yuan. Each fight had been more spectacular than the last, from the pharmacist's lightning-fast victory to Zhang Yuan's display of stupendous power. They were still processing what they'd watched, but they knew that the qualification process meant there could be only one. It was something they were looking forward to. Lan Jue's attention was very closely fixed to the ring now, more so than ever. The next group, Group 3, was the one the accountant said would be the meanest. Yan Ningya, the driver, Zhou Qianlin, and Jun Yangye. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 445, The Blade of Jun Yangye. Chapter 445, The Blade of Jun Yangye. That was an incredible spectacle. I have no idea what it was Zhang Yuan summoned, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it again before the end of the tournament. Perhaps we'll see even more to come. Imo Zhao's voice rang through speakers around the arena. Her sweet voice never failed to draw every eye. It stirred them from their stunned silence. She went on. Now, we will proceed to fight selection for Group 3. 4 new portraits appeared. Meanwhile, a dim light hung over the ring as the floor began the process of repairing itself. Recovery was longer this time, though that was no surprise after what they'd witnessed. Begin! The portraits immediately shuffled in the air above them, quickly arranging themselves into pairs. It was decided. Group 3, Round 1, Yan Ningya against Jun Yangye, and the driver against Zhou Qianlin. The accountant's advice had been dire no matter who the driver ran up against. Use his potential to the best of his abilities, was the official answer. If he triumphed, it would be a mighty feat. The driver would face off against Zhou Qianlin, the one the accountant had praised so highly. First, however, were the disciple and the swordsman. Yan Ningya was the disciple of the Great Conclave's second paragon, the Apocryphon. Her foe was a man the accountant knew little about, only that his discipline involved his sword, Jun Yangye. Lan Jue turned his eyes toward Yan Ningya, who was rising to her feet. The wind caught the veil that hid her features from view, making it flutter. But while her face was hidden, her eyes were a dazzling prismatic display that drew the viewer in. She slowly made her way out to the ring. Jun Yangye also rose, and Lan Jue took the measure of this mysterious adept for the first time. He looked like he might be around 30, not terribly handsome, with a medium build. He had pale white skin with dark eyes, not someone who really stands out from a crowd. However, if someone were to give him more than a passing glance, they would discover something different about his bearing. He was dressed in white, but nothing with modern appeal or stylish cut. It was a long robe, like the style they might have worn in the former era Chinese dynasties. His long hair had been coiled up and fixed to the top of his head with a wooden clip. All in all, it was a very oriental flavor. He entered the ring with the same poise Zhou Qianlin bore. His gait looked almost lazy, but to Lan Jue's trained eyes he could see the flow in them. They were precise, and very evenly spaced. The pharmacist regarded him as well, with her brows pressed together in thought. The light of curiosity flitted behind her eyes. "What do you think about this one?" Lan Jue asked her. She shook her head. "It's hard to say. This will be a battle between a fierce tiger and a mighty dragon. I think they're more evenly matched than any fight we've witnessed yet." Zeus was genuinely surprised. "You think Zhou Qianlin is that skilled?" His surprise could be understood. After all, Yan Ningya was the disciple of a paragon. She had one of the most fearsome of disciplines at her command, time. She was one of the delegates the North pinned their hopes on to win the tournament. If the pharmacist's estimations were correct, then that spoke volumes to Zhou Qianlin's capabilities. The pharmacist answered. "He's a difficult one to read. He seems kind, and there's something familiar. As for the limits of his strength, we'll only know when we see him in action. At our levels, discipline isn't the only factor for victory." Lan Jue nodded in agreement. "I'm anxious to see what we discover." The two competitors entered the arena together from opposite sides. Zhou Qianlin's robes flapped in the breeze, like he'd just come in from the wildlands. An amicable smile spread his lips. Yan Ningya's expression was hidden beneath her veil, but her eyes continued to flash hypnotically. The audience attention was almost subconsciously drawn to those eyes. 3, 2, 1. Begin! Zhou Qianlin wrapped up the outer layer of his robes with his left hand and swept it behind handback. His right hand extended and beckoned towards Yan Ningya. Very refined. His opponent nodded back, as though in greeting. She did not rush to engage. By all appearances, they looked more like friends than competitors. Then, Yan Ningya shot her right hand into the air. An odd sword appeared in a flash of white, clutched in her grip. Its length was its most defining feature. An average sword was about 3.5 feet long, maybe 4. This sword was a full 6 feet long, and was composed of pure energy. This northerner from the conclave was a swordswoman? In all her former fights she'd hardly had to try. In fact, she'd hardly had to move. Vicious use of her discipline had been enough to quickly attain victory. "Brother June, I hear there's no one in the tournament with a better comprehension of protogenia than you. If I'm honest, though, I'm not convinced. I'm anxious for a lesson in swordsmanship." Yan Ningya's voice carried far across the arena, but oddly spaced. Some were long, and others short, and tumbled over one another in an alluring sort of rhythm. Every word was an enticing coup that pulled at the listeners' hearts. "Their praise is unwarranted," he assured her. "But I would be happy to assist little sister in her hobby." Zhou Qianlin reached out as though grabbing for something, and at his gesture a flash of light stretched from within his hand. An ordinary-looking, 4-feet-long sword appeared. Yan Ningya's delicate foot stepped forward, just half a foot, and then she was gone. In the next instant she reappeared directly in front of Zhou Qianlin. The pharmacist gasped. "Phasing." She swiped her sword toward his face as it blazed in angry white. But a change had overcome Zhou Qianlin the moment that sword appeared in his hand. His warm eyes sharpened to a single point, the blade. The point of it swayed a little, slowly slanting forward. Achieve without acting. The very minute adjustment to the sword's angle had it collide squarely with the flat of Yan Ningya's sword. Their collision was marked with a piercing ring. And then a puff. Yan Ningya immediately disengaged and retreated, much to everyone's surprise. Then they saw that her sword had been broken clean in half. The front part had dissolved into motes of crackling light and vanished before reaching the ground. That noise, though, wasn't the noise of the Adept's sword breaking. It sounded like a quick rush of air, like puncturing a balloon. The ring's uppermost shields exploded outward. The colors flashing in Yan Ningya's eyes displayed pure astonishment. She urged energy through the sword, reforging it in a blink. She pressed the advanced, flowing gracefully in to attack. She became a whirling of motion, her sword flashing dangerously as it came at him from a dozen different angles. Zhou Qianlin never looked at her, never looked up. His eyes were locked firmly on the sword. He turned it again, down and diagonally just a few degrees. Ding! Yan Ningya's sword broke again, but there was no dramatic explosion like last time. Everything was normal. On the surface this was beginning to look like a fight between wushu masters, not adepts. A few knowing spectators, however, knew that what had transpired in the last moments was crucial. Lan Jue, the pharmacist, and the Terminator all watched with that knowing look. What Zhou Qianlin was using wasn't swordsmanship. It wasn't protogenia either, but a sort of it, the true way of the sword. No one knew what the man's comprehension entailed, but it made the hair on the Terminator's skin stand on end. It reminded him of someone he didn't want to ever have to think about. Zhu Di. There was nothing similar in the abilities of this swordsman and Zhu Di, but it wasn't the ability that reminded it. The similarity lied in the sheer skill, the mastery that bordered on divine. It scared the paragon. He also thought to his future. For one so young to have so much talent, his path to paragon would be a difficult one. Yan Ningya's eyes hardened. She had a great deal of confidence in her swordsmanship abilities, no less than her formidable discipline. She hadn't anticipated that she would be so outclassed. She disengaged and reforged her sword once more. Zhou Qianlin didn't follow. He just stared at his weapon. To him, nothing seemed to exist outside of the sword's flashing blade. The arena was silent. The audience was as still and soundless. Most didn't understand what happened, but those with a clue grinned from ear to ear. As for those in the VIP platform, they all watched a quiet, dignified disbelief. What they were seeing couldn't possibly be true. The Apocrian's disciple looked like a child before Zhou Qianlin. The Terminator's eyes were more solemn, as though he were thinking about something. Beside him, Mo Xiao sat speechless. This man, he's amazing. Could he really be so good as this? Is this the power of perfect simplicity? Yan Ningya lifted a hand and pulled the veil from her face, instantly stopping the peppered conversations that had begun in the crowd. What a face! Milky white like flawless jade, with large dark eyes beneath delicate brows. She was a rare beauty. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 446, The Alluring Blade. Chapter 446, The Alluring Blade. Lan Jue had been blessed with the company of many beautiful women in his life, but this one was only surpassed by Hera and Zhou Qianlin. She had a very different style, however. Yan Ningya's beauty was something Easterners could appreciate. She had a very classical appearance that was not the flavor of the North or West, where they preferred more straightforward girls. However, once beauty reached a certain point, it didn't matter. At least, that's how many in the audience felt when they looked upon her. She was like a different woman once the mask was gone, though. A fervor burned in those glittering eyes. Then, she turned her back on her enemy and walked a few steps away. She dragged her long sword along the crowd to the sounds of an awful hiss. A jagged trench followed her. Zhou Qianlin appeared to sense something, and his response was to smile pleasantly toward the girl. With his left hand he flicked the blade of his weapon. The resulting hum of reverberation sounded like the sigh of a great dragon. It filled the whole arena as commanding as ringing church bells. There was something stimulating about it that cleared the minds of listeners so they could focus more clearly on the fight below. 7 long steps. Yan Ningya lazily dragged her sword 7 steps across the field before slowly turning back to look at the swordsman. Her pretty face was split in a shy smile, and yet her eyes were different. A quick glimpse of sadness existed somewhere in them that appeared only occasionally. For many it only served to increase her charm. Then there was a flash, a piercing ray of light that slashed the ring in two. The pharmacist muttered as she and Lan Jue watched. The alluring blade. Beguiling with a look and a smile. The moment Yan Ningya swung back around, Zhou Qianlin was on the move. The point of his simple sword tore through the air. His eyes followed the biting tip, the blade leaving a dim afterimage in its wake. A series of tintinnabulating rings followed quickly one after the other, like wind chimes as he deflected the beam. That cutting light that had threatened to sever the whole ring vanished. Zhou Qianlin stood unmoved, with the tip of his sword firmly pointed to the distant Yan Ningya. She looked unmoved, but there was flash in her eyes as the world around her appeared to thicken. Her foe could feel his sword moving more sluggishly, as though trying to cut through jam. At last it was time to use her discipline, time control. Her eyes grew sharp and she took a step forward. She and her sword swam effortlessly toward her enemy, as though dancing. She began to sing, sweet soft tones. In the north lives a wondrous beauty. She whipped the sword around herself and over, bringing it down in a fierce chop toward Zhou Qianlin. Yan Ningya's time dilation had begun to slow him down, but a pale white haze sprang up as she neared. He pulled back his sword just in time to deflect her attack with the flat of his sword. Clang! Zhou Qianlin stumbled sideways a couple steps. Peerless and independent. She almost floated down from the sky above, with her sword piercing straight ahead. He continued to fall back with his sword raised in defense. Clang! He was knocked back 3 steps. One laugh and cities fall. She let out a sweet giggle of her own. The light around her sword bloomed and birthed countless more shards. All of them were sent flying. Even on his back foot, Zhou Qianlin wasn't the least bit flustered. He was retreating when suddenly he stopped and thrust his blade straight at her. He was slower, but if he focused on that fact, then he would have the chance to dodge her attacks. Clang! This time, Yan Ningya was reeling. She don't know how that happened. Her attack should have struck first. She nibbled pitifully on her lower lip, and her big eyes were full of sorrow. A moment later, though, she giggled again. Her clear voice called out. Another laugh, another city. She flipped her sword over so the point was downward over her enemy's head. A blast of light shot out. Zhou Qianlin's face became somewhat more serious. He dropped into a crouch, but it looked like the time distortion wouldn't allow him to bring back his sword in time to block. Instead, he angled the hilt. Clang! Zhou Qianlin's sword was knocked away. A multitude of colors flared from Yan Ningya's eyes, and the light washed over the field below. She herself was suddenly enveloped in a golden aura, which formed in the appearance of a courtly dress. A godly phoenix sorrowfully circled overhead. Back in the rest area, the pharmacist continued to narrate. Ah, the naked eyes of the concubine. A very good pair to the alluring blade one. Yan Ningya shut her eyes and began to murmur. Such a beauty as this was rare to be seen. Her fairy-like flight took her higher, and then, body and sword as one, she descended upon the defenseless Zhou Qianlin like a lightning bolt. Your Majesty! Imo Shao cried. Zhou Qianlin's destruction at the hand of Yan Ningya looked inevitable. She couldn't understand why the Terminator didn't intervene. In fact, he merely sat there, silent and unmoving. Clang! The disciple's sword rang against Zhou Qianlin's chest. Shocked, she found that even with all of her power behind it, her sword couldn't pierce him. Zhou Qianlin smiled at her. I am the sword, but... She could see his body quiver ever so slightly, and then radiating waves of vibrating energy wafting from him. In that moment he did look like a greatsword, standing proudly in the center of the arena. Yan Ningya watched the vibrations from him dissipate her time dilation, and was even forceful enough to force her to retreat. The energy sword in her hand shattered again. He stood with his weapon raised to his chest in salute. When you have learned the true meaning of time, and have joined it with the alluring blade, then you may seek me again. He punctuated the word by haphazardly pointing with his weapon toward her. With a beautiful flourish, the sword disappeared into the folds of his fluttering robes. Yan Ningya then felt an impossibly sharp, piercing intent stop just between her eyebrows, right where Zhou Qianlin had leveled the blade. She knew that the power she felt only stopped from drilling right through her because of her opponent's mastery. Her eyes were as wide as saucers, but she could sense something in that power she felt she could understand. I concede, she said softly, dropping her eyes to the ground. Her smile was gone. As far as I can tell, this is taken from a poem written in the Tang dynasty by a poet named Bai Juyi called The Song of Everlasting Regret. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 447, Xiao Shu Wei Qin. Chapter 447, Xiao Shu Wei Qin. Zhou Qianlin gave her a final nod, then left the ring. Compared to the other fights, this one had been almost tame. Although Yan Ningya's charge had been a spectacle, the rest looked like a plain sword battle. However, one of the strongest hopes for the future of the Great Conclave had lost. The crowd muttered among themselves at the result. Imo Shao, her mouth slightly agape, slowly turned her head to look at the Terminator. Her shock turned to a smile. Forgive me, Your Majesty. I was on the edge of my seat and got overexcited. You have incredible perception. The Terminator did not speak. Were his eyes really so good as she said? The truth was that the aura Zhou Qianlin bore made him uncomfortable. It was partly for this reason that the Paragon hadn't stopped Yan Ningya from trying to destroy him. Lan Jue, meanwhile, watched from his small sofa with narrowed eyes. The swordsman's display had him thinking, and only those like Lan Jue who knew the art of combat could see how dangerous that fight had been. Yan Ningya should have tested him out first, and then used her discipline in the same moment as her alluring blade. That would have been the most effective use of her skills. At any rate, a 9th level 8th rank talent who could perfectly fuse their martial art with their discipline, that was something that got people's attention. And although she had lost the fight, her attack would easily have destroyed the arena if those shields hadn't been there to protect them. Still, in the end Zhou Qianlin used nothing but his ordinary-looking sword to knock her aside. The pharmacist looked as surprised as many in the audience. He is no man. Not a man? Lan Jue looked at her quizzically. He's a sword. Unbreakable blade style. He's quite strong, she illuminated. Lan Jue wasn't a student of the sword, so his knowledge didn't extend past the rudimentary. However, the pharmacist was indeed trained in swordsmanship, since her discipline and martial art both used one. She was certainly the one to ask for insight into use of the blade. Zhou Qianlin did not remain to watch the rest of the fight. His firm and steady gait took him right out of the arena. Lan Jue sat in silence, and even closed his eyes momentarily. The fight had given him more than just a passing moment of excitement. There was something in there to be learned. Ever since acquiring the special conductive metal from Lyr, Lan Jue had, on occasion, turned in mind to the future astrum he would bear if he became a paragon. Each astrum was unique to its user, and every paragon bore one. On the day they died, their weapons would inexplicably be destroyed along with them, as a part of themselves. One of the main reasons that the gourmet and the bookworm were still considered weak even among paragons, was in part because of their lack of an astrum. Something he'd seen when watching Zhou Qianlin awakened an understanding in him. He knew what he had to do. In the legends of ancient Greece, Zeus' weapon were his lightning bolts and sometimes a spear of lightning. Likewise, those had been the tools Lan Jue employed in his own battle tactics. Now that he'd seen Zhou Qianlin's demonstration, Lan Jue wasn't so sure his was the best method. Once an astrum was created, it could not be changed. If Lan Jue were to adhere precisely to the old tales, then a spear would be best. However, still he hesitated. He was an Easterner who was given the name. Somehow, he just felt as though the spear was not the shape his astrum should take. He had been moved by Zhou Qianlin's mastery with the blade, and wanted that for himself. In ancient China the sword was called the Lord of Weapons. It was the most difficult to learn, but his earlier dabbling in swordsmanship became a desire when he saw what it could accomplish. When he opened his eyes, the ring was occupied by two new people. The driver and Zhou Qianlin had already begun preparing for their fight. The pharmacist, seated beside him, had also come to from her own thoughts. She was somewhat taken aback by the light of determination she saw in Lan Jue's eyes when they opened. "I guess you made up your mind," she said with a smirk. Lan Jue nodded. "Coming here was the right decision. Watching that fight helped me decide what my future astrum will be." She blinked at him. "The sword?" He nodded. The pharmacist smiled at the revelation. "If you feel that is the right choice, then it is the right choice for you. The first feeling is often the correct one. Congratulations on your revelation." Finding one's chosen path with such conviction was not an easy thing. This was especially true when an adept reached such levels as they inhabited. Once a talent got to these heights, everything they did was to prepare for the breakthrough to Paragon. The more abundant this preparation, the easier their eventual success would be. 3, 2, 1. Begin. The fight had already started. Zhou Qianlin looked like the very picture of soft femininity. Although she wasn't as attractive as Yan Ningya, her gentle aura was almost hypnotizing. She was covered in a yellow dress, and carried a guqin with her one. Another Easterner, the pharmacist mused. Lan Jue blinked. She was right. The North appeared to have the tournament wrapped up, but the Easterners who came to participate were making a show of it. Himself, the pharmacist, the driver, Zhou Qianlin, Zhou Qianlin, Xiang Yuan Shishir and Ing Suifeng too were its representatives. Unfortunately, the third group had an abundance of Easterners, and only one could advance. Lan Jue was surprised when Zhou Qianlin was the one to initiate the fight, and not the lightning-fast driver. She started with a coy smile, which immediately made the driver freeze in his tracks. A strange look filled his eyes. In that fraction of a second, her delicate hands lay upon the 7-string, 13-bar instrument. They danced like waving blades of grain, coaxing forth a simple chord. The humming strings shot forth a fan of sharp, blue daggers of air. The translucent attack spread right for the driver. The driver was still distracted by her smirk and thus was surprised by her strike. Just before those dangerous weapons pierced him, he shot into the air as a bolt of lightning. There, he reappeared before launching himself down again toward his waiting foe. 1. This is a guqin. I tried to learn guzheng once, which is one of these just with more strings. I was viciously teased, because instruments like this are widely considered a woman's instrument, despite those lying kung fu movies which have blind old guys throwing daggers made of sound from these things. The distinct lack of sound weaponry is ultimately what made me quit. 2. Translated earlier as Wind Shadow in Chapter 432. Changed to the normal Chinese name. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 448, Heartstrings. Chapter 448, Heartstrings. The driver was blindingly fast. Before Lan Jue learned the secrets of martial arts, he couldn't have kept up with the driver's speed. In a flash, the Avenue delegate appeared behind Zhou Qianlin with his hands reaching for her neck. In this instant, the driver didn't pay much heed to the accountant's concerns. He felt that encountering Zhou Qianlin in the first match was a good thing. Her discipline was music, based in sound. Sound was a great deal slower than light, the speed he was almost capable of achieving. He wasn't worried his powers would be insufficient. As if to prove the point, his hands clapped down on Zhou Qianlin's shoulders, and she didn't even move. He poured electricity through his hands and into his foe, though even the audience could tell he was taking it easy because he was fighting a woman. However, over the din of the crackling electricity, he could make out a crystal-clear buzz. The sound seemed to be coming from Zhou Qianlin herself. The driver's hands were suddenly and forceful knocked away, while his heart began to race without reason. He could feel it buzz, too, just like his foe. The electricity numbed her, and caused her to stumble forward a step. However, the playful smile on her face showed that the driver had had little effect. Her fingers danced along the strings again. In that instant his enemy vanished, and the driver inexplicably found himself in a vast and empty abyss. This, dreamland? The arena began to thud rhythmically from unseen war drums. Then, without warning, a cadre of troops clad head to toe in armor appeared from nothing like the armies of heaven. Meanwhile, the metal floor had become a sucking bog that attempted to swallow him up. The driver growled. There was a pulse of silver light and then, with a thunderous crash, bolts of lightning erupted from him in all directions. Boom, dot. Lightning roared from beneath the driver's feet in attempts to send him catapulting into the air above Zhou Qianlin's power. There was a flash, and he changed direction in midair to plummet into a swath of bristling soldiers. It was the area he last remembered Zhou Qianlin standing. He was still lost in a world of her making. Silver light enveloped the ring, followed by a staggering explosion. In the use of their powers, the driver and Lan Jue were quite different. Thunderbolt was thunderbolt, and lightning was lightning, he could use them together or apart. The driver, though, only employed them joined together. This was one important factor in his comparative weakness to Lan Jue, and his troubles moving forward. Thunderbolt especially, being an aspect of righteous chi, was stronger in its yang form than in its yin. The driver jumped back to his feet after the charge, then swung around to envelope another horde of enemies in fatal lightning. He knew for certain that the things he witnessed weren't real, they were a trick of Zhou Qianlin's power, except that somewhere she was in the darkness. And if he didn't know where his target was, then the plan was simple. Direct, all-pervasive force. Explosiveness was an undeniable benefit of Thunderbolt disciplines. Its blast force was strong enough to destroy most illusions outright. Like Lan Jue had the first time he met the beautician. But no matter how strong the driver's attacks were, Zhou Qianlin always remade the dreamland when he destroyed it. At least his strikes were having an effect. However, the more serious problem was the music itself. No matter how much strength he put behind a strike, the music continued. He could fill the whole field with lightning and it wouldn't put an end to the constant echo of that stern music in his brain. It was worming its way through him, tugging at his heart. What is this? The driver was at a loss. It was evident that she'd chosen this tactic to combat his specialty, but while effective it must also be draining to maintain. This couldn't continue for long. If the driver was anything, he was sturdy, and once his mind was made up his resolve was unshakable. A beam of powerful light launched from the driver, followed quickly by a thunderous blast. Like a terrible firecracker, it blasted through the remaining soldiers nearby. While the illusory bodies writhed, he pressed his hands together in front of his chest, wasting no time. His fingers danced and curled around each other in odd arrangements, while silvery runes appeared and vanished inexplicably. Hand seals? Lan Jue regarded his fellow avenue denizen with some surprise. They could not see the phantoms that plagued him, but they could see the driver's every move as he combated the dreamland. He tore through the air, spraying lightning everywhere in desperate blasts. Now, as he cast his runes, Zhou Qianlin remained below him in the center of the field playing her guqin. 9 runes hung in the air, floating around the driver. The sounds of thunder played on the wind, faintly heard. Then, there was a flash of silver light that filled the sky. The whole of the ring's interior was immediately buffeted by an explosion so fierce that the force field screeched in protest. This guy. Lan Jue knew what he was up to. The driver knew that even though the dreamland he was lost in looked infinite, there was in fact only limited space in their arena. He was using his greatest attack to fill their limited space, and blast through every corner. It was usually a dumb strategy, but in this case it looked as though it might prove effective. What Lan Jue failed to understand was how the driver succumbed so easily to the illusion. With all of the competitors 9th level and higher, it shouldn't be that easy. The flying daggers stopped. What the driver saw as enemy soldiers were consumed by the burning silver light. When it cleared, he was back in the ring. He turned to look at Zhou Qianlin, who looked somewhat disheveled. She looked right back at him, and offered a smile. "I can't tell you why, but you've already lost." "Well, you seem like a nice boy, so I suppose I can." The driver just looked at her, confused. Zhou Qianlin simply went back to plucking at the instrument. However, much to the crowd's surprise, no sound came out. But the driver's face changed, and he staggered so much that he nearly fell. To him it felt like waves of overpowering fear were pouring from his own heart. It beat so fast it felt like it might burst from his chest, urged on by some unseen stimuli. Zhou Qianlin's poisoned tones were thankfully only heard by the driver. "Acoustics. You're strong. Everyone in our group is. If it was a contest of direct strength, then I would have had to employ all of my tricks, but I need those for the other fighters. And so, to win I took a risk. Your chance had been at the very start when you put your hands on me. You held back, and if you hadn't then I would have been finished. But I knew you well enough to know you wouldn't charge headlong with your full strength at a woman. I was right. The moment you touched me you were infected by my music. My heartstrings got their hooks into you, and with each pluck of my finger you are powerless. You cannot resist now that the strings are already tuned. I'm sorry to have used your kind-heartedness against you, but as a consolation, my heartstrings are not such a bad thing." Faint hues of red appeared on her pale face. Her delicate fingers laid upon the strings, silencing their hum. The driver stood still, as though nailed to the floor. His brows furrowed as he glared at her. He knew he'd lost. His defeat wasn't from a lack of power, but poor planning. After a moment his brow relaxed, and a smile even split his face. "I didn't lose to you, I lost to myself, the moment I saw you step into the ring. You are precisely the type of woman I like, perhaps the most beautiful I've ever seen. You win, I'm convinced." The driver finished with a gentlemanly bow, then left the ring. Zhou Qianlin clearly hadn't expected him to be so graceful in defeat. The light red in her cheeks deepened considerably. The cameras streaming to each of the great alliances caught it all. How could he say this in public like that? There are qualifiers to win, how am I supposed to behave? She furiously stamped her foot and glared at the driver's back. She spun on her heels and ran from the field. The audience was quiet. Then, suddenly, the whole audience erupted into laughter. It was hard to tell whether it was meant kindly or something else. The seriousness of the fight had been relieved by the waves of laughter. "This guy," Lan Jue said, shaking his head as he watched the driver come. "The nerve!" The pharmacist sniffed, full of displeasure. How could he tease her like that after losing? Lan Jue chuckled. It is often wise to find advantage in inferior position. I know him, he wouldn't say something like that out of nowhere. He's got some plan, you wait and see. There's a trap in store for Zhou Qianlin. The pharmacist gave him a flat stare. Men. Not a single good thing about them. Lan Jue responded with a profound stare of his own. Well, before you patent that, maybe add a little disclaimer, but my little brother's okay. She snorted a laugh at him. You seem skilled enough in singing your own praises. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 449, Constantine's Path. Chapter 449, Constantine's Path. Just a suggestion, Lan Jue said with a smirk. So it was for Group 3. Zhou Qianlin and Zhou Qianlin had achieved victory. There wasn't a great deal of surprise, but for the dark horse, Zhou Qianlin. His almost assured entrance in the Final Four was a surprising result. Mo Zhao's final words for the group were brief. This was somewhat understandable, since even she wasn't fully aware of everything that was happening. At this level, the difference between victory and defeat rested on a razor's edge. For instance, she wasn't even sure how it was the driver was defeated. The Terminator didn't explain either. What happened was a secret between the driver and Zhou Qianlin. It had come to the final group of the day, and the last of the opening rounds for the quarter-finals. Group 4, Constantine, Black Moon, Ying Suifeng, and Xianyuan Shishir won. Of them, Constantine was heavily favored to advance. Like the pharmacist, he had smashed through his previous foes as though they were made of paper. Back in the avenue during the Citadel's visit, he had shown real strength. He had ultimately lost to the pauper, though the beggar was half a step away from Paragon at the time. Constantine was a peak-level adept who, with the spear of fate in his hands, was undisputedly a force to be reckoned with. The big question was the Easterner in the group, Xianyuan Shishir. This was the one the accountant couldn't find much information for. He was a young man with short dark hair and a lively sense about him. He was 26, maybe 27, and a notable talent already. His earlier fights had been fast and mysterious. Mist was his discipline, and when that cloud enveloped his foes they would lose without anyone seeing how. Lan Jue was helplessly distraught to learn of Xianyuan Shishir's luck, which seemed almost supernatural. He'd been paired with weaker opponents in every fight leading up to now. His trek to the quarterfinals had been a breeze. Black Moon, the northern delegate, was also a notable member of the group. His discipline was called the Wicked Eye, and involved thought control. He bore a high-caliber energy rifle, and once he got the lock the target had nowhere to hide. He was celebrated as a master sniper with attack force almost equal to a paragon. But like anything with such awesome power, there were restrictions. He could only fire once in 10 seconds. If it weren't for that handicap, then the other adepts would probably refuse to fight him. For him, like any sniper, the trick lay in not getting pinned by the full force of his strength. The fight arrangements were complete: Constantine versus Black Moon. Xianyuan Shishir against Ing Suifeng. The first fight would be an interesting test of Black Moon's attacks. Were they mighty enough to overcome Constantine? That was the key. If he could land even one shot, he could win. Constantine took to the ring with a majestic gait. He glittered beneath the arena lights, clad in white priest garb inlaid with gold. Black Moon was a different sort of animal. He was thin as a rail, with vulture-like eyes. His hair was tied back with a black bandana, the same color as his combat fatigues. It was night camouflage, designed to keep him hidden in the dark. The two men looked at each other from across the ring. Neither said a word. Black Moon grunted, and slapped his hands against his chest. The inky color around him was cast forth, then coalesced in his hands into his trademark sniper rifle. The thing was so enormous it made him look almost comically small. 3, 2, 1, begin. Bang! The very instant the voice stopped, Black Moon's rifle had fired its first round. Everyone paying attention was stunned. The rules demanded that he didn't carry a loaded rifle onto the field. How did he fire so fast? Constantine's eyes went wide, and he lunged out of the way. Poof! The bullet seemed set to hit Constantine, quicker than his dodge. But just as the bullet of energy was about to land, it fractured and spread out, forming a net of energy that enveloped the High Inquisitor. Black Moon had never used anything but mass energy rounds against his previous opponents. This was completely outside of what they knew about him. Enhanced snare rounds. These things were used against mechas. The convert's right eye flashed and turned red. The rifle in his hand hummed, and streamers of crimson energy began to gather in it. The strength of Black Moon's shots were only in part due to hardware. The Wicked Eye was a force to be reckoned with all its own. The two together were earth-shaking. It was a fact few knew. Most of those who did were dead. 100 shots, 100 hits, nothing could stop him. That was the power of Black Moon. The net had been a bid to give him a shot, literally and figuratively. What no one knew was that the 10-second constraint wasn't a rule. If he poured more energy into the rifle he could charge it faster. Constantine was caught beneath the net, but he didn't look worried. The snare, which was supposed to force him to his knees, didn't seem to bother Constantine much at all. Retribution! He calmly cried. A beam of white light appeared overhead and shone down upon him. The snare wasn't just a lash to keep him down, that would be too simple. It was also infused with deadly high-voltage electricity designed to wreak havoc on mechas, to say nothing of what it might do to a human. An ordinary man would almost immediately be singed to ash, but Constantine was not ordinary. The holy light protected him, and with a burst of anointed energy that pulsed from him, but the net remained. Constantine narrowed his eyes. 3 seconds. The ghost of a smile turned Black Moon's lips. He was a cold-hearted, professional sniper. Getting him to show any reaction at all was a feat. He knew that the full effect of the enhanced snare round was more than his enemy thought. A second light appeared from nothing, joining the other. Their fused strength proved too much for the net and finally destroyed it. 5 seconds had passed. Black Moon's smile fled. He looked at his foe, who simply stood there. Constantine didn't attack, instead calling out to him with an almost bored inflection. Hurry! There was about no greater insult to a sniper than to let them take their shot. Black Moon's red eye flared, and the light gathering in his rifle thickened. 7 seconds. Bang! A screaming, blood-red round fired from the barrel of the gun. Its kickback was so strong it knocked Black Moon back 3 meters. When it hit Constantine, it sent him flying across the ring. The audience watched, gasping in sheer disbelief. The Inquisitor was poised to win the tournament. Could this have really knocked him out of the running? It looked like the loss might have even cost him his life. They just watched him take a shot that would eradicate a gunship. Bang! Constantine was brutally smashed against the force field, with enough force to send him sailing back forward. He landed with a crash, covered in crackling remnants of red light. A wicked, self-satisfied smirk split the sniper's face. Pompous ass. Screw off. Then his red eye went wide. Not bad. It's true what they say, you almost hit like a paragon. Pretty close, anyway. Constantly coughed, pushing himself from the ground with one hand while the other tenderly rubbed his chest. The rippling waves of light around him stabilized. Holy shit, he took it straight on. Black Moon simply couldn't believe what he was looking at. He had never once encountered anyone who wasn't a paragon that could survive a shot from his gun. That shot was the crux of his strategy. It was completely inconceivable, and yet the proof was standing right in front of him. No matter how much Black Moon didn't want to believe it, Constantine had faced down his best and was still standing. That wasn't to say he was unscathed. Constantine was bleeding profusely from the mouth, nose, and ears. It looked like he had taken some damage from the blow. His eyes, though, air sharp as ever. He almost looked excited, and still didn't make to attack Black Moon. The convert hefted his rifle and began charging again. It was impossible, he couldn't accept anyone short of a paragon could escape his gun. I get the idea. Constantine waved his hand dismissively. The entire ring was suddenly lost in a sea of holy light. Winner, Constantine. The Inquisitor walked away from the ring holding his chest. He bared his teeth in pain, making him look like a wounded animal. Lan Jue watched him closely, his eyes narrowed. Constantine's choice to face the bullet was deliberate. He was seeking the thrill, the fear of danger to push him to his potential. It was also reckless, for the point of impact must have been very near his core. A little stronger and he would have been in far more dire straits. The dangers were balanced by understanding, though. At the very least his own potential would rise to try and meet the demand. He wasn't here for titles or riches. He was here for the same reason as most of the others. VIP platform. Your Majesty, was Constantine's choice to take the bullet in order to deepen his understanding? 1. It's important to note that the first part of his name Xianyuan is another name for the Yellow Emperor, Huangdi, the first emperor of China. I'm sure that will come into play later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 450, Xian Yuan Shishir. Chapter 450, Xian Yuan Shishir. The Terminator patiently offered his knowledge. He's following a path I myself took before breaking through to Paragon. I would spend my time at my peak seeking out the strongest contemporaries, and urging them to hit me with everything they had. I would use their strength to help me find my path, and the stress ensured I always performed at my best. Constantine has the same goal. Let there be no mistake that, if Constantine had desired, Black Moon would never have gotten his shot off. There was too much of a discrepancy between them, and in fact Constantine may struggle to be challenged in his group. Mo Shao nodded, agreeing with his assessment. 7 of the 8 fights for the day had concluded. The final match would be between Xian Yuan Shishir and Ing Suifeng. Ing Suifeng, 9th level, 7th rank. Discipline, voice of command. Xian Yuan Shishir, 9th level, 7th rank. Discipline, missed. Both men were from the Eastern Alliance. Ing Suifeng was an ordinary-looking man, young and hip-looking. He was perhaps 27 or 28. Shishir, meanwhile, cut quite the heroic figure. His face was lit up with a beaming smile. Hello. Take it easy on me, will you? As Shishir stepped into the ring, he waved pleasantly toward Ing Suifeng, who only nodded back. 3, 2, 1. Begin! Ing Suifeng's body quivered oddly for a moment, then split into 3 identical copies. It reminded Lan Jue of the doppelganger tactics in mecha fighting. The difference was that this wasn't some trick of the mind. It was likely the function of his discipline. Then, as they watched, the 3 figures fused into a grotesque amalgamation with 3 heads and 6 arms. All 3 heads spoke in unison. Silence, they hummed. Silence immediately pervaded beneath the force field, sudden and complete. Xianyuan Shishir, watching from afar, had a somewhat startled expression on his face when he lifted his right hand. Mist gathered over his foe, and settled to envelope the 3-headed adept. Disperse! The 3 low voices hummed. And they obeyed. The mist dissipated until not a trace was left. The voice of command discipline was not often encountered. In some ways it was very similar to Lan Jue's ascension, though not as effective. While transformed into Zeus, his voice of command weaved protogenia to manipulate reality. Ying Suifeng could only control things within his immediate area. Both arms shot over Xuanyuan's Shirshir's head and summoned another thick screen of cloud cover. Like all of his battles before, the field became lost in the opaque fog. Ying Suifeng raced forward to meet it. Moments before being completely enveloped, his 6 hands clapped together. Disperse! Puff! They were gone again, at his command. But the sharp-eyed spectators were given a clue when they noticed that not all of Shirshir's mist was dispelled by his words, only a large swath. His influence extended 50 meters through the clouds before losing potency. The voice of command was potential devastating, but had its limitations. If not, no one could defend against him. Ying Suifeng's middle head perked up, and called out while one pair of arms pressed their palms together. Clouds, open! The remaining cloud cover was pushed aside by some unseen force. A clear corridor was created. Lan Jue watched carefully, his brows knit tight. The voice of command has its roots in psychic force, right? He asked the pharmacist beside him. She nodded. Indeed. The true voice of command requires protogenia to realize its full strength. Its effect also depends on the strength of the one it's directed against. A capable opponent will only feel the urge, but can resist. The 50-meter trick was also a ploy, I suspect. A 7th rank should not be this weak. Xuanyuan Shirshir was not revealed when Ying Suifeng split the clouds. The 3-headed adept stood now in the heart of the mist. He stopped and shut his eyes, while the clouds rolled closer to swallow him up again. Ying Suifeng's 3 sets of eyes popped open. Erupt! The tumultuous clouds stopped, as though frozen in time. A roar sounded from afar, gradually rising in pitch until it shook the whole arena. Great pockets of mist vanished without reason, replaced with dazzling golden light that began to swallow the ring. No one had seen a voice adept with such sphere of control. Could the voice of command really be so strong as this? His power is centered around him, and extends in a radius. He moved to the center of the ring so that the acoustics bring his voice as far as possible. This tactic isn't to hurt his opponent, but flush him out of hiding. Once he finds his target, then he'll attack, the Terminator explained. The shockwave force of the blast buffeted the ring, turning it into a raging sea of energy. The golden light made it difficult for the audience to see anything, and they eagerly waited with bated breath for the dust to settle. The blast continued unchecked for a full 7 seconds before it began to burn itself out. When finally the ring was revealed to them, the spectators looked with unadulterated shock. The clouds were indeed gone from the ring. But there was something else in its place. Ying Suifeng stood in the center of the arena, just as he had been. He, too, could only stare with wide eyes. The air around him was thickly dotted with glimmering swords. They were long, sharp, and their surface was an undulating milky white. They were clouds, fused tightly to a razor's edge, that extended all across the field. But nowhere was there any trace of Xuanyuan Shirshir. The ferrule blades slowly swung their points toward the center of the arena, where the 3-headed Ying Suifeng stood. Uncomfortable only began to describe the sensation of standing beneath the collected armory of Damocles. The look of interest in the Terminator's eyes revealed that this was as unexpected for him as it was for everyone else. What was this? Such a sudden, inexplicable change in circumstance. Everyone was at a loss, as their slack expressions showed. All but for the pharmacist. With a gasp, she shot to her feet. The 10,000 blade technique. Even when she'd witnessed Zhou Qianlin's abilities, she had remained even-tempered. Upon seeing this, however, the pharmacist was less poised. The words conjured a memory of Lan Jue's teacher, and of something he said. 10,000 blades was a branch from an older technique, the House of Flying Blades. The path to mastery was ever-changing and gruelingly difficult, but the rewards for persistence were prodigious. Everyone expected Shirshir's discipline to be missed. And in fact, it was. But that mist became swords, and the sum of them both was formidable power. Formidable, terrible power. Lan Jue could feel his heart beating in his chest. The group everyone thought Constantine had sewn up was displaying much more than they'd expected. Whether Ying Suifeng's voice of command, or Xuanyuan Shirshir's secret mastery, Constantine had a rougher road ahead than anticipated. The MSIT swords moved once they'd found their target. Like a hail of deadly thorns they whistled through the air toward Ying Suifeng. Disperse! He howled. His voice, people were beginning to realize, wasn't just speaking anything. These were words of power he was using. Disperse, open, erupt. Words with visceral ties. The first group of swords, those nearest, were sent back flailing chaotically. The second, however, kept coming. And so did the others, the hundreds upon thousands of milky blades that seemed to have no end. Erupt! Ying Suifeng spat the words. Once again the power of his voice ravaged the ring and painted it gold. Once more the audience's view was blocked as the shields thickened to protect them. The roar of the blast, fierce and deafening, stretched for a long time. In a perfect mirror of before, the crowd's eyes were wide in bewilderment as the shields returned to normal. Half of the swords were gone. But those that remained were 3 times as large. Threads of golden energy traced along their length. If Zhou Qianlin was the king of swords-given flesh, then this was his ancestor. As Xuanyuan's training had prepared him for, he took the ever-changing situation and manipulated it to his advantage. He was as fluid as circumstances required. The enormous mist swords continued their relentless charge toward Ying Suifeng. They were slower in coming now, but the air around them warped in reaction to their strength. From outside, it looked like the ring was being sliced to bits by tears in reality. Mo Zhao's heart beat thunderously in her chest. She shot a glance to her side when she felt the overpowering, murderous intent coming off of the Terminator in waves. Could the Terminator be so threatened by this man that he would want to kill him? I give. Ying Suifeng's bitter call rang in the air. He had no choice. He couldn't defend against swords sharp enough to slice reality. It was concede, or get cut to pieces. His voice couldn't stop these swords, so it was lose fast or lose painfully. The dense cloud of swords overhead fused into one, and settled to the ground. A figure emerged, of Xuanyuan Shirshir with his hands folded respectfully together toward his competitor. Ah no. You let me win, is all. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.